Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all rise for the national anthem.
Can I see them? So there's a good switch. They must switch.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, bonjour, bon dia, assalamu alaikum. My name is Anne-Marie Diaz-Borges, and I'm absolutely delighted. It's an honor to be your Master of Ceremonies for this 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. So throughout the week, we have reframed our challenges as opportunities. Our theme, growth through innovation, harnessing data and frontier technologies, is the heartbeat of our discussions here in Tangier. We aren't just looking for growth, we are looking for a technological leapfrog that transforms the lives of highly productive program of discussions, beginning with the Committee of Experts and extending through a wide range of side events, including yesterday the important launch of the Invest in Health initiative. And now, to officially open our ministerial session, let's all welcome our esteemed speakers. First, the outgoing Bureau Chair. So please, let's all welcome the Minister of Economy and Finance of the Kingdom of Morocco, Her Excellency Nada Feta Alaoui.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission of Africa and Under-Secretary General of United Nations, the African Union, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor as chair of the outgoing bureau to welcome you to the 58th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and to welcome you to Morocco. I begin by expressing our deep gratitude to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, whose vision for African cooperation and shared prosperity has made this gathering possible. Tangier is a city that for centuries has remained deeply rooted in its African identity, while remaining open to the rest of the world. From its shores, we are presented with this unique crossroads where continents in fitting that we are gathered here in this place to trace the course that will shape the future of our continent over the coming decades. Excellencies, we meet at a moment of profound global transformation. The convergence of rapid technological change, the rise of artificial intelligence, and the reconfiguration of global value chains are reshaping the foundation of economic competitiveness and develop how fragile our development path can be. For Africa, this moment presents a dual reality. It is a landscape for significant risk, but also one of historic opportunities. Our continent has demonstrated resilience in recent years. Economic growth is projected to remain around 4%, and several of our economy ranking among the fastest growing globally. Yet, we must recognize that growth alone is not sufficient. For too long, Africa's growth has been driven primarily by the accumulation of labor and capital rather than by productivity gains, technological innovation, and structural transformation. The central question before us today is therefore not only how Africa can grow, but how Africa can grow differently through innovation, technology. Our team grow through innovation, harnessing data and frontier technology for Africa's economic transformation. Today, data has become a strategic economic resource. Artificial intelligence, digital platforms, and emerging technology are rapidly transforming production systems, labor market, financial services, and public productions and public administration. However, the global rules that are governing this technology are still being shaped, and Africa, therefore, faces a critical strategic choice: to remain primarily a consumer of technology designed elsewhere, or to actively participate in shaping the governance, the standard opportunity. Africa must pursue 4 strategic priorities. First, we must build sovereign digital capabilities. This means investing not just in hardware, but in the ecosystem that allow Africa countries to develop and deploy technology adapted to our realities. It requires ministries of finance to design fiscal frameworks that incentivize local innovation and research. Second, we must ensure that Africa has a strong voice in the emerging global governance and artificial intelligence. The rules for the digital economy are being written now. If we are absent from the table, we will inherit a system that widens the technology divide. We must leverage regional integration as a driver of technological scale. The African Continental Free Trade Area is our vehicle to build the continental digital market large enough to support African innovators and industries, allowing them to compete globally from a position of strength. Fourth, we must accelerate domestic resource mobilization to finance this transformation. We cannot build a digital future on the foundation of volatile external flows alone. This requires broadening our tax bases, curbing illicit financial flows, strengthening public financial management, and creating innovative financing mechanisms that channel Africa saving into African development. The digital economy itself offers new tools for revenue collection. Digital taxation, e-invoicing, and data-driven tax administration can dramatically expand our fiscal space. Simply put, we must finance our priority with our own resources on our own terms. I wish to commend the vital work of the Africa High-Level Working Group on the reform of the global financial architecture. This platform is central to the way forward, championing proposals that reform the global finance system and strengthen Africa's voice and interest in that process. Hence our priorities. Our collective future depends on a system that works for Africa. Excellencies, innovation and frontier technology are not only about economic growth, they are also instruments for economic sovereignty and resilience. They determine whether Africa becomes a major actor in the global knowledge economy or whether we remain on the margins of technological transformation. The choices we make today will determine whether Africa becomes a major actor in the global economy. This conference therefore provides a critical platform for ministers of finance and ministers of planning to reflect on how public policy, fiscal frameworks, and investment strategy can support a new model of African development, one that places innovation, knowledge, and productivity at its core. over the past year and their advanced dialogue on these issues and to strengthen collaboration among our member states. As we conclude our mandate, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all member states. I would also like to extend my heartful thanks to the Executive Secretary for his support, his willingness to assist, and his commitment to the cause of Africa's development. My thanks also go to the members of the Bureau and the entire ECA team, as well as to our partners for their dedication and cooperation. I'm confident over the coming this moment to ensure that Africa does not simply adapt to global technological change, but actively helps shape it. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Let's now welcome the chairperson of the AU Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Youssouf.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif de la CEA, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les gouverneurs des banques centrales, chers partenaires ici présents, les autorités marocaines officielles, Mesdames et Messieurs. Cette année, les assises de la CEA s'articulent autour de l'innovation, les technologies de pointe au service de la transformation économique de notre continent. Nul doute que nous vivons à l'ère du numérique. Or, la question qui taraude l'esprit de tout un chacun reste posée. Comment surmonter cette fracture numérique béante que nous constatons sur notre continent? Nul besoin d'affirmer que nous sommes à la traîne sur le continent dans ce secteur. La pénétration de l'Internet en Afrique est confrontée à 3 goulots d'étranglement: l'énergie, les réseaux de transport, les financements. C'est pourquoi le continent a jugé utile de se doter d'un programme de développement des infrastructures communément appelé le PIDA. Si nous envisageons d'acquis, en Afrique, vous le savez tous, 600 citoyens n'ont pas accès à l'électricité. 80 millions de nos concitoyens sur le continent n'ont pas accès à l'eau potable. Il faut d'abord et avant tout régler la pénurie d'énergie et améliorer les réseaux de transport, transport de l'électricité, transport routier, etc., etc. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la FinTech, les data centers et l'intelligence artificielle nécessitent des investissements colossaux. L'Amérique du Nord, États-Unis, Canada et la Chine investissent des milliards de dollars chaque année dans l'intelligence artificielle. Où en sommes-nous de ces investissements sur notre continent? Ce ne sont pas les ressources financières qui manquent sur le continent, mais on doit être direct et sincère d'abord entre nous-mêmes. On préfère investir cet argent sur d'autres marchés, considérés plus sûrs et peut-être plus rentables. À titre d'exemple, il y a plusieurs trillions de dollars dans les pensions, dans les fonds de pension africains. Mais tout cet argent est ailleurs et il n'est pas sur le continent. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, au vu des chocs exogènes, des incohérences de la gouvernance mondiale et le tarissement des financements internationaux, le choix est évident. Il nous faudra compter d'abord sur nous-mêmes et sur des cadres juridiques solides, promouvoir des institutions d'arbitrage et du contentieux de standards internationaux. Voilà un certain nombre de prérequis qui sont nécessaires dans nos États membres. En effet, il appartient à nos États membres sur le continent de réunir ces conditions idoines. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je n'ai pas la prétention d'indiquer au ministre des Finances et de la Planification que vous êtes la voie à suivre. Il est toujours plus facile de dire que de faire. au regard du fardeau de la dette de nos pays, car c'est une nécessité. Il nous faut investir dans cette technologie, dans cette innovation, car c'est un passage obligé. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, à travers l'agenda 2063, l'Union africaine, la CEA et nos institutions financières africaines, la Banque africaine, l'AFC, l'Afreximbank, ainsi que nos États membres, sommes embarqués sur ce même bateau, qui est celui d'extirper le continent du sous-développement dans lequel il se trouve. L'innovation et les technologies de pointe représentent donc des leviers puissants pour des économies performantes. En cela, la résilience des économies africaines et les progrès de nos nations dans ces sons de concert. Plus tôt nous agirons et plus rapidement sera la transformation économique du continent une réalité. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci, Excellence. Let's now welcome our special guest joining us virtually, the World Trade Organization's Director General, Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see you as well. Can you hear us?
To exchange views with you. I think it's good to be with finance ministers after having just spent some time with trade ministers. The global trading system has been experiencing the worst disruptions it has had in 80 years. And I was asked to speak to you about the risks and opportunities for Africa in global trade and why finance ministers should pay attention to this. So I hope you'll bear with me. My address is about 15 minutes. So as I said, the global trading system has been experiencing really deep disruptions. On top of unilateral tariffs, governments have been struggling to navigate geopolitical tensions, conflict impacts, intensifying climate pressures, and rapid technological change. And that was before the Iran war destabilized trade in energy, fertilizer, and chemicals, crucial to semiconductor production and other key industries. One reason we're experiencing these disruptions is because some believe the global trading system is no longer delivering the benefits to them that they were used to. The US in particular is certainly of that opinion and blames WTO rules for not dealing adequately with what they feel is unfair competition from some other members in other parts of the world. Yet it is indisputable that trade has been a major factor in raising living standards and reducing poverty. GDP has grown 15-fold over the same period based on contributions from trade. Open global trade has helped lift 1.5 billion people out of extreme poverty in recent decades and created wealth in both rich and poor countries. But not everyone has benefited adequately from these gains. Certainly, the African continent has not benefited the way it should. We can see it from the numbers. And even within rich countries, some poor people and poor regions were left behind. And one has to admit that WTO rules and practices have not kept up with the times. An organization that had its origins among 23 mostly like-minded members of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade in 1947 expanded to 128 in 1995 when the GATT WTO. Today making has become quite slow, and therefore the organization needs to find new ways of doing things. Most of our rule book needs to be updated from the 1990s, and there are significant gaps in these rules, particularly with respect to digital trade and the frontier technologies you're discussing this week, although many members have moved to catch up on this in a very good way, and I'll share that with you later. In spite of this, the WTO remains the core and the center of the global trading system, and the importance of the organization is such that in spite of its difficulties, we have 22 countries on the waiting list trying to join the organization. But WTO talked about update rules that are no longer fit for purpose and make WTO decision-making more agile. Key among these is how to enable developing countries to benefit more from global trade rules, how to make decision-making more agile at the WTO, and how to address concerns about fairness and ensuring a level playing field for competition, including for developing countries. We got very close to approving a whole package of results, including reforms, but we could not quite close the deal because on the issue of the e-commerce moratorium, that is charging of customs duties on electronic transmissions, 3 of our members were clearing the landing zones with the others, and they were trying to negotiate with the US, but we couldn't close the gap. We ran out of time, and we adjourned the meeting to Geneva in order to try to finish on this. But one very good thing came out of the meeting, that is that ministers have agreed on this package of reforms. And as soon as we can close on the e-commerce moratorium in Geneva, we'll be able to release the results of the reforms and to start work on them. Now, so that the window is still open, and I think it's very, very important for us in Africa and for developing countries as a whole that we do these reforms, because that will allow us to get more benefits to developing countries system. It's resilience in the face of the ongoing disruptions. The share of global goods trade that is conducted on core WTO most favored nation tariff terms remains around 72%. WTO rules for health and safety standards, technical regulations, customs valuations, and intellectual property continue to provide a shared software for cross-border trade. This resilience of the global trading system has contributed to wider resilience in the global economy. Global goods trade in 2025 grew by 4.6% in volume terms, with the dampening effect of tariffs and uncertainty more than offset by front-loading of goods, favorable macroeconomic conditions, and the AI investment boom. AI trade contributed 42% of the growth in trade last year. Services trade was another bright spot last year, growing at 5.3% in volume terms. Africa outpaced these numbers across the board. The continent's goods exports volumes last year grew by 10.3%, goods imports 8.7%, and meanwhile, African services exports expanded by almost 6%. For 2026, our economists forecast 1.9% growth for global goods trade, and with continued uncertainty and front-loading gone, we see a drop in the projected growth for goods trade. And with the uncertainty also surrounding energy prices with the Iran war, this number could drop from 1.9 to 1.4%. Meanwhile, the projection for services trade is 4.8%, which could drop to 4.1% if the war in Iran continues. But whilst the system is resilient, it's not robust, and that is why reform is so necessary. So what does all this mean for Africa? On the disruption side, the US started imposing tariffs on virtually all trading partners last year, but our analysis suggests that these have not had major impacts on African trade and GDP, apart from a handful of countries like South Africa, Lesotho, Cote d'Ivoire, and Madagascar. Continent-wide, we project that the duties the US introduced last year would lower Africa's GDP by about 0.2 percentage points, and the continent's merchandise export growth by almost 1 percentage point. But this minimal damage is not actually as positive as it sounds. So allow me to be the two-handed economist for a moment. On the one hand, it's true the continent is not looking at any big economic shocks from the tariffs. But on the other, the small size of the impacts is a function of Africa's low level of trade integration with the USA and the world economy more broadly. Only 6% of our exports go to the US and 4% of our imports come from them. And most of these exports are processed raw materials like crude oil, which are tariff exempt. Africa accounts for less than 3% of world trade, despite the existence of preferential access to key markets like the US through AGOA and the EU through EPAs and Everything But Arms initiative. And now we are increasingly also have preferential access to China's market. Our limited integration into world markets and global value chains has sheltered us from certain shocks. But I'm not sure it's a good thing because we've also missed out on the growth and development gains that come from such integration. We need to ask ourselves how the continent can increase its integration into the global trading framework and make better use of trade preferences. A second aspect of the ongoing disruption that we need to look out for is trade diversion. While the direct impacts on Africa-US trade look modest, we're already seeing significant indirect effects. As China's exports to the US have fallen, its exports to the rest of the world have increased. China's exports to Africa grew by 26% in 2025, faster than to any other region. Low-cost solar panels are driving welcome green electrification across the continent, but at the same time, import-competing industries are having trouble. Even Chinese-owned textile factories in Nigeria are struggling with competition from imported or smuggled Chinese cloth into the country. The WTO rulebook offers various tools, what we call trade remedies, to manage the impact of dumping, subsidies, and import surges that may harm domestic industries. Deploying these tools requires domestic trade remedy legislation and standing up investigating authorities, something most African countries do not currently have. The WTO Secretariat can provide technical assistance in setting this up. But while the current global conjuncture undoubtedly presents risks to the continent, it also offers Africa some significant opportunities to use trade to drive growth, drive value addition, job creation, and development. So permit me to talk about the opportunities we have, because I try to describe Africa as the continent of opportunity. Yes, we have many challenges, but the opportunities on the continent are many, and they were reflected in the video played at the beginning of this conference. A young, dynamic workforce, a market of the future, with a large and increasingly integrated regional market of 1.4 billion, a middle class on track to include 844 million people by 2050, 60% of the world's solar energy potential, 60% of its uncultivated arable land, and 30% of its known mineral reserves, including rare earths. This is a lot of opportunity to seize. So the first set I want to highlight from what I see in the trade disruptions that are occurring globally is the search for supply chain resilience, prompted by disruptions like COVID-19 pandemic and now the Iran war. Concerns about over-dependence on China for key supplies and on the US for final demand are real. And countries that have to do this is to diversify and deconcentrate supply chains by attracting investment into Africa and other parts of the world currently on the margins of the global division of labor. We call this re-globalization at the WTO, and we are selling this to value chain companies so that they can decentralize to the continent, as this would be beneficial to them and also beneficial globally by increasing resilience to shocks, whilst creating jobs for us on the continent, boosting growth, and helping to reduce poverty. Several sectors offer high potential for Africa to build regional value chains. The critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, textiles and agro-allied industries. These are the parts that we see. What's vitally important, really extraction strategy, which was unveiled at the South African G20, and we should all really pay attention to this and work with this. We already see moves in the right direction with that strategy in your host country, Morocco, with the multi-billion-dollar factory producing EV battery components, drawing on the country's phosphate reserves as well as its cobalt and manganese as the base for this industry. Improved transport links in the Lobito corridor connecting Zambia, the Congolese copper belt to a port in Angola should be complemented with more processing and manufacturing. Combining Africa's resources with Sabonda's green comparative advantage. Imagine regional value chains with critical mineral processing powered by Namibian green hydrogen. With better electricity and transport infrastructure, we can use Africa's lower wage levels, lower than East Asia, to attract investment in labor-intensive sectors as well. Ethiopia has been doing this quite well. The decentralized solar rollout I mentioned earlier could free up baseload power for industrial and other business activity. To realize this vision, African governments will need to bring down what are currently the world's highest trade costs. WTO economists estimate that Africa's trade costs for agricultural goods are 16% higher than the average for the rest of the world and 37% higher for manufactured products. Two types of costs loom large: infrastructure costs and administrative and licensing costs for development agreement that will streamline investment procedures, cut red tape, and also help the 129 participating economies, including 32 African countries, signal their commitment to de-risking investment and improving their business climate. Accelerating the implementation of the AfCFTA is also critical, as we all know. A unified market and production base will be more attractive for investment. Currently, however, trade costs within Africa are 20% higher than for trade with external partners. And that is one reason why our intra-regional trade is also not moving as fast as we would like. We need to act on this. Let me mention a set of opportunities as I call this. Those services that are delivered via digital networks. They are the fastest growing segment of trade. Digitally delivered services trade is worth $5.27 trillion in a $33 trillion global trading economy, and it's growing the fastest at 6% per year. Frontier technologies like AI we know are here to stay, and it's really an area where I feel Africa can work hard to seize a good part of the market. Our young people, from our observation, have already been doing well in this space without much government help. While the base is low, Africa accounts for less than 1% of global trade in digitally delivered services. African exports of these services grew the fastest at 17% in 2025, faster than any of the world. What am I talking about when I say digitally delivered service? All the services and trade delivered via the internet, electronically, like entertainment, where we're doing so well all over the world, fintech, edutech, business services, health tech, all of these things are a potential driver for us to increase what we can do in digitally delivered services trade. To make the most of this as drivers of growth and job creation, it's of course essential to close the digital divide. But thanks to technological innovation, satellite internet means that we can compete better than we would have if we depended on laying down cables. So the WTO and the World Bank have joined hands to provide support with building necessary physical and regulatory infrastructure. We have a project ongoing now that involves 16 African countries. Another WTO instrument that would be useful is the plurilateral e-commerce agreement that is trying to lay down rules for digital trade. And I heard the minister from Morocco refer to the fact that when these rules are being made, we need to be at the table, otherwise we won't have an input. Currently, there are 66 members of the WTO working on this plurilateral, and they launched it in Yaoundé. We have Benin, Burkina Faso, the Gambia, and Cabo Verde are members. I would urge all of you to try to join this initiative. If you're not at the table, then you won't have any input, and I think it would be good for us. So let me conclude, Excellencies. I'm very hopeful that trade can do much to help Africa improve its economic performance and raise people's living standards. Reforming the trading system, making rules that can help Africa as well as other parts of the world seize advantage of the new opportunities in the digital era are parts of the reform that we are focusing on now. So I hope you work with your trade colleagues to support what we're trying to do at the WTO. And I hope I've convinced you that finance ministers also need to pay attention to trade issues. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very successful meeting.
Thank you very much, Director General, for joining us this morning. Distinguished guests, let's now turn our attention to our screens again for a message from the President of the United Nations General Assembly, Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock.
And Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. From mobile money and drone deliveries to SMS-based learning and off-grid energy solutions, digital innovations across Africa are transforming everyday life. They are bridging gaps in finance, healthcare, education, and infrastructure, expanding digital access and unlocking new opportunities for millions. In today's interconnected world, data and frontier technologies are powerful drivers of economic growth. And increasingly, Africa is not just adopting these innovations, it is shaping them. Allow me to highlight 3 priorities to harness this technological transition for inclusive and sustainable development. Investment. Money talks, and progress requires resources. Sufficient investment in digital infrastructure and data systems is key to driving growth and leaving no one behind. This also means investments across borders. Regional integration means a larger unified market, enabling digital trade, facilitating cross-border data flows, and fostering dynamic regional innovation ecosystems. This in turn generates economies of scale and unlocks new pathways for growth. The same goes for investing in people. With over 60% of its population under the age of 25, Africa has the youngest population in the world. Equipping this generation with digital skills will not only create a stronger workforce for African countries, win for regional and global growth, expanding the consumer base and increasing entrepreneurial opportunities, and critical to closing gender divides and scaling inclusive innovation. Second, governance. Innovation can only be sustainable and inclusive if it is underpinned by effective governance. This requires policies that protect data, encourage responsible innovation, and foster regional cooperation. Strong data governance frameworks will be essential to ensure that data is used safely, equitably, and for the public good. At the same time, greater policy coordination across countries will be critical, not only to strengthen regulation and enforcement, but also to create interoperable systems that allow digital solutions to scale seamlessly across borders. And third, partnership. Far go together. African innovation hubs and incubators from Cairo to Cape Town are creating vibrant ecosystems for entrepreneurs and startups. International development and finance partners can support these efforts through investment, knowledge sharing, and technology transfer, while African countries continue to lead with locally driven solutions and innovation. Partnership also extends to the multilateral level, with knowledge sharing and inclusive dialogue to foster technology transfer, build institutional capacity, and bridge digital divides. Together, these partnerships innovation, as the talent is there, the opportunity is clear. In this regard, I wish you a productive session, and I look forward to the outcome of this important discussion. Dear USG and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Excellency. Let's now welcome the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Claver Gatete.
Thank you very much. I think I follow the protocol and I will speak here from my chair. Your Excellency Nadia Feta, Minister of Economy and Finance, the Kingdom of Morocco, and the Chair of the Outgoing Bureau. Your Excellency Mohamed Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Honorable Ministers here present, heads of delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to welcome you all to the ECA's 58th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, convened here in Tangier under the theme, Growth Through Innovation, Harnessing Data and Frontier Technologies for Economic Transformation of Africa. Allow me to begin by conveying our deep appreciation to His Majesty King Mohammed VI for his continued leadership and commitment to Africa's development and regional integration. I extend sincere thanks to the government and people of Morocco for their warm hospitality, and Her Excellency Nadia Feta, Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, for her commendable leadership system and the development partners, whose collaboration continues to reinforce the importance of this conference. In particular, I thank the African Union Commission Chairperson for his presence and the importance he attaches to African development issues. Excellencies, we are meeting at a time of heightened global uncertainty. Our world has faced crises before, from the energy shocks of the 1970s to the global financial crisis in 2008 and the COVID-19 pandemic. But today's context is particularly concerning. The evolving conflict in the Middle East is already affecting energy markets and trade flows, with implications that may be even more far-reaching. For Africa, this is not a distant development. It is a direct economic lifeline. Rising energy prices, tighter financial conditions, and disrupted trade routes will transmit quickly into our economies. Within these disruptions, new possibilities are beginning to emerge. As traditional trade routes through the Red Sea and Strait of Hormuz become constrained, Africa is rapidly repositioning itself as a global logistics corridor, with Kenya's Lamu Port and ports of Durban and Maputo recording unprecedented traffic surges. Furthermore, Ethiopian Airlines is becoming a critical air bridge between Asia and Europe, and Nigerian oil revenue also registered windfall. Indeed, in this evolving global landscape, one fact is increasingly clear: competitive edge. Where then does Africa stand? And more importantly, where must it position itself? Africa's growth prospects are encouraging, with projections of around 4% in 2026. But growth without transformation is growth without traction. Too often, it has not delivered the structural change, productivity gains, or large-scale employment our people need. Too often, our economies have expanded without fundamentally changing what we produce, how they compete, or where value is captured. At its core, the transformation before us is not simply technological, it is macroeconomic. Are our fiscal choices, debt strategies, and investment priorities aligned with long-term transformation? In many of our countries, limited fiscal space, rising debt service obligations, and high borrowing costs constrain investment. This makes it essential not only to increase investment, but to improve its quality by targeting sectors that drive productivity, diversification, and resilience. Macroeconomic policy must therefore move beyond short-term stabilization to actively support transformation and ensure that public investment, financing strategies, and debt management are aligned with the development outcomes. And this is why innovation must be approached as part of a broader integrated policy framework that links finance, technology, and structural change. The key issue is not access to technology per se. It is its effective diffusion into productive sectors. This is in Ghana, digital platforms and fintech innovations are expanding access to finance. In Botswana, smart agriculture technologies are improving productivity and climate resilience. And in Morocco, Namibia, and South Africa, investments in renewable energy and green hydrogen are opening new pathways for industrial development. Yet, progress remains uneven. Without decisive action, we risk digital marginalization, widening productivity gaps, and continued externalization of value from Africa's economies. At the center of this conversation lies the fundamental question: who creates value from our data, our innovation, and our markets, and who captures it? Despite the expanding digital activity across the continent, a significant share of value, whether in the form of revenues generated from the data, the ownership of algorithms and intellectual property, or the profits from digital platforms, to ensure that African countries retain and capture such a value from their own data through effective governance frameworks, regulatory systems, and digital taxation mechanisms. The question then is not whether Africa can transform, but how fast and how deliberately we are prepared to act. Allow me, therefore, to highlight 4 interlinked priorities that can help Africa to harness innovation and frontier technologies for lasting economic transformation. First, Africa must invest in the foundations of a modern economy. Without reliable energy, robust digital connectivity, and strong data infrastructure, innovation will be constrained and transformation, no matter how well envisioned, will remain out of reach. We must power, connect, and digitize our economies because no country can compete in the 21st century on analog foundations. The current global geopolitical situation actually underscores why energy security and data sovereignty are strategic imperatives. This requires accelerating infrastructure projects, including those under the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, led by AUDA-NEPAD, and prioritizing regional data systems. Second, we must invest decisively in people. Our education and skills system must align with the demands of a rapidly evolving technology-driven economy so that Africa's youth are not merely but leaders of it. They must be equipped to design, adapt, produce, and scale solutions that respond to Africa's realities. Third, no country can transform in isolation. Africa must therefore act collectively through the effective implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Scale matters. In this respect, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area provides a platform to expand markets, enable firms to operate across borders, leverage systems such as the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System for cross-border payments in local currencies, and accelerate the diffusion of innovation across our continent. Fourth and finally, we must confront the question of financing squarely and strategically. Transformation at scale requires financing at scale. This means strengthening domestic resource mobilization, as mentioned by many speakers, crowding in private investment and deploying innovative instruments such as blended finance and debt for climate swaps. It also requires addressing the high cost of capital and the risk premiums that continue to constrain the decisions we make. We determine whether Africa builds resilience and diversified economies that create decent jobs and compete effectively in the global economy. They will determine whether our young population becomes a demographic dividend or a missed opportunity. This conference provides a critical platform to define a path forward. The moment before us does not call for incremental change. It calls for transformation at scale. And the Economic Commission for Africa is ever ready to support you in this endeavor as we work collectively, decisively, and with urgency. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Secretary. And now, to deliver the official address on behalf of the head of the government of the Kingdom of Morocco, please welcome back Her Excellency Nadia Fettah Alaoui, Minister of Economy and Finance.
Good morning again. I will be speaking in Arabic. If you could put the headset, please. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي سيد رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الافريقي، معالي السيد الامين التنفيذي للجنة الاقتصادية لافريقيا، اصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة الوزراء، اصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة السفيرات والسفراء، ممثلو المنظمات الدولية، حضرات السيدات والسادة. اسمحوا لي أولاً أن أكرر باسم المملكة المغربية مدى سرورنا وشرفنا باستقبالكم هنا في طنجة لحضور الدورة 58 لمؤتمر وزراء المالية والتخطيط والتنمية الاقتصادية الأفارقة التابعة للجنة الأمم المتحدة الاقتصادية لأفريقيا. وبعد التنظيم الناجح للدورة 52 في مراكش عام 2019 يتشرف المغرب بشكل خاص باستضافة هذا الاجتماع الوزاري الهام مرة أخرى، والذي يوفر منبرا مميزا للحوار والتفكير في التحديات الاقتصادية الكبرى التي تواجه قارتنا. ويتزامن اختيار طنجة لاستضافة المؤتمر مع الاحتفال بالذكرى 66 للمؤتمر الثاني للجنة الاقتصادية الإفريقية الذي عقد في المدينة نفسها عام 1960، مما يعكس التزام المغرب الراسخ بمبادرات تنمية قارتنا. كذلك ينبع اختيار طنجة لاستضافة هذا المؤتمر من موقعها الاستراتيجي كملتقى طرق بين أفريقيا وأوروبا وتراثها التاريخي العريق الذي جعلها مركزاً للاجتماعات والتبادلات والحوار. أصحاب السعادة سيداتي وسادتي، أود أن أهنئ اللجنة الاقتصادية لأفريقيا وأعضاء المؤتمر على اختيارهم موضوع هذه الدورة 58 النمو من خلال الابتكار، والذي يكتسب أهمية خاصة عصر أصبح فيه الابتكار أساس الإنتاجية وإدماج تكنولوجيات عاملاً أساسياً في القوة الاقتصادية والنفوذ الجيوسياسية. كما فتح في نفس الوقت آفاقاً جديدة لا سيما بالنسبة للقارة الأفريقية. وبعيداً عن رهاناتها وآثارها الاقتصادية، تؤثر هذه التحولات أيضاً تأثيراً عميقاً في مجتمعاتنا وأنماط حياتنا، سواء كان ذلك من خلال أساليب العمل مع ازدياد العمل عن بعد، أو أساليب الاستهلاك مع توسع التجارة الإلكترونية، أو الولوج للخدمات مع تزايد منصات الخدمات الإلكترونية أو التواصل والمعرفة. أصحاب السعادة سيداتي وسادتي، إن أفريقيا تتأثر بشكل مباشر بالتحولات التي أحدثها الصعود الغير مسبوق للابتكار والتكنولوجيا، ومن ثم تجبرنا هذه التطورات على إعادة النظر في نماذجنا للتنمية ومراجعة النماذج التقليدية القائمة أساساً على القطاع الأول واستغلال المواد الطبيعية، والتي لم تعد كافية لضمان نمو مستدام وشامل. هذا خصوصا وأن دول القارة تواجه أيضا قيودا هيكلية أخرى وتحديات متنوعة يجب مواجهتها على غرار التحولات المناخية والتحولات الطاقية. ومن هذا المنظور يمثل الابتكار والتقدم التكنولوجي فرصة حقيقية للقارة الإفريقية من أجل تسهيل أكبر لاحتياجات سكانها، لا سيما فيما يتعلق بالولوج إلى الخدمات الأساسية. ويظل تحقيق الإمكانات الكاملة التي تتيحها هذه التطورات رهينة بقدرة بلداننا على إحداث تحول يتطلب هذا بالضرورة اتباع مناهج شاملة واستباقية على المستوى الوطني، مناهج تجمع بين الاستثمار الضخم في البنية التحتية الرقمية وتنمية رأس المال البشري وتكوين الموارد البشرية وإنشاء بيئات ديناميكية للابتكار وريادة الأعمال قادرة على تعزيز إبراز المواهب المحلية والحلول التي تلبي الاحتياجات الخاصة للاقتصادات الأفريقية. كما يجب أن تراعي وتدمج المناهج المتبعة في مجال التكنولوجيا والابتكار التحديات المتعلقة بضرورة الشمول من خلال جعل التكنولوجيا محركاً للحد من أوجه اللامساواة داخل مجتمعاتنا. أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، بالنظر إلى حجم وعمق التحولات التكنولوجية التي شهدناها في السنوات الأخيرة، فإن المقاربات المتبعة على المستوى الوطني وحدها لم تعد كافية لمواجهة التحديات الجسيمة التي تفرضها التحولات على اقتصاداتنا ومجتمعاتنا. وفي هذا الصدد نرى أن من شأن تعزيز التعاون على المستوى القاري، المساهمة بشكل كبير في تحقيق طموحاتنا المشتركة والاستفادة من الإمكانات التي تتيحها التكنولوجيا والابتكار. بالفعل من خلال تثمين ديناميكية التكامل القاري تستطيع الدول الأفريقية تجميع إنشاء أسواق كبرى وأكثر تكاملا وترابط تكاملا مما يسهم في ظهور فاعلين قاريين قادر تمويل بدور محوري، فلا ينبغي أن يقتصر دورها على التمويل فحسب، بل يجب أن يمتد ليشمل الدعم الاستراتيجي وتطوير بيئات مستدامة شاملة وفعالة. حضرات السيدات والسادة، في هذا السياق القاري وتحت القيادة الرشيدة لصاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله وأيده، اتخذ إطلاق مسيرة تحول اقتصادي طموحة ومتطورة قائمة على التكنولوجيا والابتكار. وفي هذا الإطار أنجز المغرب استثمارات كبيرة في البنية التحتية الرقمية، كما أطلق استراتيجية طموحة للتحول الرقمي تركز خصوصا على توزيع نطاق الولوج إلى الإنترنت عالي السرعة، تطوير الإدارة الإلكترونية، تعزيز المهارات الرقمية وفرص توظيف الشباب، ودعم ظهور بيئات رقمية ديناميكية، على أن يكون الهدف جعل المغرب مركزا إقليميا للذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الرقمية. كذلك طور المغرب أنظمة صناعية متكاملة عالية الأداء، وتعد مدينة طنجة التي تستضيفها اليوم خير مثال على ذلك. أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، إن التزام المغرب يتجاوز أهداف التنمية الوطنية، فالمملكة تؤمن أن مستقبلها مرتبط ارتباطا وثيقا بمستقبل القارة الإفريقية، ومن ثم ووفقا للتوجيهات الملكية السامية ينتهج المغرب منذ سنوات سياسات تعاون إفريقي متزايد للمقاولات والمستثمرين المغاربة في العديد من الدول الأفريقية وإسهامهم الفعلي في تطوير اقتصاداتها. كذلك نذكر بالاهتمام الخاص الذي يوليه المغرب لتنمية رأس المال البشري من خلال استقبال المتدربين والطلبة والباحثين وإنشاء مراكز تكوين في مجموعة من البلدان. إن حضرات السيدات والسادة استباقية وطموحة ومتكاملة على المستوى الوطني، بل تفترض كذلك رؤية مشتركة تنبع من الإرادة الجماعية للقارة الأفريقية
من خلال توحيد مجهوداتنا وتجميع مواردنا وتبادل خبراتنا والاستثمار في شبابنا نستطيع أن ننجح في تحويل اقتصاداتنا وجعل الابتكار والتكنولوجيا محركين حقيقيين للتنمية المستدامة والشاملة لشعوبنا. وأنا على يقين بأن أعمال هذا المؤتمر الوزاري ستفضي إلى توجيهات واضحة وتوصيات هامة عملية تمكننا من ترجمة طموحاتنا المشتركة إلى خطط عمل فعلية وقابلة للتنفيذ. وفي الختام أود أن أؤكد لكم مجددا التزام المملكة المغربية بمواصلة دعم الجهود الجماعية في هذا المجال. أتمنى لكم كل التوفيق في أعمالكم خلال هذا المؤتمر، وشكرا على حسن استماعكم.
Shukran Jazila, Excellency, our deepest thanks for officially launching our work here, and to the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting us in this hub of African innovation. We now invite our heads of delegation to the stage for the official group photo, please. Please proceed. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, all right. All right, so just a little rectification. Yes, the heads of delegation will proceed to a group picture outside, and on stage we'll proceed now to a group picture with our dignitaries first. Let's do this picture first on the stage, and I invite our heads of delegation, please, to proceed outside for another picture as well. Can we follow our protocol? We'll guide you to the spot for our group picture. Thank you all. And then just attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. We are now going to take a 30 minutes break. This will allow time as well for the press conference. I will ask you then kindly to make your way to the coffee area. There is also a very interesting knowledge fair where you'll be able to discover a lot of success stories, best practice from the Kingdom of Morocco, and so much more. And we will convene here in 30 minutes. So kindly make your way now to the coffee area. I will also kindly ask the member of the press, please, to stay in the room. The press conference will start very shortly. Thank you.
Je suis très impressionné de rencontrer différents stands pour exposer de différentes institutions venant un peu partout pour montrer, valoriser ce qu'ils sont en train de faire et créer un networking africain pour les Africains. Et cela aujourd'hui constitue une plateforme forte, puissante et pouvoir interconnecter l'Afrique dans l'espace là où nous sommes actuellement. Et j'ai vu que plusieurs institutions venant un peu partout en Afrique se retrouver ici, ainsi que nous, les jeunes Africains qui sont ici. Nous avons vu, discuter et entretenir avec plusieurs institutions qui sont présentes sur les opportunités de financement, d'accompagnement, d'investissement et pouvoir aussi de créer un networking fort pour permettre aujourd'hui à l'Afrique de se connecter.
We're very pleased to have been included in the knowledge fair. The ecosystem that the ECA develops, it gives those institutions such as the LSF some additional exposure, and it enables us to get the public to understand how our mandate as an institution, and the same goes for others, works together with the work of the ECA. Yes, I mean, it's a great experience.
D'abord, toutes mes félicitations. Je pense que c'est une très bonne idée de programmer des expositions en marge des grandes conférences, comme aujourd'hui la conférence des ministres, sur une thématique très importante. Donc, toutes mes félicitations. Je vois qu'il y a beaucoup de solutions qui sont exposées. Moi, je trouve que c'est une très belle initiative et il faut l'encourager.
Je suis très impressionné de rencontrer différents stands pour exposer de différentes institutions venant un peu partout pour montrer, valoriser ce qu'ils sont en train de faire et créer un networking africain pour les Africains. Et cela aujourd'hui constitue une plateforme forte, puissante et pouvoir interconnecter l'Afrique dans l'espace là où nous sommes actuellement. Et j'ai vu que plusieurs institutions venant un peu partout en Afrique se retrouver ici, ainsi que nous, les jeunes Africains qui sont ici. Nous avons vu, discuter et entretenir avec plusieurs institutions qui sont présentes sur les opportunités de financement, d'accompagnement, d'investissement et pouvoir aussi de créer un networking fort pour permettre aujourd'hui à l'Afrique de se connecter.
We're very pleased to have been included in the knowledge fair. The ecosystem that the ECA develops, it gives those institutions such as the LSF some additional exposure, and it enables us to get the public to understand how our mandate as an institution, and the same goes for others, works together with the work of the ECA. Yes, I mean, it's a great experience.
D'abord, toutes mes félicitations. Je pense que c'est une très bonne idée de programmer des expositions en marge des grandes conférences, comme aujourd'hui la conférence des ministres, sur une thématique très importante. Donc, toutes mes félicitations de solutions qui sont exposées. Moi, je trouve que c'est une très belle initiative. Il faut l'encourager.
Et je suis très impressionné de rencontrer différents stands pour exposer de différentes institutions venant un peu partout pour montrer, valoriser ce qu'ils sont en train de faire et créer un networking africain pour les Africains. Et cela aujourd'hui constitue une plateforme forte, puissante et pouvoir interconnecter l'Afrique dans l'espace là où nous sommes actuellement. Et j'ai vu que plusieurs institutions venant un peu partout en Afrique s'est retrouvées ici, ainsi que nous, les jeunes Africains qui sont ici. Nous avons vu, discuter et entretenir avec plusieurs institutions qui sont présentes sur les opportunités de financement, d'accompagnement, d'investissement et pouvoir aussi de créer un networking fort pour permettre aujourd'hui à l'Afrique de se connecter.
We're very pleased to have been included in the knowledge fair. The ecosystem that the ECA develops, it gives those institutions such as the LSF some additional exposure, and it enables us to get the public to understand how our mandate as an institution, and the same goes for others, works together with the work of the ECA. Yes, I mean, it's a great experience.
D'abord, toutes mes félicitations. Je pense que c'est une très bonne idée de programmer des expositions en marge des grandes conférences, comme aujourd'hui la conférence des ministres, sur une thématique très importante. Donc, toutes mes félicitations. Je vois qu'il y a beaucoup de solutions qui sont exposées. Moi, je trouve que c'est une très belle initiative et il faut l'encourager.
We are now will be starting very shortly. All other participants, please clear the room. I would invite you to take advantage of our coffee break and also the knowledge fair. And of course, I would kindly like to ask our principals, please, our leadership, to please take their seats on General of UNDP, as well as Professor Kevin Urama, Vice President of the AFDB, to join our leadership on stage, please. Let's all kindly make way to allow for the press conference to take place. We need a clear and quiet room, please. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons procéder dans quelques instants à une conférence de presse. Aussi, j'aimerais vous demander de prendre quelques minutes de pause. Il y a un espace café ainsi que la Knowledge Fair dans le hall. Il est important que nous puissions maintenant commencer la conférence de presse. Merci aux membres des médias de se tenir prêts également. Thank you to our leadership to also come back to the high table. We'll be starting our press conference very shortly. Let's welcome our leadership back in the room, accompanied by the Director General of UNDP, Mrs. Ahuna Ezeakonwa Onochie, and Professor Kevin Urama, Vice President of the AFDB. I'm also calling our moderator for this press conference, Mrs. Mercy Wambui, Chief of Communication and External Media Relations at the ECA.
Good morning, everybody. Please be seated. We are about to start the press conference. Delegates, we request your silence because we are about to start the press conference, please. Distinguished delegates, please be seated. We want to start the press conference. I request ushers to assist in keeping the room a bit silent, please. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media who are in front of us or who are here, we thank you for your time and for coming. And those that are logging in online, we have journalists and media logging into this press conference from around the world. I'd like to request to now invite His Excellency, the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Claver Gatete, to say a few words and to invite the panel that includes the UNDP Africa Bureau Director, Her Excellency Ms. Ahuna, that also includes the AUC Chairperson, and that it also includes the AFDB to say a few words. So over to you, Mr. Claver Gatete.
Very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much. We are here as four institutions joining hands because of the crisis that is taking place in the Middle East. This morning, we had a breakfast meeting with ministers of finance trying to brief them in details. And I think we have drafted a press release for the media. We have been working together with the chairperson of the African Union Commission and commissioner, his commissioner, who has also been working with us. Because of the weight of the crisis and the impact it's likely to have on the African continent, we decided to work together as a team, together with the African Union Commission, the Africa Development Bank, and the UNDP Africa Bureau. And they are all represented here. We have the Ahuna, who is the head of the Africa Development, UNDP Africa Bureau. And we have also the Kevin Urama, who is president of the African Development Bank, and the ECA. We've been working together. We set up a technical team to do the proper analysis, and at the end of the day, of course, under the leadership of the chief economists of the three institutions and the commissioner of the African Union Commission. And that's what we are briefing the ministers this morning. We are here because we want to make sure that we do proper analysis and also understand the challenges that are there and provide also solutions to the problems that are likely to affect the African countries. As we know, countries, so that one is affected. The fertilizer that comes from that country also is affected. And now that the price per barrel of the fuel is going up to more than $100 really per barrel, it is now affecting us significantly. And we don't have enough reserves. The requirement for the reserves for the fuel is supposed to be 3 months or 90 days, according to the International Energy Agency. But you can hardly find any country that has those kind of reserves at the moment in time. And we have actually more than 15 countries that are getting more than 50% of their oil, refined petroleum, from the Gulf, which is affecting us. And you'll see that mostly the Eastern Africa, the Southern Africa are mainly affected than others. But also we are seeing that so many other things in terms of the aid that was coming from there, the remittances that are in the range of 26 billion US dollars that was coming in, but also the investment that was coming from that area is also being affected. What this means is that when the fuel is affected, inflation almost affects every country. And this time, it's not only the facilities of the central bank that can address this issue, it is also the fiscal side. It is the subsidies that are going to help in terms of reducing the burden on ordinary people. So we are here really for us to show solidarity, but at the end of the day also to tell you that we are working together to make sure that we are addressing the problem, and eventually when the war has ended, we'll know the true impact and also devising the proper solution to make sure that African countries are not heavily impacted. And let me give you the floor to the chairperson of the African Union Commission, who is also looking at it from different angles. Apart from the economic, there is political side, and since he's the one who is in charge of the whole continent, I think this is also a serious issue that he's taking, and that's why he took his time to come all the way here. Thank you so much. Chairperson, please.
Of UNECA. Our special thanks to the Kingdom of Morocco for providing such beautiful and tremendous hospitality to our meetings. The UNCA session this time around is taking place in a complicated global context with the unfolding war in the Middle East. It is quite obvious that the Middle East region is such an important region for the supply chain of the African continent. So far, the African economies have been severely hit, in particular with the rising prices of hydrocarbons, gas, and oil. We really need to say that these spiking energy prices are affecting all other sectors of our member countries' economies. We have started with UNECA to draft a preliminary report on the consequences of this crisis and all other external shocks. And we are trying to explore the ways and means for our countries in Africa to develop contingency plans and even go beyond that by putting our hands together and undertake a collective efforts to demonstrate solidarity and mitigate the aftermath of this crisis using, as my brother rightfully put it, using each individual country's comparative advantages and trying to mitigate, these the consequences of this crisis. Of course, part of the solution resides in innovation, digitalization, and technological leapfrog. We also heard many speakers talk about competitiveness and productivity increase and intra-Africa trade by the Director General of WTO. And gradually, I think, by mastering the supply chain of our continent, we must be able to really craft our own way, our own pathway towards a more stable economic trade and political context, at least for the continent. So the AU Commission, through Agenda 2063, and with the support of UNECA, UNECA, is steering the whole continental dynamics in order to create synergy, adherence to these goals, and try really to go beyond those permanent contingency plans that we have been developing the past couple of years after COVID and so on and so forth. So let me say this. We know when wars start, but we never know when they end. And we never know the scale of destruction, damages, the scale of consequences that we will have to face in the near future. So unpredictability for economies, for planning our programs and trying to foster and mobilize resources for our program. I think that unpredictability element is really disrupting the whole processes. So we need to understand that we are in this posture of wait and see, but it is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. My brother Gatete talked about inflation. We will have certainly impact on food security. We will have to deal with the supply of medicine and drugs coming from the Middle East, the shortage that we are already seeing in a number of our countries, and so on and so forth. I think the outcome of this war cannot be wrapped up in a press conference, or even we cannot predict if in a week time we will see the end of it or the light at the end of the tunnel. But preparedness with all the UN agencies, UNECA and others, UNDP, so that we on the continent. I thank you and ready to take some questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now let's go to another institution. Let's go to UNDP.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. I think it's still morning, everyone, honorable ministers and members of the press. Africa is being hit by another external shock. This time, the impacts are felt much faster. The vulnerabilities are starker, but the opportunities are also clearer. After a little over 1 month of military escalation in the Middle East, the effects are already cascading across African economies. Fuel prices rising, goods and food costs climbing. Quite critically, fertilizer prices surging by over 30%. Fertilizers are not a side issue. They are the backbone of food production. When fertilizer prices rise, farmers use less. When farmers use less, yields drop. And when yields drop, food prices rise and food insecurity deepens. We have seen this before, ladies and gentlemen. During the global shocks linked to the war in Ukraine, reduced fertilizer access translated directly into lower agricultural output and increased risks of food insecurity across parts of the continent. But here is the shift to us. Are major fertilizer producers now. Others are investing in local blending facilities and regional supply chains. This is how what was once a point of vulnerability could actually become a source of strength. This is the opportunity in front of us today. Africa can move from being a price taker in global markets to building more self-reliant, regional integrated supply systems. That means scaling up local production. It means strengthening intra-Africa trade, and it means ensuring that fertilizers, for example, are accessible and affordable for farmers across borders. This is important because it's also something that affects household needs. The same logic applies more broadly. Energy shocks are pushing countries to accelerate renewables and rethink dependence on imported fuel. Trade disruptions are reinforcing the urgency of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as a resilience tool, not just a trade agreement. And across the board, there is a growing recognition that Africa cannot continue to outsource its stability. Some countries will benefit in the short term, particularly energy and commodity exporters seeing higher prices and new markets, but the real win is collective. The real opportunity is for African countries to act together, to build regional value chains, to align policies, and to invest in shared infrastructure that reduces exposure to external shocks. Extract, produce in Africa for Africa. As all countries in Africa are faced with global external shocks, resilience at the national level is necessary. But as the chairperson said, it is not enough. We need planned and coordinated continental resilience. And this is why the presence of our chairperson of the Africa Union Commission here today is quite significant. Let's be clear, these global shocks are not going away. Africa can continue to absorb these shocks and try and recover over several years or even decades, or to fundamentally reduce our dependence on external supply chains. These institutions that have come together, we see this as a turning point, not just to respond, but to reposition, not just to try and recover quickly, but to rebuild smarter. We believe that Africa has moved from reacting to crises to preparing for them. And now it is time to reshape the systems behind them. This is not just another shock to manage. It is a chance for Africa to build self-reliant regional supply systems. The future of Africa's food systems, energy systems, and economies does not have to be determined by crises elsewhere. It should be shaped here on the continent through shared ambition, smarter investment, and stronger cooperation. And the key message from all of us is you will see us working increasingly collectively as institutions that are designed to support Africa to be able to accompany the continent throughout the process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, my sister Ahuna. Let's hear now from the last institution, maybe so that we can take the questions from the media. Please go ahead, Dr. Kevin.
Your Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union, my brother, Clever Gatete, and my sister, Ahuna. First, I would like to say really proudly and boldly my appreciation to your leadership. The President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Sidi Otoa, and yourselves seated here, coming together and asking us, your technical teams, to work together to craft a common solution for this crisis is, for me, a signal that Africa is beginning to find solutions to its challenges. And by transfer, implication for me also is that for countries coming together to speak in one voice and find common crisis response solutions to these recurrent and compounding challenges and global shocks is the way to go. And that's one of our key recommendations for policy coordination at the national levels, at the regional levels, and also at the continental levels. And then second point I want to make is that the crisis we have, the conflicts in the Middle East, is not the first, second, or last global conflict that we're going to have. The continent have seen, the global economy have seen increasing and compounding global shocks. In the past 5 years alone, we have had COVID, we have had the Ukraine war, we're now having this, and more will come. So planning under uncertainty and in a volatile economic environment is the new normal. And what we see from all the other regions is people looking inwards to see how they can mobilize capital at home and be able to use that more effectively to address their own challenges. So different recommendations that has been made in the work we are doing so far, we see 3 transmission areas that have been mentioned, the 3 Fs, the food, the fuel, and the fertilizers. My brothers and sisters, none of these should be a challenge for Africa. For food, the continent has the 65% of the remaining arable land, all cultivated arable land in the world. For fuel, we have lots of renewable energy, we have lots of hydrocarbons, deposits, oil and gas everywhere on this continent. And for fertilizers, already the deposits and the capacities on the continent is there. So, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union, what keeps me happy is seeing that you, our leaders, already have solutions. The ACFTA is one that is a must. We need to go from policy to action, and operationalizing that by implementing policies, free movement of goods and services on this continent is imperative, because the only channel why this is impacting Africa, the major channel, not the only one, is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But if we have intra-regional trade happening within the continent, more fertilizers moving, fuel moving, even refined petroleum, and so on, this continent has what it takes to actually bolster these shocks even more. We need to coordinate better in order to address these challenges as they keep coming. So the press release would have, when you get it, you will see we have addressed most of the issues that we want to talk about. So in order not to take too much time, I'm not going to go into those recommendations yet, but suffices to say, I'm very strong that we have 6 African countries in 2025 that posted more than 7% GDP growth rates. And inflation is cooling. The debt stock is coming down, even though the cost of capital is still high. And we estimate, based on how we have responded to previous shocks, that this continent is very resilient. This crisis will come and go, and the continent will continue to thrive. But the question is, what Ahona had said, do we just want to thrive, or do we want to use this opportunity to regroup and build Africa's sovereignty? And that is why the Africa financing architecture, that the new African financing architecture that President Sidi Ota is championing for Africa is the way to go. We have several instruments that the African Union has already come up with: the Africa Financing Stability Mechanism, the African Monetary Institute, the ACFTA. We have all the tools, but we now need to go from having those tools for implementation and implementation and implementation, execution, 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 so that when the next crisis comes, which it will, we'll be more prepared and more resilient. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Orama. Now that we've heard from the 4 institutions, we are happy to take some few questions, because the meetings also will continue. If Mercy, you can just coordinate and make sure that we have the questions from the media.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. Let's start with CNBC. Over to my left, please go ahead and introduce yourself, the media you come from, and ask your question.
Thank you so much. My name is Kenneth Iboma from CNBC Africa. My first question is directed to the African Development Bank. And looking at your assessment of the situation, what sort of intervention can we expect from the AFDB? Because remember very clearly, during the Russia-Ukraine crisis, the AFDB, came up with some support and interventions for farmers at the time. I'd like to know the sort of interventions that you have in plan for this crisis.
Maybe you can take many questions.
Yes, I think we can take more questions. Busani, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Busani Bafana, right for the Interpress Service. My question is also to the chairman. I want to find out now, given that you've already assessed the impact of this war in Africa, I want to find out, we are looking at solution. Are you able to indulge us on what kind of form and take solutions that you are looking at are going to take, given that there's a issue of concrete action are you going to take now?
Next, please introduce yourself and the media you come from.
My name is Zohair Tahmani. I'm from the National Moroccan Radio. So my question is, to what extent can intra-African trade realistically reduce dependence on external markets in the short term, especially in the context of growing geopolitical tensions and shifting global alliances? And what concrete measures must be taken to overcome persistent barriers such as infrastructure gaps, regulatory differences, and limited industrial diversification? Thank you.
I think we can start with those three questions.
Yep. Thank you so much. I think Dr. Rama, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. As you already pointed out, whenever there is these kinds of crisis, the African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, on all the African financing institutions always come up with a crisis response facility. So the board of the African Development Bank are all aware of the work that the three institutions are doing in order to assess the extent of the impacts so that can inform the discussions with the president of the African Development Bank on what types of crisis response the bank will come up with. Now, but crisis response is not for development finance institutions alone. If you see the press release, you'll also see that we recommend crisis response measures at the country levels, at the regional levels, and at the continental levels. At the country levels, that needs to be counter-cyclical measures that needs to be taken now by countries to today, because we know what our planting seasons are. In many countries, March to May, if we miss it, the food price, the scenario that Ahona was painting will happen in 2026, 2027. So my response to that is yes, the bank is considering it, and we will be coming out with our response in this regard. And as you know, President Sidi Otta is a fan of the African financing architecture, the new architecture, working together, just like the knowledge part is working together. It's also working together with all the other African financing institutions to try to respond to the issue. Just on Monday, they had meetings with ministers of finance to try and craft solutions how this is going to be addressed. The question on EFTA, quite often when we talk about infrastructure, we think about the hard infrastructure, the roads, the rails, the seaports, and so on. But one of the major impediments in implementation of the ASEFTA is the soft infrastructure, the policies and procedures that are within the decision powers of the ministers of finance and our governments that are seated here. If you check our reports on Visa Openness Index, we are not performing very well as a continent in terms of movement of goods and services. If you ask Dangote, he would tell you he needs, I think, is it 32 visas? So if goods have to move between the countries, the goods has to move with people. So, and it's within the, we also think about the tariff and non-tariff barriers that we have within Africa's trade. If you want to move an empty container from Abidjan, where I live, to Lagos, which is a driving distance, you are going to pay much, much more than shipping to the United States. So we need to find ways of removing those soft infrastructure issues, while our development finance institutions and member governments need to refocus on building corridors within the continent. The olden days, we had corridors from the ports to the shipping mines so that we can transport things in order to export. We need to do that now between Morocco, Nigeria. Why not a gas pipeline? Why not? And all those things. But again, infrastructure in energy that can help facilitate transition away from the Inga Dam is there. We have 45% of renewable energy potential globally on the continent. So we have huge opportunities. And already we have the M300 project, which the World Bank and the African Development Bank is pursuing. We have the Desert to Power for lighting up the whole of the Sahel region. We also have the Inga Dam I've mentioned, and huge LNG gas opportunities on the continent. Can we build on this and have preferred procurement policies to ensure that supplies let's serve our domestic demand first before we think about going externally, because the global supply chains is broken, and I'm not sure that the current trade policies we're having, as you heard from my dear sister Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, without significant reforms, the change is not soon. So let's think home.
Covered most of the questions raised, but let me add one or 2 points. One of the solutions should be and must be a financial solution. And we will certainly rely on our financial institutions on the continent, the African Development Bank, the Afri-Exim Bank, AFC, etc., to come up with a contingency plan with regard to the necessary resources for our countries. But let's not forget that IMF also should be, in the picture. I think after COVID, our member countries introduced a request for special drawing rights. Why shouldn't we now, ask for the same support? And then comes the issue of the debt stress and debt burden. So I think it will be very interesting to ask our member countries to demand a moratorium on the debt services, so that the fiscal space they have in their economies have less, constraint on it or less stress on it. So a number of key solutions that certainly in our final report will be put forward, but it is very important to, again, underscore the fact that it is high time for us to focus on our own domestic resources, how best we can use them, and how best we can make out of what we have, do more with what we have. Then, if I can say then also a few words on the non-tariff barriers that we are faced with regard to intra-Africa trade. Some of them have been raised by my brother, Professor Urama, but security issues also is critical in the cross-border trade. And it's very important that we understand that one of the main hindrance of the cross-border trade is not only infrastructure. It is related to lack of security, tension between countries, and so on and so forth. And one of the spot of the supply chain is disrupted. You can easily understand that the whole supply chain cannot work. So that are the kind of issues we are working on. And you also know that we have a number of hotspots on our continent, and very important places like Great Lake region, the Sahel region, the Horn of Africa. So it's very important to understand that non-tariff barriers, in particular, the lack of security, has to be, handled properly. And the Peace and Security Council, the African Union Commission, are working very hard, really, to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I just want to say that although we are having the crisis coming from the Middle East, it's not the only one, as the Chairperson has mentioned. We have also security issues on the continent. We also have the existing one between Russia and Ukraine that has also been affecting us. So this one comes as an additional one. But I think the question of that you mentioned in terms of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Definitely, this is a key reminder from last year when you had tariffs to this year when you are facing a crisis, that we need to have a system that moves goods and services. And even with this crisis, it is really coming at abruptly, although we are seeing that some benefits are coming in. The Maputo port, which was not very active, and now is getting where it's getting the ships which are being routed from the Cape of Good Hope that is coming to Maputo. The same thing with Durban. Sorry, not Maputo, Durban. But also we are seeing it in Maputo port that is also benefiting from this. We are seeing in Ramu also benefiting from this. But are we prepared? And that's why on the sidelines we had a whole event that was talking about the efficiency of our ports, which needs to be improved because it needs to feed into the whole entire system. We are seeing that the refinery of Dangote really is playing a very big role now. And this is where we need to make sure that our oil coming from whether it's in Angola or anywhere else can be refined on the continent, and this one could become a buffer. We are seeing that Dangote's refinery is almost working on full capacity. The LNG in Mozambique, which is now being accelerated, once it starts producing, then we don't need to go outside to be able to get the LNG. The gas pipeline that is coming from Nigeria, coming from here, passing through 13 countries, would be a very big addition. And the same thing, of course, as mentioned, we have fertilizer, we have phosphates here. Morocco is the largest producer of phosphates. And if they can combine hands with Nigeria, which has the same content, then you can be able to produce fertilizer for the African countries, almost all the countries, without necessarily needing to import it from everywhere. So here there is quite all the opportunities in terms of energy, solar and wind and hydro. This can be gotten from Africa. We have the resources. But we always get the shocks which keep reminding us that we need to move very fast. We don't have to wait for another shock. And all this work here in terms of the intervention, we are working with ministers of finance, who are the ones who are actually feeling the heat. They are now working on macroeconomic management framework, given the shock, work together as a team to make sure that we can reduce the burden that is happening in our member countries. I don't know if, Huna, you have something to add?
Just a quick addition to what you already heard. I think the question on AfCFTA is quite an important one. And you've heard, some of the responses. I think we're all unified in our feeling that this is indeed a game changer, but only if certain things happen. One of them is the issues around the rules of origin and the fact that we cannot be using this free trade area for goods that are imported from elsewhere. So that needs to be respected, because then if we enforce that, it will fire up local production, and productivity on the continent is one of the transformative measures that would need to happen to help Africa build that resilience we're talking about. Then, of course, trade, logistics, and infrastructure, which raise the cost of production at home. It's unfortunate that we still have a situation where for certain products, it's actually cheaper to import it from elsewhere than to produce locally. So Africa needs to really gear up to focus on reducing cost elements. Free movement, as already mentioned, is key. And then we need to address peace and security, as the chairperson and the ES mentioned, Great Lakes. Just imagine the volume of trade that could be facilitated between the Great Lakes countries, Burundi, Rwanda, DRC, Uganda, and the rest of them, that's currently disrupted by insecurity, or what we face in the Sahel, which is a trade route, but is also embroidered in insecurity. But I don't think we need to wait for all these regions for the guns to fall silent, for us to move fast with implementation. Wherever it is possible, we have to go for it. And finally, is how we unleash the power of women traders and businesses in this field. At UNDP, we launched an initiative called Her AfCFTA. And in Abuja in May, we'll be having a continental conference on this, where we will mobilize women forces in this area to actually put pressure and drive the implementation of this from their own angle. And of course, so is for youth innovators and entrepreneurs who are really the magic wand when it comes to services crossing borders. So the hope to actually use this AFCFTA as a driver, as a transformation machine for what the continent is facing is there, but we all need to work together to make it happen. Thank you.
There are two questions, and they're saying that the AFDB recently warned that 6-month persistence of this conflict could shave 1.5 percentage points off Africa's GDP. As the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz enters its 2nd month, how are you using real-time data, trade data, to identify which African nations are at the breaking point regarding food and fertilizer inflation caused by these massive shipping surcharges? But there is another question that has come in for UNDP and for the ECA. Asking what are the 4 institutions aiming to do better in terms of crisis preparation, given policy change is very slow? So those 2 questions, please.
Thank you very much. Just to correct the journalist, that 1.5% they're quoting is not correct. What we've said is that based on UNDP analysis, if the crisis persists, we might lose 1.5% of external financing coming into Africa, not the GDP growth rates. So that's one thing on that. But the other question is related to that. I didn't hear the second question.
They're asking how AFDB is using real-time trade data.
Okay. So that's what we have said in this report. We are working together with UNDP, AU, and UNECA, and we're tracking what is going on in real time. And the important thing here is that we're not just tracking what is going on in the Gulf region, we're also tracking the impacts at the country levels. The country representatives of raised reps of the UNDP and the country economists of the African Development Bank. We are in all countries on the continent, and we're actually engaging with the sectors, with the markets, checking the data to see what actually is going on the continent. Because quite often, you might model transmission pathways of global shocks, but what we've learned in the past shocks on the continent is that sometimes model estimates don't meet the reality of what is happening on the continent. And that is why we're taking time to check exactly what is going on in the countries. And when the report is released, you will see all that we're using. Everything in the report is about real data so far. Thank you.
We have an opportunity for one last question from Togo. Togo and yourself. And then the question that online on policy that is taking too long. All right.
So, yes, the other question was, maybe let me explain a bit. Because the whole continent is coordinated under the African Union Commission. And that's why you have the chairperson here. And all the policies that are designed, they are designed for the continent, including the Agenda 2063 and also the 10-year program. All the other institutions that are there, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and also how it's being implemented by the countries and by the regional economic communities, they are all under the African Union Commission. There are many agencies, including AUDA, NEPAD, the Secretariat of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and so many others. Now, they are also support institutions. We have a bank, which is the Africa Development Bank. We have the Economic Commission that has been working directly with the African Union Commission to help technically, because of their own capacity on the economic and social areas, in terms of implementing the entire vision. We have UNDP, which is the biggest program on the continent that really works even at the country level. Now, joining hands together makes more sense than each of us working independently and rising independently, because we all have a complementarity in our own different work. But always remember, we work under one umbrella of the African Union Commission, which also has a commission that is specifically in charge of every sector, not necessarily the economy, but also in all other areas. And we make sure that we work in coordination. And by working that way, then we actually benefit from the comparative advantage that you are having. And that's why in this case, when we had this kind of crisis, which you think is so serious, we had to get together and work together. And the solution that will come out will be the solutions that we are working together, but also working with member countries represented by the ministers of finance and other ministers to make sure that the solution benefits the countries. Nobody can do it alone. No institution can do it alone. Even a country cannot do it alone. But once we are together, we can always look at the possibilities in terms of what comes from Africa and what comes from outside Africa, including the World Bank and the IMF and others that are assisting us in our own joint work. And that's why we came together to make sure that we can come up with proper solutions. And this, by the way, coordination and cooperation will continue. This is just what I wanted to say, and this is just the beginning. Thank you so much. But Huna, I don't know if you have something to add.
Yeah, just to add, I think as stated, one thing that we will do differently is now to really combine our assets, our resources, our intellectual properties together to work on this. The second is, I think, one of the things we're seeing in this process is for the longest time, we have depended a lot on external designs. And I think we will do this differently, working with the African Union to see what specifically applies to African economies and Africa's structural realities, and start to put the energy to build differently for the continent. And I think with this, another thing to do differently is how we can capacitate and utilize Africa's think tanks. Each of us, each of our organizations have networks of indigenous think tanks. And I think if we really bring that together under one platform, I know that AFDB is working, for instance, on establishing a pool of African economists. We want to work with them on that to see how combined force on African policymakers and intellectuals can be brought to bear on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, there's a question from Morocco and Togo.
But must remember that there is also a program that is ongoing because we cannot overshadow that. Thank you.
These are the last questions. Okay.
Hello, Hamid Jimi from Reuters. Can you please quantify the impact on African inflation and growth following the outbreak of the Gulf War? And the World Food Program warned of the risk of famine. 45 million people risk hunger. Which African countries will be mostly impacted, and what kind of immediate measure do you recommend to avert this scenario? Thank you.
And then there is the question from Togo.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole.
En français.
Oui, en français.
Oui.
Je suis Joseph Gada, je suis le directeur du journal Économie et Développement, je viens du Togo, et ma question va s'adresser directement au secrétaire général, M. Claver Kadité. Alors, tout à l'heure, dans votre allocution, vous proposez 4 piliers pour les ministres de l'économie. Un point m'a touché particulièrement, c'est l'investissement dans la capitale humaine. Eh bien, dans la jeunesse, en tout cas, c'est ce que je voudrais dire aussi. Alors, parlant de cette jeunesse, je voudrais savoir, pour nous les journalistes qui sommes présents ici, quel est le message que vous voulez qu'on délivre à cette jeunesse à la fin de cette 51e session? L'autre question est de savoir comment pensez-vous encourager les jeunes entrepreneurs à utiliser la technologie pour un changement économique radical en Afrique? Voilà mes 2 questions. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Let me come in first and then others can join us. First of all, the war is still going on in the Middle East. We don't have all the facts yet, and we cannot measure accurately the impact now because the damage is also still going on. We don't know when it is going to end. We don't know the magnitude of the impact, but we are monitoring and collecting data at the same time. So for the issue of who is going to be most affected, it's still going on. I think we have to wait until we see the end and be able to get the proper figures on who can be supported and who are affected on what. Is it energy? Is it food? Is it trade? Is it medicine? What is it? And how much? And that's when you can measure country by country. And everybody, maybe once or twice has said it in their speech, that to have a demographic dividend, we have the youth. And people have come up with the numbers by 2050, 1 in 4 youth globally will be an African. Now, okay, having that is wonderful. How are we empowering them? What is the kind of skills are we giving them? What kind of technology are we giving them? Because they are the ones who are going to help us, not only in Africa, but also globally. Are we teaching them the skills? Are we giving them the skills that are needed on the market? So that if I leave the training, I can go and work in an industry that is relevant and I have the right skills. And what we are saying is that we need to provide them the right skills for the industries that we want. If we are talking about critical minerals, if we are talking about building industries, and we have identified 94 regional value chains, right from minerals to agriculture to everything else, are we giving them the skills that will allow them to work in these industries and give us the results that we need? Or we have to import again skills from outside. And that's what we are talking about. We need to empower them now, looking at the priorities of the continent. And then from there, we know that it's going to benefit us. It's going to benefit also the rest of the world. That's what we are talking about on this issue. But let me ask the chairperson to be able to respond as well.
Merci. Sur la question de la jeunesse africaine, nous avons, comme vous le savez, 600 millions de jeunes âgés de moins de 25 ans sur ce continent. Et d'ici 2050, la population de notre continent atteindra 2,5 milliards. La plupart seront des jeunes. Alors, soit cette jeunesse devient une bombe à retardement, soit elle devient un atout pour le développement de ce continent. Tout dépend des portes d'un développement, je dirais, individuel à travers, d'abord, renforcement de leurs capacités. Il y a un programme avec la Banque africaine de développement et qui a été lancé il y a quelques années qu'ils appellent la littératie numérique. Comment faire en sorte que notre jeunesse puisse être outillée pour pouvoir acquérir, n'est-ce pas, le savoir et les connaissances nécessaires dans ce domaine de la technologie de pointe. En matière d'éducation, depuis nos indépendances, on a beaucoup fait dans les États membres. L'essentiel du budget de nos États membres est orienté vers l'éducation et la formation. Maintenant, il faut pouvoir passer, je dirais, d'une étape d'éducation de masse à une étape d'éducation pointue, qui est justement préparer cette jeunesse vers la littératie numérique. La littératie numérique, bien entendu, nécessite des investissements. Et à partir de là, ces investissements peuvent venir des États membres eux-mêmes. Les institutions financières africaines sont là pour appuyer. Ils ont déjà des programmes pour pouvoir développer l'entrepreneuriat de la jeunesse dans les nouvelles technologies. Et cela, je crois, va aller crescendo et parallèlement avec tous les efforts qui sont faits dans les autres secteurs. Il y a également les femmes, dans lesquelles l'agro-business est un secteur très important dans nos zones rurales. Et essentiellement, nos zones rurales sont occupées par des métiers qui sont, n'est-ce pas, faits par nos femmes. Et je crois qu'il est très important de pouvoir un petit peu travailler sur ces différents volets de la promotion de nos populations jeunes, femmes, et on peut aller de l'avant si nous, je dirais, shiftons, mais vraiment de manière approfondie sur les politiques que nous mettons en place. Et c'est là où la Commission de l'Union africaine a également mis au centre de ses préoccupations la jeunesse et les femmes, notamment sur la charte, par exemple, de la jeunesse qui n'a pas encore été complètement ratifiée par tous les États membres. Nous appelons nos États membres à la ratifier. Nous avons un forum de la jeunesse annuel dans lequel les idées sont échangées et surtout nous essayons, n'est-ce pas, de les appuyer dans ce sens-là. Voilà un peu ce qu'on peut dire et je crois que tout le monde a compris qu'aujourd'hui, la jeunesse doit être au centre des politiques nationales. Si on ignore cet aspect et on est confronté à toutes ces histoires de Gen Z, de soulèvements et des problèmes qui seront chroniques dans beaucoup de pays. Je crois même les plus stables d'entre nos pays commencent à faire l'expérience de ces situations.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me ask Ahuna to say a few things, especially on the food side. But also, I want DS Hanan to come in, since she did the presentation this morning, if she has any take away from also this discussion. Ahuna, please.
I'll leave the food side to you. I'll talk about youth, if you don't mind. I think it's really good that you raised the issue of youth. And I agree with what the chairperson just said. They have to be the spine of every development program that we put forward. We were put on notice a few years ago when we saw that within 3 years, Africa produced 6 unicorns. These are startups that are valued at $1 billion, tech-enabled and venture capital backed. And it gave us an indication that there was value in this space of our young, talented populations who were not just trying to create jobs for themselves, but are actually solving development challenges through technology, whether it's in health tech, in agri-tech, in edutech, in fintech, and so on and so forth. That led UNDP to launch the largest initiative to support that ecosystem of innovation, which we call Timbuktu. It's to mobilize $1 billion, not drip, 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 2,000 here, 1,000 there, to really recognize and take this talent seriously and start investing in these tech hubs, build the ecosystem, bring catalytic and commercial capital together to address early stage risk capital. Within this space, it's easier to raise $1 million than to raise 200,000. And yet we know that the ideas that are being born from these young people could have world-class value in terms of what they can do. Look at Zipline in Rwanda, for instance. Started like a startup. Today it's valued at $5.1 billion. So there is huge potential here. Universities, you talked about skilling. Through Timbuktu, we have now launched 16 university innovation pods with university support and country support in 16 countries. The ambition is to have one in every one of the 54 countries of the continent. These are spaces that are technologically equipped, including with AI networks and facilities and infrastructure to enable our young people not just to dream, but to actually have the infrastructure to test out their ideas. Without R&D, this idea of really incubating at the grants of the university, we can't make it. But it cannot just be universities. We're calling on countries, finance ministers are here, to invest in this space so that our young people can compete with the rest of the world, but also ideas from Africa can also be accessible to the rest of the world in terms of selling. Let's stop managing young people as a problem. Let's stop seeing them as a problem to be managed. If we don't give them jobs, they're going to make trouble. Let's start to see them as an ally in transforming this continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the work continues, of course, as we move forward. And we have our team, as I mentioned, of the chief economists who are helping us. And I want dear Sanan, who presented this morning, just to give us your take.
Thank you. I just wanted to perhaps, comment on something that I feel maybe we have not captured sufficiently, which is the socioeconomic impact of what's happening in the Middle East on African households and how we need to deal with that, because basically on the inflation of higher commodity prices, higher prices of fertilizers will mean that this feeds into inflation, raises the cost of energy and transport and food. And for the vulnerable low-income households, just spending on transport accounts for 50 to 60% of their expenditures. So we need to make sure that we are ring-fencing and safeguarding our, vulnerable segments. We need to make sure that, amid the constraints and the impact of this crisis, that we make every dollar count in terms of government spending on social safety net. We may need to make sure that we are targeting those that need better targeting, better efficiency of that spending, not blanket ones. That would be very important. And another element is also the vulnerability of the agricultural sector, particularly now with the impact shortages of fertilizers and rise in prices when this comes in planting season, which means that it can affect yields, it can have implications for our food security. So we need to pay attention particularly to these two elements. On the technology and the implication, this is exactly what I will be presenting later on the theme of the conference. So I'm sure those that are participating will listen to this, so I'm not going to respond to this now, but I'm sure they will see that coming later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercy.
Thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of the press conference with that. It's a serious impact. It's about people, and with collaboration and strong policy shifts, we can make a change on this continent for Africa's young people. So I'd like to request the podium to exit. The AUC chairperson has another engagement. And as they do so, I'm going to request the moderator to come to the podium to take over the next session, and we will have a group photo of this excellent team. So a very, very quick group photo as they depart. Thank you very much. Requesting Anne-Marie to come to the podium for to continue with the next session. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, will be resuming our morning program in a moment. Thank you for making your way back to your seats. Mesdames et messieurs, chers invités, nous allons reprendre le cours de notre programme. Merci de bien vouloir regagner vos places, s'il vous plaît. I hope that you enjoyed the break and that you had an opportunity as well to visit the Knowledge Fair. It's incredibly interesting. All right, to resume now our morning program, I would kindly ask our executive secretary as well as the chair of the bureau to come back on the stage to the high table to proceed with our program.
Let's all welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Claver Gatete, and the Chair of the Bureau, the Minister of Economy and Finance of the Kingdom of Morocco, Her Excellency Nadia Feta Alaoui. Welcome back, everyone. Rebonjour à tous. Nous allons continuer. And now, Chair, I kindly pass the microphone to you for the rest of the proceedings, please.
Thank you. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, and I now invite the conference to turn to item 2 on the provisional agenda entitled Election of the Bureau and Adoption of the Agenda and Programme of Work contained in the document ECA-CM 53.3 REV2. In this regard, I have been informed that the Bureau elected on 28 March 2026 by the Committee of Experts on the proposal of the outgoing Bureau on the basis of consultations held and which has competently carried out its work for 3 days, composed as follows. Chair, Cameroon for Central Africa. First Vice Chair, Sierra Leone for West Africa. Second Vice Chair, Kenya for East Africa. Third Vice Chair, Zambia for Southern Africa. And Rapporteur, Morocco representing North Africa. I propose that in accordance with the long tradition of our Commission, if there are no objections, the same members of the Bureau of the Committee of Experts constitute the Bureau of the Conference of Ministers. I see no objection. I declare that the members of the Bureau as proposed are elected. Now it's my honor and privilege to invite the Republic of Cameroon to take over as the new chair of the Bureau of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. However, before I do so, allow me once again to take this opportunity on behalf of all my colleagues on the Bureau to express my gratitude to the Economic Commission for Africa for the support given to us during our tenure in office. And now I invite His Excellency Paul Tassong, Minister Delegate, Minister of Economy, Planning and Regional Development, Republic of Cameroon, to the podium.
Dear colleagues, at the outset, allow me to express my gratitude to the Conference of Ministers for electing the Republic of Cameroon as chair going forward. I will start by making my official statement, my introductory remarks to permit me assume the responsibility. I understand Her Excellency Madam Nadia Feta Alaoui, Minister of Economy and Finance, the Kingdom of Morocco, may have left the hall, but I believe there is a representative from the government of the Kingdom of Morocco in the hall. I'll ask that representative to permit me to bow to His Majesty Mohammed VI, King of Morocco. May Allah assist him. Very Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Honorable Ministers, dear colleagues, Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the very esteemed Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa and Under Secretary of the United Nations, His Excellency Clave Gatete, dear brother, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, good day to you all. It is a very singular privilege for the Republic of Cameroon to assume the chair of the Bureau of the 58th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I wish to express our sincere appreciation to member states for the confidence placed in us to guide the work of this conference in the year ahead. Allow me to recognize the leadership of the outgoing Bureau, which steered the 57th session of the conference in 2025. Over the past year, important progress has been made in advancing the priorities we set as ministers, from promoting the responsible use of artificial intelligence for development to strengthening the role of special economic zones and industrial value chains and exploring new approaches to de-risking investment across the continent. The work undertaken since the last session reflects our collective determination to translate policy commitments into concrete actions. Excellencies, the theme for this year's conference, Growth through Innovation, Harnessing Data and Frontier Technology for the Economic Transformation of Africa, comes at a defining moment for our continent. Africa has demonstrated resilience, with growth reaching 4% in 2025. Yet, this remains insufficient to achieve the scale of poverty, poverty reduction, and social inclusion that our citizens expect and deserve. Evidence increasingly shows that much of Africa's growth has been driven by the accumulation of capital and labor, rather than by social gains in productivity. If we are to accelerate structural transformation and advance the aspirations of Agenda 2063, we must therefore place greater emphasis on innovation, technological capability, and productivity-led growth. Frontier technologies, including artificial intelligence and data-driven systems, offer significant opportunities to transform key sectors of our economies, from agriculture and industry to trade and public services. The challenge before us is to ensure that these technologies are harnessed strategically and inclusively so that they support broad-based development across our continent. As incoming chair, I would therefore propose that our deliberations place emphasis on 3 key priorities in alignment with the objectives of the 58th session of the conference. First, closing the productivity gap through technology adoption and innovation. We must move beyond consumers of technology to becoming innovators in our own right. This requires establishing digital extension services for our informal sectors and small-scale farmers, ensuring that 90% of our businesses that operate informally are not left behind in the digital era. Second, harnessing the power of data and digital platforms to advance regional integration on the continental free trade area. Here, data is the new currency of governance. We must strengthen our national statistical systems and improve data governance to allow more effective and evidence-based policymaking. Leveraging frontier technologies can speed up the ACFTA's implementation by supporting interoperable digital payments, e-commerce, and streamlined supply chains to lower the cost of doing business across the continent. Third, regulatory harmonization and ethics for frontier technologies. As Resolution 2025/3 on the use of artificial intelligence for socioeconomic development moves towards implementation, it is essential to establish a unified African framework focusing on data governance, ethical standards, and regulatory cooperation. Such frameworks will help ensure that technological progress contributes to reducing inequality while fostering an environment that attracts investments and encourages innovation. Excellencies, our goal for COM 2026 is clear. We must move from policy design to urgent implementation. As the Economic Commission for Africa strengthens its strategy to become the continent's leading action-oriented think tank, a trusted policy advisor, and knowledge partner, we as ministers must provide the political support and the regulatory stability required to drive this transition. Our collective efforts must translate into tangible outcomes for our economies and societies. This will require renewed attention to good governance and financing for development. Innovative financing approaches will be necessary to support investments in digital infrastructure, innovation, innovative ecosystems, and climate-resilient growth pathways that can create jobs and opportunities for our young and growing population. Success will depend on building effective partnerships across sectors. We must engage our youth, researchers, the private sector, and multilateral partners to cultivate a robust innovation ecosystem and the broader global south to accelerate the momentum towards transforming the global financial landscape. Our objective is clear: to ensure that Africa's growth is supported by resilient, equitable, and fair financial structures that benefit not only our continent, but the world at large. To amplify our voice, let us continue to leverage as a collective the Africa High-Level Working Group on the Global Financial Architecture to advance the issues that hold us back, from equitable access to finance, debt sustainability, to the fight against illicit financial flows. These conversations impact the future of African sovereignty in the digital era. In closing, I pledge on behalf of the incoming Bureau to collaborate closely with each of you, the ECA Secretariat, and the African Union. Together, we can ensure that growth through innovation becomes the cornerstone of our economic policies. The world is watching. Our citizens are waiting and expecting. Let us act with determination and urgency they deserve. I thank you for your very kind and keen attention. We will now continue with item 2 on the draft agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda and program of work. Honorable delegates, the provisional agenda is available as E/ECA/CM/58/1/2. You can also access this provisional agenda and the draft program of work on the website papersmart.uneca.org. I want to imagine that we've already visited these addresses and we are conversant with the said provisional agenda and draft program. May I take it that the conference wishes, except otherwise, to adopt the agenda and program of work as proposed? A quick look at the room does not indicate any objection whatsoever. It is therefore so decided. Following the election of the Bureau, which is already done and installed, permit me to invite the conference to move therefore straight into business with the first item, which is dialogue on the theme of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa, agenda item number 3. And it is my pleasure to hand over to the moderator. I invite Madame Anne-Marie Diaz-Borges to introduce the next topic and, of course, the next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chair, and my sincere congratulations. We really look forward to your leadership in making growth through innovation a reality for our beloved continent. So we now proceed to the dialogue on the theme of this 58th session, so growth through innovation, harnessing data and frontier technologies for the economic transformation of Africa. And to set the scene for this discussion, it is now my distinct honor to invite the Deputy Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mrs. Hanan Morsi, to provide us with a comprehensive overview of current global economic trends, the resulting challenges, and their specific implications for the African continent. So let's welcome all the Deputy Secretary, Hanan Morsi.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished ministers and colleagues. Today, I will give you an overview of current global economic trends and what they mean for us. In the level of uncertainty globally, and the fact that the global economy is becoming structurally different than what we've built our assumptions on. This presentation tries to outline this change and shift in structure and what it means for Africa. So to start with, I think the most important feature is the fact that the new norm we have is for the global economy is lower growth and higher levels of uncertainty. If we look at that chart here, you will see that the World Uncertainty Index reached unprecedented high levels in modern time. It exceeds basically what the levels of uncertainty that we've witnessed during the global financial crisis and during COVID. And what this 2026 from previous episodes is the compounding nature of risks. So we're not just dealing with a shock and recovery, but we are dealing with overlapping and reinforcing shocks and disruptions. And economic policy has to deal now with not just policy uncertainty and trade uncertainty as episodic events. We have to deal with them more as a structural feature of the global landscape. So the new norm is lower growth, higher uncertainty, and greater fragmentation. The second element is the fact that the cost of capital has been reset upward. And that means, and this is globally, and that means that every investment decision, every debt rollover, every infrastructure project now faces a higher cost, a higher hurdle rate than before. It's true globally, but this is particularly important and consequential for Africa, where development needs are huge and where many countries are still managing elevated debt service burdens. The other characterization of what we are dealing with is the fact that we have seen the global geopolitical fragmentation and conflict really rising. You can see here, from COVID to the war in Ukraine to the US tariff rollout to now with the Middle East war. And this, these geopolitical fragmentation and conflicts have implications in terms of trade, in terms of investment, that also mean that trade and investment and finance are increasingly shaped by strategic alignment, not just economic efficiency, as we've witnessed before in previous decades. And in such world, it means that Africa must navigate not just markets, but blocks, not just prices, but power. And this matters because fragmentation changes the distribution of opportunities as well as risk. So this, brings, it can open or close doors to issues of friend shoring, near shoring, but it can also mean that we have the opportunity to also position ourselves well, particularly with the strategic value in critical minerals, in energy transition, supply chains, and corridors. So fragmentation will not be neutral. It will penalize countries that remain passive, but it can also reward those that position strategically. The other thing, I think, part of what we were discussing with the press conference earlier is the fact that emerging conflicts risk a new wave of growth on the continent. We already have seen, as a result of the conflict in the Middle East, we have seen increases in oil prices of above 30%. We have seen increase in, the price of fertilizers by 35%. We've seen, and this is very important for Africa, increase in container freight rates of almost 17%. Key transition channels will be one, through disruptions to trade and trade routes and to supply chains. And this is key because the Strait of Hormuz is a key artery in the global trade. We have a third of the oil seaborne trade a quarter of that goes through it. And currently, it's not just a disruption, it's almost, a closure, structural closure of what its role is. So it's impacting, it's reducing, the shipping traffic and affecting the prices. And that takes us to the second channel, which is the surging commodity prices. In terms of affecting oil, fertilizers, and this, of course, is going to feed through inflation. And the other element is that increase in uncertainty, what it means for tightening financing conditions, and availability and pricing. And the impact on African countries will vary depending on number of things, including their whether they are oil importing countries or oil exporting countries, in terms of close ties to the Middle East region, and in terms also of how much buffers and fiscal space they have. These economic impacts, and we've discussed some of this earlier, will mean that there will be inflationary pressures through these commodity prices. There will be increase in energy, transport, food, and essential goods. There will be increase on the fiscal pressures because now the cost of the subsidies that the government were doing will now be higher, as well as the increased cost of their borrowing or rollover. And it will also mean that the pressure on currencies, and that's why we've seen 29 currencies depreciating after the conflict. So even before the conflict, we have seen, of course, all the disruptions in the trade with the tariffs earlier last year, that continues now. And what we have been seeing is really trade relative to historical times playing less of a role in terms of a driver of growth. And this is, very different than what we've seen in, the 90s and early 2000s. You can see here how its, role in driving growth has been declining. But I think one element that we need that deserves attention is how there has been a bit of variation. It's not all the same. So we've seen that affecting more goods But we've actually seen that the impact on services have not been that much. And this is an area, this is why when we had our expert discussions, I highlighted that there were one of the questions was about, okay, is it okay for African countries to have more reliance or a higher share of their economies coming from services? Actually, it can be a factor of resilience these days. And it can be an element by which we can, it can be less prone to all the, tariff conflicts that we've been having and the trade disruptions. So that's what we see in this chart here. Of course, we have also seen that the cost of external trade environment has been visible. We've already seen before that, with the US tariffs to Africa, it meant that the average US tariffs to Africa went from 0.7% to above 7%. And this is a huge shift, in terms of African countries than historically. And this also, if we combine this with the implication of the war in the Middle East leading to an increase in surging maritime insurance premium by 9 times, particularly through proximity to the region, and 3% increase in insurance implies huge premium. So this really all this will have implication on, the trade, the cost of trade, and the patterns that we're going to see. Another element, and this is work that has been done based on regarding the impact of CBAM and what it means. And I think the teams here from RITD will be very happy also to answer any questions on that later if the ministers are interested. We've done work to really try to quantify the impact of CBAM on African countries, and what it shows is that the implementation of it could lead to a reduction of African exports of aluminium by about 14%, of iron and steel by about 8%, fertilizers by about 4%, and cement by about 3% of exports to the EU. The broader implications could be substantial on African outputs and combat the change of trade rules and non-trade tariff barriers and supply chain standards. And this is, I think, precisely, it's one of the issues where, the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, this is why we must be understood as a trade agreement, but as a strategic economic buffer for such shocks. And we already estimate that the implementation of it will increase GDP and exports and imports through tariff elimination and reductions in non-tariff barriers. So in other words, regional integration can be an insurance policy against such shocks. Of course, we cannot be here without referring actually to one of the major trends, which is the key theme of this year, technological gap and what it means. So here we have, it's an area where there is a great diversion in the world economy. May not come from just capital commodities, but from data, computing power, skills, and digital infrastructure. Africa, accounts for almost 20% of world population, but only 2% of global data use, but also an opportunity. So the risk, if we don't act, the risk is we have a widening development gap with the rest of the world. But the opportunity is we don't need to start where others did. Okay, we can actually turn our latecomer advancing differently and forward as development strategy. So this will, of course, we will talk a lot more about this within the conference and later. And the last element of these trends that we cannot be here without, of course, mentioning, which many countries have been struggling with, is the issue of climate shocks being increasingly frequent and economically costly. And this is not just a peripheral issue. This is something that we have been saying that need to be streamlined within the macroeconomic management. And here it shows kind of, the total cost of climate shocks and how it has been rising. Okay, so now having had the overview of what is happening globally, what does it mean for us and what is the best way to deal with it? How can we turn this into action and opportunities? The first element of this is regional integration as Africa's best insurance policy. And here we need to look into when we talk about it, we need to look at what is hindering this. Like, why haven't we advanced as much as we would like? And a key thing that if we look deeper, Africa transport costs account for 40% of the final price, particularly in landlocked countries and poorly connected ones. I think that in itself tells us, if we need to do better, where we need to focus. Corridor studies show that in some African countries, clearance and waiting times consume 30 to 40% of total door-to-door transport time. That's another area where it's very concrete what needs to be done. Cross-border payment costs remain high among one of the highest, among countries, and it really reflects persistent frictions in correspondent banking, FX conversion and settlement. So this hinders firms to integrate better to trade and for us to reap the benefits of this regional integration. If you look in terms of the opportunities and constraints to Africa, of course, the opportunity is one of the, potential for both solar and hydrogen. And we need to make sure that we're capitalizing in all this to actually, for the transition to move to green industry, to, have the global, to be part of that global energy transition, and not to do like before, not being importers of technologies and users, but actually being on the front line, leading that transition. And this is how we need to kind of shift the way of the development strategies to be forward-looking. A second, of course, is what we're talking about, the share of the youth. We are the youngest continent, and not only this, but we will continue to be, become a bigger and bigger share of global workforce. And this is, the most strategic asset for the continent. And optimizing that demographic dividend will mean that we can actually use to improve the utilization of technology. And we need to do that by making sure that we're providing, the skills for such thing. We have the market, so we need to advance on, the AFCFTA as a platform for regional integration, whether through continental, market dimension, but also to make sure that we are utilizing regional value chains. And this we will talk about more, which is the digital leapfrogging and the need to make sure that we're using this to do things better and leapfrog our development. Here, and this is, I'd like to end with this, is about turning constraints into strategic advantage. Focusing on energy transition leverage with abundant renewable resources, enabling that, the leapfrogging of infrastructure, reducing energy costs structurally, and also to utilize carbon border adjustment mechanism, making the best out of our continental integration, through unlocking scale, enabling regional value chains, creating, negotiating leverage in global trade architecture. This will be key, especially in this world of fragmentation. Digital and physical integration to have smart borders, digital trade facilitation, seamless cross-border payment systems so that we don't need to trade in euros or US, we can trade in our local currencies and reduce transaction costs. And finally, of course, with the youth as the accelerators of our development, making sure that they become our economic asset, targeted investments toward technology sectors, skill-intensive manufacturing. Thank you. You can already realize there are no breaks in ECA, so I'm asked to do the following presentation. And this is the theme of this year's conference, Growth Through Innovation, Harnessing Data and Frontier Technology for Economic Transformation in Africa. Of course, this is the theme that ministers chose last year. And we had, I have to say, we had really great interactions and discussions on this during the expert segment. And we look forward to the discussions in the ministerial segment. I think let me start by what we know about the Africa's structural transformation gap. Basically, despite the relatively strong average growth Africa experienced, limited progress has been made in terms of productivity enhancing transformation. So if we look at average GDP since 2000 until now, the average is about 3.5%. If we look in the contributions of the various elements of production to this, we find that the contribution, total factor productivity contribution is close to zero. What does this mean? It means that we have been adding labor and capital with zero efficiency gains. And this contrasts with the experience of other regions. So this in sharp contrast, for example, with the experience of East Asia, where actually a significant part of their economic transformation was led by total factor productivity. So that means that we need to, it's an element where for us to do better, to have, to develop and to increase productivity, which means it will translate to higher wages and higher standards of living. We will need to do better in higher value addition, productivity, and use of technology. So, in terms of, let's perhaps look at the landscape, what showing progress in terms of the adoption and progress, but if we look forward in terms of, what is the potential? What we see here is that Africa has a huge potential in terms of productivity gains in using AI, generative AI across sectors, and particularly in retail, telecommunication, banking, mining. So there's a huge potential for us to actually use and integrate technology more in terms of productivity gains across sectors. But what is the reality if we look at in terms of the share of Africa in the funding of blockchain funding, payment system deals? We see that, yes, Africa has been increasing in terms of, the coming from a low level, but still lags significantly behind the rest of the world. So basically, we are talking about a global opportunity with frontier technology is expected to become $16 trillion by 2033. But the reality is that Africa, with 20% of world population, has less than 1% of value capture. So for us, if we don't catch up, it means that diversion will be even bigger. It means that without action, we will even fall further behind. So what is holding us back? Why impact remained limited in Africa? I think the core message here is that the issue is not just access, but it's about absorption and scaling. So if we look at, in terms of access, we have seen rising technology access. We have seen AI, digital platforms, and frontier technologies expanding. We've seen connectivity continuing to improve across the continent. However, that access alone is not sufficient to drive transformation. Structural constraints persist. We have significant skill gaps, low technology development in industrial activities, insufficient ICT infrastructure, weak linkages between research and development, financing, and productive sectors. As a result, this limits our absorptive capacities. That means that technology cannot be effectively absorbed into productive systems. Moreover, we have the issue of weak transmission to the economy. So we have, of course, an issue that we have been talking about from before, high concentration of foreign direct investments in extractives, where I've said that before. I think the appropriate analogy is that we have foreign investments in that sector, but basically we are exporting development opportunities when we export raw material without any local beneficiation or value addition. So this is one issue. Then we have also the firm level adoption of technology being limited, and we have the spillover across sectors weak. The result is that productivity gains remain shallow with no sustained structural transformation. Okay, so I think what I wanted to show perhaps are a few examples of technology adoption, both from a couple of examples from outside the continent and to, home within the continent. And there are many others, but just for illustration. So from developed countries, if we look at the example of agriculture in Netherlands, AI-driven precision farming, sensors and automated systems reduced water use by 90% and pesticides by up to 90% since 2000 to present. It, led to a huge increase in their agricultural products, and they're now the second largest globally. What is the key takeaway is that technology can compensate for issues of land and climate constraints, but can also improve issues of efficiency and resource limitation, which is an issue that is very relevant to Africa, particularly at the current time when we are exposed to, repeated and frequent climate shocks. If we look at another example, which is Nordic countries and sustainable energy, we see their energy storage solutions, smart grids, and real-time monitoring, where this supported and improved their energy efficiency and resilience. If we look home within Africa, we have a very good example in Togo and how they used actually technology to better target social safety nets during COVID. Okay, and they have been, harnessing AI, mobile phone-enabled approach and combined with satellite imagery to prioritize the most affected. And this is, this was a that actually was globally featured as, a good practice of the government trying to do and use technology to make every dollar of their spending count. Another example, and there are many others, we're just doing these two perhaps for illustration, is one that we are as ECA involved in, which is the African Regional Transport Corridor Management System, which was, supported with partners and together with countries, we have been doing digital application of satellite imageries and artificial intelligence to help with the monitoring and the operation of these corridors. So these are just a couple of examples from the continent. Of course, we've mentioned also earlier, Africa has strategic assets that position it very well for technology economy. The fact that we have 42 of the global youth in Africa and the average age of 18 years is a huge opportunity. The fact that we have renewable energy sources, we have 60% of the world solar potential, world critical minerals. And I think one that we don't recognize enough is data as a, critical economic asset and a new fuel for frontier technologies that we can use to really accelerate Africa's growth, innovation, and social development. Again, the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement should be the catalyst for technological diffusion. And here we have, first of all, we have the market scale with the size of the 1.5 billion consumers, the 3.4 trillion continental market. So there are incentives for firms to adapt and scale technologies. We have also the digital finance element where we have cross-border payment system that we've been working on advancing. and settlements in local currencies to enable digital trade across African markets. And third, digital platforms, trade platforms. And here, this would help connect African firms and facilitate regional supply chains. And doing this technology diffusion through a regional perspective would lead to higher productivity growth and to structural transformation, exactly what we are talking about that the continent needs. So what are the policy recommendations on this? Of course, we start with the foundation, which is, the governance and institutions. What do we need to do? We need to establish adaptive regulatory frameworks for AI, data, and cybersecurity. We need to also strengthen cross-sector policy coordination and implementation. I think this cuts across. I mean, we talked about this when we talked about, how do we respond to the impact of the Middle East crisis on Africa. We talk about this when we are talking about, technology and adapting technology for economic transformation. It's key to focus on making sure that we have this cross-sector policy coordination and implementation capacity. For skills, we need to fill the gaps that we have and expand STEM education and digital skills development, invest in research and development, and strengthen university-industry linkages. This will be very important. Promote inclusion of women and youth in digital economy. Third, on infrastructure and financing, we need to scale up digital and reliable energy infrastructure, mobilize innovative financing, and free trade and facilitate cross-border digital financial flows. And finally, at a sector level, we need to be forward-looking in terms of focusing on green industrialization, leveraging Africa's comparative advantage and resources to leapfrog into these sectors. For services, developing digital platforms and fintech ecosystems, and of course for agriculture, increasing efficiency of use of natural resources and enhancing the supply chain and developing climate resilient agriculture. So finally, I'd like to leave you with the key policy issues that we're just suggesting for discussion for this ministerial segment, which is how can African countries leverage frontier technologies to accelerate productivity, growth, and structural transformation? What policies are needed to strengthen innovation? How can frontier technologies support the implementation of the regional integration? What financing mechanism can mobilize investment in frontier technology? And finally, how can education systems better prepare workforce for digital economy? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary, for such insightful and back-to-back presentations. And now, for a moment of high-intelligence development. And to introduce the lecturer, let's welcome Mr. Said Adejumobi, the ECA's Director of the Strategic Planning Oversight.
Walter Song, of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Mr. Ndaba Goliathi, the Executive Secretary of ECA, Mr. Claver Gatete, honorable ministers present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to warmly welcome you all to the 2026 Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture, which is to be delivered by Mr. Trevor Manuel, the former Minister of Finance of the Republic of South Africa. To provide a context to this lecture, especially for those who are not familiar with it, we would like to give you a background video which profiles the life and times of Adebayo Adedeji and why we instituted this lecture. Can we have the video, please?
The mistake was on our part that at independence, we did not cut that umbilical cord between us and the former colonial part. The Adebayo Adedeji Lecture was instituted by the ECA in recognition of the contributions and legacy of Professor Adebayo Adedeji to the socio-economic development of the African continent.
He truly represented one of the best in the class of great economists across the globe.
Men who are thinking ahead of all of us. It's just to go and look at Lagos Plan of Action, Abuja. It's Adedeji, intellectual with clear analytic capacity.
Professor Adedeji served as the Executive Secretary of ECA from 1975 to 1991. He remains the longest serving Executive Secretary of ECA. Professor Adebayo Adedeji made tremendous contributions to the socio-economic development of the African continent. Most of the development blueprints that the African continent had Adebayo Adedeji's footprints. For example, the Lagos Plan of Action and the finance of 1980 and 1981, which remains a very remarkable blueprint for the continent. The Abuja Treaty of 1991, establishing the African Economic Community, in developing also alternative development paradigms for the continent, especially in period of economic crisis. You will recall that in the late 1980s and early 1990s, Africa was confronted with deep economic crisis. The path to recovery and development for the continent was a very contested issue. And Adebayo Adedeji, on the platform of the ECA, provided alternative paradigm to the development of the African continent in the African alternative to the Structural Adjustment Program. Professor Adebayo Adedeji also contributed to the revival of democracy on the African continent. The Arusha Declaration of 1990 of popular participation in development was to advocate for the return of democracy and governance building on the African continent. Professor Adedeji played a major role in that process. The African Continental Free Trade Area, which we're celebrating today, had its pedigree in the efforts made by people like Professor Adedeji in laying the foundation for regional economic integration on the African continent. Professor Adedeji also had its footprints in the establishment of regional economic communities on the African continent. Quite a number of regional economic communities had their background work done at ECA under the leadership of Professor Adebayo Adedeji. In recognition of his contributions to the development of the continent, the lecture was instituted by ECA. Distinguished personalities are invited to deliver the lecture who have also made significant contributions to the socio-economic development of the continent. In 2022, the lecture was delivered by Professor Paul Tiyembe Zaleza on the theme, the role of human capital development and higher education in Africa. Zaleza was an associate provost and Northstar distinguished professor at the Case Western University, United States of America, and previously served as the Vice Chancellor of the United States International University in Nairobi, Kenya. Paul Tiyembe Zaleza has to his credit over 400 publications. In 2023, the lecture was delivered by Dr. Muhammad Ibn Chambers on the theme, governance, social contract, and economic development in Africa, looking back and projecting into the future. Dr. Chambers is a well-known distinguished personality on the African continent. He was the former president of the ECOWAS Commission in Abuja, Nigeria. Before then, He served as former Deputy Minister of Higher Education and also Foreign Affairs in Ghana. He also served as Secretary General of the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of Countries. Further, he was a UN Under-Secretary General and head of the United Nations Office for West Africa in Dakar, Senegal. Dr. Chambers currently serves as the AU High Representative on Silencing the Guns. In 2024, the Adedeji Lecture was delivered by Dr. James Manyika on the theme Artificial Intelligence as a Driving Force for the African Economy and Society. James Manyika is the Senior Vice President of Research, Technology and Society at Google International. He has also served in various other capacities, including as Vice Chair of the National Artificial Intelligence Advisory Committee in the United States of America.
The guest lecturer for the 2025 Adebayo
The guest lecturer for 2025 Adebayo Adedeji lecture was Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the former Vice President of Nigeria. I would like to show you a quick snapshot of his conclusion. He proposed a 5-point agenda for us on the acceleration of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I would like to show you his concluding remarks at the 2025 lecture. Can we have that, please?
Let me conclude by saying that the success or failure of the FTA will turn on one central point: leadership. African leadership must consider the Continental Trade Agreement important enough to lead the effort to implement it. Indeed, to achieve tangible results, regional integration should be an intentional political project. The same passion and priority accorded to decolonization and anti-apartheid should inform the regional integration of Africa. The best positioned to lead this effort are the largest African economies, as my friend Ambassador Diemi, by economic and population size and structural progress, should step up to the plate. The hegemons should lead industrialization efforts. The hegemons should arrange compensation mechanisms. They must lead the charge. We must be able to attach some names to this effort. The history of the EU, for example, is replete with actual political leaders and public intellectuals and technocrats who stuck out their necks and even staked their careers on the success of the EU. Africa needs its own names of leaders who understand that integration is existential for Africa. African political and private sector leaders must be persuaded that trade-led development, that the individual success of African nations is best assured by the success of the African continent. The journey of African integration that Adedeji envisioned decades ago is now at a critical juncture. The FTA provides us with the tools to realize this vision of a unified, prosperous Africa. It is our collective responsibility to turn this vision into reality, not just for ourselves, but for future generations of Africans who deserve to inherit a continent that has fulfilled its immense potential. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Those were the closing remarks of the 2025 Adebayo Adedeji lecture, which was delivered by Yemi Osinbajo, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In 2026, the lecture will be delivered by Trevor Andrew Manuel, the former finance minister of the Republic of South Africa. He will be speaking to us on the theme, Shaping a New Pathway to Advance and Reignite Africa's Development Paradigm. Trevor Manuel served as a cabinet minister in the Republic of South Africa from 1994 to 2014. He had the privilege of serving 4 presidents in South Africa, from President Mandela to President Mbeki to President Montlan and also to President Zuma. He was first appointed to cabinet as Minister of Trade and Industry in South Africa in May 1994, a portfolio he held for 2 years. In April 1996, he became Minister of Finance in South Africa, steering the South African economy for 13 years as one of the world's longest-serving ministers. During his time in office as the Minister of Finance in South Africa, he served during his last term in office, he served as minister in the presidency responsible for National Planning Commission, a position he held from May 2009 to May 2014. During his 2 decades as cabinet minister in South Africa, he was a member of parliament in South Africa. By and large, you cannot become a minister in South Africa without being a member of parliament. That's the arrangement there, in which he represented the African National Congress in the system of proportional representation. His ministerial career saw him overseeing 2 decades of major social and economic developments in the Southern African economy. As Minister of Trade and Industry, he led the process of reintegrating South Africa into the global economy after 2 decades of sanctions and de-investment under apartheid. During his lengthy tenure as Minister of Finance, he stabilized the South African economy, returning the South African economy back to the path of growth, significantly transformed the fiscal system in respect of taxation and public spending, reduced South Africa's fiscal deficit and debt, and introduced an intergovernmental system to efficiently manage expenditure across the 3 spheres of government. He spearheaded the Financial Sector Charter, a first of its kind in the Republic of South Africa, aimed at transforming the financial sector and providing financial services to the majority of South African population, which were previously excluded. As chairperson of the National Planning Commission, he oversaw the drafting of the broadly accepted and first National Development Plan for South Africa. During his ministerial career, Mr. Manuel assumed a number of ex-officio positions in international bodies, including the United Nations, the World Bank, the IMF, the G20, the African Development Bank, and SADC, the Southern African Development Community. He was elected by his peers to chair many of the bodies of these commissions. He served 2 terms as chairperson of the Development Committee of the World Bank. He also served in different other capacities. He was the special envoy of 2 Secretary Generals of the United Nations for financing for development from 2001 to 2008. He served in the Commission, the Task Force on Global Public Goods between 2002 to 2003, the Africa Commission in 2005, the Commission on Growth and Development from 2006 to 2010, the Global Ocean Commission from 2012 to 2014, which he also co-chaired, and the Commission on the New Climate Economy 2013 to 2014. He was requested to chair various task forces, including on IMF governance reform in 2007, 2008, and the World Bank Doing Business report in 2013. Mr. Trevor Manuel received a number of awards globally, including the Africa Finance Ministers of the Year, the Woodrow Wilson Public Service Award, and he holds 8 honorary doctorate degrees, including in areas of commerce, law, technology, and a Doctor of Laws from McMaster University in Ontario, Canada. He has served as the Vice Chancellor of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology since mid-2008 until 2013. He's an honorary professor in the School of Development Policy and Practice at the University of Cape Town since 2015, where he's a senior political fellow and as professor extraordinary at the University of Johannesburg since 2014. Our guest speaker today also currently serves on several boards, He is the chairperson of the Old Mutual Trust Limited, chairperson of the Old Mutual Life Assurance Company, chairperson of the local organizing committee for the Cricket World Cup to 2027 in South Africa. He's also a very good sports lover. Chairperson of the South Africa presidency of the G20 Africa Expert Panel, director of the board of News Free Marion, non-executive director, deputy chairperson of the Rothschild South Africa PLC, director of the Alan and Grail Philanthropy Rwanda, and founder and patron of the Mitchell's Plain Bosry Trust and Role Model Trust. He is happily married to Miss Marianne Ramos, and he currently lives in South Africa. He is retired, but he is not tired. And that's why he is not here with us today. He has a video for us of his lecture because he's on active service for the Republic of South Africa. He's been asked to be on a special delegation for the government of South Africa. Can we have the lecture of Mr. Trevor Manuel, please?
No volume?
Program Director, distinguished ministers, especially those distinguished ministers, especially those of the Finance and Undersecretary, Dr. Clever, the UN Undersecretary, and senior officials of UNEVA, Gatete, and senior officials of UNEVA. I greet you all. I greet you all. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. I greet you also with a sincere apology for not being physical. I greet you also with a sincere. It's a distinct privilege to have been invited to deliver this lecture in honor of one of Africa's greatest economists and thinkers, Dr. Adebayo Adedeji. As ministers of finance and planning, you all have a need for predictability because it's essential for forward planning. Sadly, at a time such as this, predictability is a very rare commodity. Last year, the world was so very...
Technical room, please.
UNECA prepared a note in December drawing on the best available data and expertise and said, and I quote, the decline in the oil prices...
Probably we can go for lunch while the technical services try to remedy the situation. Or what do you think?
That's fine.
We have a few options. Depending on how fast the technicians will adjust this problem. One option is we open the floor for 1 or 2 questions to Dr. Hanan Mosi following the technical presentations, while the technicians try to see if they can remedy this. Second option, we take a break for lunch and come back so that they have enough time to actually sort it out. What is the most feasible? Is lunch ready? If lunch was ready?
Take a break. They can test it. Once it's ready, then you can listen.
Okay. In which case, can the Secretariat communicate the arrangements, the lunch arrangements? Moderator, Secretariat, I don't know whose responsibility that is. Please.
Distinguished guests, many apologies, this is technology. We are now indeed going to break for lunch, 1.5 hours lunch, which is ready in the same spot as yesterday, please. And I will also encourage you to visit our knowledge fair, which is very, very interesting indeed. So enjoy the break, bon appétit, and we'll reconvene here at 3:30 sharp to continue with our proceedings. Thank you all.
Recording stopped.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Please proceed your way, make your way to lunch. We're breaking now for an hour and a half. Feel free to go to the restaurant next door, exactly in the same spot as yesterday. And we'll be back here in roughly 1.5 hours. Mesdames et messieurs, l'heure du déjeuner est arrivée. Merci de bien vouloir vous rendre au restaurant. Nous avons à peu près 1h30 de pause. Donc merci de bien vouloir libérer la salle. L'équipe technique va la préparer pour le reste du programme. Ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly please make your way to lunch? Our technical team also needs to reset this room for the rest of this afternoon's program. Thank you. Also, a quick reminder about the Knowledge Fair, which is right by the coffee area. It's a wonderful platform that showcases innovation, success stories, a lot of good practices, and you'll be able as well to interact with the various teams.
طارق لي بلوك ملتي بريز. لي بلوك ملتي بريز اللي كانوا تما حيتم.
in Tangier on the 2nd of April 2026. Program Director, distinguished ministers, especially those of Finance and of Planning, the UN Under-Secretary, Dr. Clever Gatete, and senior officials of UNECA, I greet you all. Bonjour, assalamu alaikum, good morning. I greet you also with a sincere apology for not being physically present. It's a distinct privilege to have been invited to deliver this lecture in honor of one of Africa's greatest economists and thinkers, Dr. Adebayo Adedeji. As ministers of finance and planning, you all have a need for predictability because it's essential for forward planning. Sadly, at a time such as this is the recording of the Adebayo Adedeji lecture delivered to UNECA. This is the recording of the Adebayo Adedeji lecture delivered to UNECA in Tangier on the 2nd of April 2026. Program Director, distinguished ministers, especially those of Finance and I greet you all. Bonjour, assalamu alaikum, good morning. I greet you also with a sincere apology for not being physically present. It's a distinct privilege to have been invited to deliver this lecture in honor of one of Africa's greatest economists and thinkers, Dr. Adebayo Adedeji. As ministers of finance and planning, you all have Sadly, at a time such as this, predictability is a very rare commodity. Last year, the world was so very different. UNECA prepared a note in December drawing on the best available data and expertise and said, and I quote, the decline in the oil price is expected to have a negative impact on the major oil exporting countries in Africa, unquote. Just an aside, in November and December, Brent crude was priced at $60 to $63 a barrel. Now, this is the recording of the Adebayo Adedeji lecture delivered to UNECA in Tangier on the 2nd of April 2026. Program Director, distinguished ministers, especially those of Finance and of Planning, the UN Under-Secretary, Dr. Clever Gatete, and senior officials of UNECA, I greet you all. Bonjour, assalamu alaikum, good morning. I greet you also with a sincere apology for not being physically present. It's a distinct privilege to have been invited to deliver this lecture in honor of one of Africa's greatest economists and thinkers, Dr. Adebayo Adedeji. As ministers of finance and planning, you all have a need for predictability because it's essential for forward planning. Sadly, at a time such as this, predictability This is the recording 6. Program Director, distinguished ministers, especially those of Finance and of Planning, the UN Under-Secretary, Dr. Clever Gatete, and senior officials of UNECA, I greet you all. Bonjour, assalamu alaikum. Good morning. I greet you also with a sincere apology for not being physically present. It's a distinct privilege to have been invited to deliver this lecture in honor of one of Africa's greatest economists and thinkers, Dr. Adebayo Adedeji. As ministers of finance and planning, you all have predictability because it's essential for forward planning. Sadly, at a time such as this, predictability is a very rare commodity. Last year, the world was so very different. UNECA prepared a note in December drawing on the best available data and expertise and said, and I quote, the decline in the oil price is expected to have a negative impact on the major oil exporting countries in Africa, unquote. Just an aside, in November and December, Brent crude was priced at $60 to $63 a barrel. Now it's around the $100 a barrel mark, having reached $115 just last week. There's nothing in the historical data sets that could have predicted these swings. What we're dealing with is a consequence of very wild unilateral decisions, the consequences of which are largely unknown. It's clear that the impact on pricing borne by people across the globe. What is unclear is what the duration of the disruption will be and the scale of oscillations and how it will end. It would appear that these and other related matters have not been considered by the decision makers who created this mayhem. As the price impacts work through the system, we do not yet know what the scale of the disruption to global supply chains will be. We do know from past experience that it takes time to work through all of the system, and both the primary and secondary effects will be felt very deeply. The consequence will not only be felt at the fuel pumps, but very, very tragically in the food baskets too. This is not only an energy shock, but also an agricultural shock. As well as affecting industry and corporations across a wide range of production, it's important to remember that it's the poorest who spend most of the income on food and transport. Last year, the world felt very different. We were able to place Africa very squarely on the global agenda. And the Africa Expert Panel that I was privileged, or am privileged to chair, played a big part in ensuring that Africa has a place at the table, that the concerns are felt and established within the global order. As we indicated in the course of the past year, our hope is that these matters will remain on the African agenda and that together we will endeavor to ensure that the world responds adequately. This is a process that will have to be carried out by Pan-African institutions, of which UNECA is an important component. At a high level, the panel was established to offer evidence-based recommendations that advance Africa's collective interests in the global economic policy reform. Key objectives in the panel's scope of work include bringing into play global financial reforms and a very strong emphasis on Pan-African partnerships. The panel's work was initiated under the aegis of the South African presidency of the G20 in 2025. But as we said early in last year, the work will continue beyond the South African presidency. We start from the premise that the issues have been well articulated, well supported by evidence, and now we need to focus on implementation. And that is decisively an African moment. We turn to UNECA to ask how we will do this. Part of what has shifted in the global arena is that there's a particularly hostile attitude articulated by some of the rhetoric on global matters. Security Conference on the 14th of February this year. They said, and I quote, "For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent, in Europe, long before the man who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores. carrying the memories and traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices of our forefathers made together the civilization to which we have fallen heir. Unquote. Clearly, in his articulation, Secretary Rubio says all of the rest of the world is excluded from that paradigm. No Asia, no Africa, no Latin America. This is purely a North America-European alliance that binds them together. I want to emphasize that this view expressed by Secretary Rubio is clearly the view of the executive of the hegemon, the United States of America. It's not a uniform perspective of everybody in the northern climes, but it certainly is a view expressed repeatedly by those in power in the United States of America. In contrast to this, Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada delivered a speech at Davos in early February. Again, I'd like to lift two quotes from what he said. This power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true, unquote. And the second, I quote, hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships, unquote. This point and the contrast between Secretary Rubio and Prime Minister Carney are quite important, because where we find ourselves, the US believes that all we have to do is listen to what they say, and that becomes the truth. All that we as Africans have to do is to obey them. There's also a sharply different view to that of Secretary Rubio that came from President Alexander Stubbs of Finland, who recently spoke at the Raisina dialogue in India. Again, there are two quotes I'd like to lift from his past. We end up underestimating the future, unquote. And second thing that President Stubbs said is, quote, my worry is that these conflicts are incrementally becoming global, and my aim today is to try and find a pathway back to international order in which institutions, norms, and rules are respected. Without a functioning world order, power vacuums will be filled by by raw power, rogue behavior, and predatory hegemons, unquote. I think that the views of President Stubbs are largely in line with those articulated by Prime Minister Carney, and let me say, with which I have lots of comfort. The gist of it is that we as Africans must look to ourselves and understand the value of what we bring to bear, and we'll stop being the implementers of the views of the hegemon based in Washington, D.C. Distinguished Chairperson, what is very important is that we understand that the global order should be based on rules. We need rules. We now face a situation where a jackboot has stomped over all of the rules, and where there's an arrogant and careless disregard for rules, and where the hegemon acts abusively towards most of the rest of the world. This is having an immediate and direct impact on all of Africa. At the beginning of last year, soon after the election of President Trump into office, we saw that the administration summarily shut down USAID. The impact on the poorest of the world was woefully ignored. An institution in which many African states had come to rely for vital support was gone in the stroke of a pen. This has now evolved into an even harder position. The main objective of the moment appears to be that the US wants to muscle in on Africa's critical minerals in exchange for aid. American businesses, especially those tied to the friends and family of the president, must be given preferential access. The Zambian example is instructive as much as it is disturbing. Zambia, as we know, has enormous mineral wealth, copper deposits that the global green energy transition depends upon. It also has lithium and cobalt reserves, making it a country of significant strategic value. The State Department's Bureau of African Affairs advised Secretary Rubio In a memo leaked to the New York Times that, quote, we will only secure our priorities by demonstrating willingness to publicly take support away on a massive scale, unquote. We're seeing this extortion come to light. The US is threatening to withdraw HIV medication from 1.3 million people in Zambia unless the Zambian government opens its copper, lithium, and cobalt mines to designated US companies, not on a competitive basis, but as of right. I must assert that Africa has to count for more, much more, than merely being a piece of land in which foreigners can come and dig holes, remove the wealth, and take it from the pit to the nearest port, so they grow rich, their technology advances, their people are developed, and we remain poor, mere nominal owners of land from which the extraction happened. This is the essence of what Prime Minister Carney argued. Quote, the system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. The US has no entitlement to the mineral deposits of Zambia or anywhere else. We must stop acting as though it is an abundant truth. We have to create our own understanding of what is going on, and we must have a sense of crisis of what's happening at the moment. We must be able to look at the crisis, but also look beyond it, so that, as President Stubbs said, we aren't panicked by what we see in the present. Professor Yuen Ang, a Singaporean theorist at Johns Hopkins University in the US, recently reminded us that, quote, crises are not necessarily followed by collapse. In fact, disruption has often paved the way for renewal, but only for those who are willing to let go of their old order, unquote. And that speaks to what we should be doing as Africans. Take stock of the old order, let go of the old relationships, strengthen our resolve, stiffen our collective back, and take on the opportunity that now presents. Beyond the current global turbulence, the fundamentals for Africa's long-run growth remain strong. What we require is productive investment to realize the continent's economic and human potential. We also require a new partnership with Africa, one that leverages the continent's institutions, its youth, and natural resources to accelerate economic transformation and drive investment for the benefit of Africa and the world. This was the essence of what informed the work of the Africa Expert Panel. The panel made proposals that offer immediate opportunities for progress, but others called for sustained effort to achieve lasting transformation. The simplest and easiest actions seek to create a better environment for African infrastructure finance. This remains the case that while returns on investment in Africa often exceed those in developed economies, investors are deterred by regulatory barriers and distorted perceptions of risk. Swift action is also required to increase the transparency of investment projects and to support finance in infrastructure. Similarly, we need to put our heads together and ensure that we can mobilize adequately to change global banking regulations to unlock more finance for infrastructure and development. What exists in a section of Basel III regulations in many ways is an impediment to attracting investment into Africa, especially in the infrastructure sector. The second proposal from the panel is for the development of an African Development Atlas as part of a broader information ecosystem to improve risk appraisal and attract private capital. The atlas can only be developed in the context of regional economic communities, and it will involve detailed analysis of countries side by side to assess the similarity of rules, regulations, and legislation in order to strengthen the integration of our investment markets. The atlas will also be a practical policy and investment-oriented instrument to take forward how we might better realize the economies of scale that can be unlocked by the integration of 54 diverse and distinct nation-states. The third issue raised by the panel is better scrutiny of ratings agencies. We know that the credit rating agencies hold considerable power to shape borrowing costs, and we need to hold them accountable. Just recently, we saw that Standard & Poor's, one of the big two ratings agencies, had made a major mistake in their recent analysis of Africa. They got the map wrong, they got the countries wrong, and so everything that followed was incorrect. We know that the ratings agencies in 2007, 2008 gave AAA ratings to the collateral debt obligations that triggered the global financial crisis. They are indeed fallible. And on Africa, where information is sparse, they are exceedingly fallible. Africa needs a voice that talks to the ratings agencies. The fourth issue that we must work at is to improve the transparency of sovereign lending. This is a shared responsibility of both debtors and creditors. It's a big, big issue. We must ensure that there's debt transparency. There's nothing to be ashamed of in having debt if it's put to good use for our people. But we must ensure as Africans that we talk to each other and strengthen each other in a global system that is dominated by creditors. We must also ensure that we have a data system available that allows governments across the continent to inform their citizens of how much is owed to whom and for what purpose the money was spent. There's also a very strong proposal that we need to develop a borrowers' club or some forum where debtors can talk to each other, where we can build This is the recording of the Adebayo Adedeji lecture delivered to UNECA in Tangier on the 2nd of April 2026. Program Director, distinguished ministers, especially those of finance and of planning, the UN Under-Secretary, Dr. Clever Gatete, and senior officials of UNECA, I greet you all. Bonjour, assalamu alaikum, good morning. I greet you also with a sincere apology for not being physically present. It's a distinct privilege to have been invited to deliver this lecture in honor of one of Africa's greatest economists and thinkers, Dr. Adebayo Adedeji. As ministers of finance and planning, sadly, at a time such as this, predictability is a very rare commodity. Last year, the world was so very different. UNECA prepared a note in December drawing on the best available data and expertise and said, and I quote, the decline in the oil price is expected to have a negative impact on the major oil exporting countries in Africa, unquote. Just an aside, in November, December, Brent crude was priced at $60 to $63 a barrel. Now it's around the $100 a barrel mark, having reached $115 just last week. There's nothing in the historical data sets that could have predicted these swings. What we're dealing with is a consequence of very wild unilateral decisions, the consequences of which are largely unknown. It's clear that the impact on prices will be borne by people across the globe. What is unclear is what the duration of the disruption will be and the scale of oscillations and how it has created this mayhem. As the price impacts work through the system, we do not yet know what the scale of the disruption to global supply chains will be. We do know from past experience that it takes time to work through all of the system, and both the primary and secondary effects will be felt very deeply. The consequence will not only be felt at the fuel pumps, but very, very tragically in the food baskets too. This is not only an energy shock, but also an agricultural shock. As well as affecting industry and corporations across a wide range of production, it's important to remember that it's the poorest who spend most of the income on food and transport. Last year, the world felt very different. We were able to place Africa very squarely on the global agenda. And the Africa Expert Panel's privilege, or am privileged to chair, played a big part in ensuring that Africa has a place at the table, that our concerns are felt and established within the global order. As we indicated in the course of the past year, our hope is that these matters will remain on the African agenda and that together we will endeavor to ensure that the world responds adequately. This is a process that will have to be carried out by Pan-African institutions, of which UNECA is an important component. At a high level, the panel was established to offer evidence-based recommendations that advance Africa's collective interests in the global economic policy reform. Key objectives in the panel's scope of work include tackling the debt crisis, unlocking investment, focusing on domestic resource mobilization, bringing into play global financial reforms, and a very strong of the G20 in 2025. But as we said early in last year, the work will continue beyond the South African presidency. We start from the premise that the issues have been well articulated, well supported by evidence, and now we need to focus on implementation. And that is decisively an African moment. We turn to UNECA to ask how we will do this. Part of what has shifted in the global arena is that there's a particularly hostile attitude articulated by some of the rhetoric on global matters. Let me lift briefly from Secretary Marco Rubio's speech at the Security Conference on the 14th of February this year. He said, and I quote, "For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent, being Europe, long before the man who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores, carrying the memories and traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices of our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir." Unquote. Clearly, in his articulation, Secretary Rubio says all of the rest of the world is excluded from that paradigm. No Asia, no Africa, no Latin America. This is purely a North America European alliance that binds them together. I want to emphasize that this view expressed by Secretary Rubio is clearly the view of the executive of the hegemon, the United States of America. It's not a uniform perspective of everybody in the northern climes, but it certainly is a view expressed repeatedly by those in power in the United States of America. In contrast to this, Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada delivered a speech at Davos in early February. Again, I'd like to lift two quotes from what he said. The first, in describing this hegemon, the United States, he said, quote, "The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true," unquote. And the second, the quote, "Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships," unquote. This point and the contrast between Secretary Rubio and Prime Minister Carney are quite important, because where we find ourselves, the US believes that all we have to do is listen to what they say, and that becomes the truth. All that we as Africans have to do is to obey them. There's also a sharply different view to that of Secretary Rubio that came from President Alexander Stubbs of Finland, who recently spoke at the Raisina dialogue in India. Again, there are two quotes I'd like to lift from his speech. The first reads, "We human beings have a tendency to make three mistakes. First, we over-rationalize the past. Second, we over-dramatize the present. And third, when dwelling on the past and being upset by events of today, we end up underestimating the future, unquote. And second thing that President Stubbs said is, quote, my worry is that these conflicts are incrementally becoming global, and my aim today is to try and find a pathway back to international order in which institutions, norms, and rules are respected. Without a functioning world order, power vacuums will be filled by by raw power, rogue behavior, and predatory hegemons, unquote. I think that the views of President Stubbs are largely in line with those articulated by Prime Minister Carney, and let me say, with which I have lots of comfort. The gist of it is that we as Africans must look to ourselves and understand the value of what we bring to bear, and must stop being the implementers of the views of the hegemon based in Washington, D.C. Distinguished Chairperson, what is very important is that we understand that the global order should be based on rules. We need rules. We now face a situation where a jackboot has stomped over all of the rules, and where there's an arrogant and careless disregard for rules, and where the hegemon acts abusively towards most of the rest of the world. This is having an immediate and direct impact on all of Africa. At the beginning of last year, soon after the election of President Trump into office, we saw that the administration summarily shut down USAID. The impact on the poorest of the world was woefully ignored. An institution in which many African states had come to rely for vital support was gone in the stroke of a pen. This has now evolved into an even harder position. The main objective of the moment appears to be that the US wants to muscle in on Africa's critical minerals in exchange for aid. American businesses, especially those tied to the friends and family of the president, must be given preferential access. The Zambian example is instructive as much as it is disturbing. Zambia, as we know, has enormous mineral wealth, copper deposits that the global green energy transition depends upon. It also has lithium and cobalt reserves, making it a country of significant strategic value. The State Department's Bureau of African Affairs advised Secretary Rubio in the memo leaked to the New York Times that, quote, we will only secure our priorities by demonstrating willingness to publicly take support away on a massive scale, unquote. We're seeing this extortion come to light. The US is threatening to withdraw HIV medication from 1.3 million people in Zambia unless the Zambian government opens its copper, lithium, and cobalt mines to designated US companies, not on a competitive basis, but as of right. I must assert that Africa has to count for more, much more, than merely being a piece of land in which foreigners can come and dig holes, remove the wealth, and take it from the pit to the nearest port, so they grow rich, their technology advances, their people are developed, and we remain poor, mere nominal owners of land from which the extraction happened. This is the essence of what Prime Minister Carney argued. Quote, the system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. The US has no entitlement to the mineral deposits of Zambia or anywhere else. We must stop acting as though it is an abundant truth. We have to create our own understanding of what is going on, and we must have a sense of crisis of what's happening at the moment. We must be able to look at the crisis, but also look beyond it so that, as President Stubbs said, we aren't panicked by what we see in the present. Professor Yuen Yuen Ang, a Singaporean theorist at Johns Hopkins University in the US, recently reminded us that, quote, crises are not necessarily followed by collapse. In fact, disruption has often paved the way for renewal, but only for those who are willing to let go of the old order, unquote. And that speaks to what we should be doing as Africans. Take stock of the old order, let go of the old relationships, strengthen our resolve, stiffen our collective back, and take on the opportunity that now presents. Beyond the current global turbulence, the fundamentals for Africa's long-run growth remain strong. What we require is productive investment to realize the continent's economic and human potential. We also require a new partnership with Africa, one that leverages the continent's institutions, its youth, and natural resources to accelerate economic transformation and drive investment for the benefit of Africa and the world. This was the essence of what informed the work with the Africa Expert Panel. The panel made proposals that offer immediate opportunities for progress, but others called for sustained effort to achieve lasting transformation. The simplest and easiest actions seek to create a better environment for African infrastructure finance. This remains the case that while returns on investment in Africa often exceed those in developed economies, investors are deterred by regulatory barriers and distorted perceptions of risk. Swift action is also required to increase the transparency of investment projects and to support financing infrastructure. Similarly, we need to put our heads together and ensure that we can mobilize adequately to change the global banking regulations to unlock more finance for infrastructure and development. What exists in a section of Basel III regulations in many ways is an impediment to attracting investment into Africa, especially in the infrastructure sector. The second proposal from the panel is for the development to attract private capital. The Atlas can only be developed in the context of regional economic communities, and it will involve detailed analysis of countries side by side to assess the similarity of rules, regulations, and legislation in order to strengthen the integration of our investment markets. The Atlas will also be a practical policy and investment-oriented instrument to take forward how we might better realize the economies of scale that can be unlocked by the integration of 54 diverse and distinct nation-states. The third issue raised by the panel is better scrutiny of ratings agencies. We know that the credit rating agencies hold considerable power to shape borrowing costs, and we need to hold them accountable. Just recently, we saw that Standard & Poor's, one of the big two ratings agencies, had made a major mistake in their recent analysis of Africa. They got the map wrong, they got the countries wrong, and so everything that followed was incorrect. We know that the ratings agencies in 2007, 2008 gave AAA ratings to the collateral debt obligations that triggered the global financial crisis. They are indeed fallible. And on Africa, where information is sparse, they are exceedingly fallible. Africa needs a voice that talks to the ratings agencies. The fourth issue that we must work at is to improve the transparency of sovereign lending. This is a shared responsibility of both debtors and creditors. It's a big, big issue. We must ensure that there's debt transparency. There's nothing to be ashamed of if it is put to good use for our people. But we must ensure as Africans that we talk to each other and strengthen each other in a global system that is dominated by creditors. We must also ensure that we have a data system available that allows governments across the continent to inform their citizens of how much is owed to whom and for what purpose the money was spent. There's also a very strong proposal that we need to develop a borrowers club or some forum where debtors can talk to each other, where we can build a data bank, where we can build trust, and where we can strengthen each other for negotiations. There's no shame in negotiating. It is wrong to negotiate without the necessary information and to refuse to mine the rich seam of information that we are able to glean from our own experience and that of our neighbors on the African continent. Chairperson, I had hoped that this UNECA meeting here in Tangier would be the point at which we could announce the formation of the Borrowers Club. I'm calling it a club very loosely because it must have a name. We need finance ministers to give it a name, give it a title, give it substance. We can only sketch broad ideas, but we need African finance ministers to be involved in the process so that they feel they own everything about the Boris Club going forward. I'd hope that we could do it here, but clearly this is not the end of the road. There's also a proposal in the African expert panel report that where low-income countries are facing particular stress, we launch a debt refinancing initiative so that countries can refinance at substantially lower rates. Already debt service costs have crowded out spending on social goods and services, but also health ministers. And they will know that the ability to afford to provide healthcare in circumstances where there's less resource available for healthcare because debt service costs eats up so much of the budget, and where the procurement of medications imported from abroad is so much more expensive. There's less that is available by way of healthcare for people on the continent. We need to remind ourselves that as a consequence of the war on Iran, circumstances are likely to deteriorate even further. Now, if we want to achieve this, Chairperson, it's important that we understand that Africa must be strengthened, and that the route to strengthen Africa is to strengthen our regional economic communities. We need to strengthen them individually so that each one of them is strong, but we also need to strengthen them across the entire continent so that there's greater equivalence between the various regional economic communities. This, of course, will also give considerable impetus to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. But beyond just trade, we must ensure that the rules are easily understood and applicable across the continent. If we do this, we're giving effect to the life's work of Professor Adebayo Adedeji, which was something that he was deeply committed to. And that is the REX, Regional Economic Communities. Later in life, his work included the African Peer Review Mechanism, which he chaired with gusto. He said then, quote, "As the APRM, we are not praise singers to governments. Our mandate is to examine governance and report on what we observe and to do so fearlessly," unquote. And so the oversight of governance in Africa by Africans, as expressed through the APRM, remains an important instrument to be able to advance our collective interests in the continent. That moment when the APRM was established about 24 years ago was a very interesting moment for African history. It was the moment at which the OAU was replaced by the African Union. The institutions were renewed and strengthened, new people were brought in, new rules created. And I think that in broad and general terms, 24 years on, it seems like a similar moment, a moment to which we must look to ourselves and understand the value of interaction between Africans. My plea to you as finance ministers, ministers of planning and health ministers, is that you be disobedient to the old order, national self-sufficiency. In it, he argued, and I quote, "Once we allow ourselves to be disobedient to the test of an accountant's profit, we've begun to change our civilization," unquote. So my pleading to you is to focus on how we can change our civilization as Africans, our collective civilization as Africans, what we need, what gets taken away from us, and how we get there. It would be foolhardy of me to suggest to finance ministers especially that they should be disobedient to the advice of their accountants. But we must isolate the norms from what happens in the lives of our nations, isolate the norms that oppress us and exploit our people and resources. We must be disobedient to the norms that expect us to act as though we don't notice the abuse that results in so many Africans being incredibly poor. Now, inviting disobedience is a difficult task, especially somebody like myself who'd been a finance minister for a long time. But it's quite important that ministers gathered here take stock of the call to disobedience, persuade their colleagues in the cabinet rooms persuade the heads of state and government that we need to think about these issues quite differently if we value our future, as we should all do. Now we're in a position where the report of the African Expert Panel was applauded by the G20 leaders, or sorry, the G19, because the US didn't participate, at its meeting in Johannesburg in November. Subsequently, it was placed before the AU summit in Addis in February, where it was again supported with acclaim. But support for the claim does not bring recommendations of the report into reality. That is the work that we must now undertake. It's very important that we invite you as ministers not to treat the recommendations of the Africa Expert Panel as though they are carved in stone and brought down from Mount Sinai. It's an evolving process. A number of panelists are actually sitting in the room with you. The ideas put forward must be tested and retested. We have to use those ideas as the basis for undertaking more detailed studies and testing the proposals to ensure that they work, and we must oversee the implementation. I do want to advise you that the colleague who's worked very closely with me over the life of the Africa Expert Panel, Mr. Hanif Ibrahim, is sitting in the room with you. I hope that he encourages the disobedience by ministers, that the debate will start there and be carried forward to all of your capitals. We are saying that the Africa Expert Panel gives us an opportunity to rethink the economic path that we choose for Africa. If we fail to do this, we'll fail successive generations because we would not have read the signs that are presented to us. In many respects, we have to treat the words of Secretary Rubio as a gift because it exposes the crudeness of what the hegemon thinks, a gift because it drops the mask of smiling at us while stabbing us in the back. And in dropping the mask, it says that we have to find solutions on our own. In conclusion, let me say, Chairperson, choice is stark. Shared prosperity or systemic fragmentation. The world needs dynamism and creativity of Africa's youth to drive the next wave of global development. The African Expert Panel offers a partnership that can deliver growth, stability, and resilience for Africa and the world. However, the window for action is closing fast. The time for incrementalism has certainly passed. We need bold and collective action now. By reshaping ourselves, children of Africa, one and all, we become capable of joining others who fight or fought for freedom and pursued bold dreams. The central message is clear. The new era of progress begins with us as Africans. This UNECA meeting in Tangier is of critical importance. Africa needs to emerge from this session with greater determination to improve its fortunes, given the global rupture that obtains. Remembering the spirit of Dr. Adedeji, Africa must accelerate industrialization, foster regional integration, invest in digital infrastructure, and leverage its young population. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen.
Welcome back, everyone. Rebonjour à tous. I hope that you enjoyed the lovely lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, I would kindly ask you all, please, to proceed back to your seats. Mesdames et messieurs, merci de bien vouloir regagner vos sièges. Nous allons reprendre notre programme. Welcome back, everyone. All right. So you would have noticed that the chair and the leadership are with you all. This is to make the experience of the video that we are going to watch a little bit more pleasant because of the sound quality. So now let's all go back to the 2026 Adebayo Adedeji Memorial Lecture segment with a video from the lecturer, His Excellency Trevor Manuel, former Minister of Finance of South Africa.
This is the recording of the Adebayo Adedeji lecture delivered to UNECA in Tangier on the 2nd of April 2026. Program Director, distinguished ministers, especially those of finance and of planning, the UN Under-Secretary, Dr. Clever Gatete, and senior officials of UNECA, I greet you all. Bonjour, assalamu alaikum, good morning. I greet you also with a sincere for not being physically present. It's a distinct privilege to have been invited to deliver this lecture in honor of one of Africa's greatest economists and thinkers, Dr. Adebayo Adedeji. As ministers of finance and planning, you all have a need for predictability because it's essential for forward planning. Sadly, at a time such as this, predictability is a very rare commodity. Last year, the world was so very different. UNECA prepared a note in December drawing on the best available data and expertise and said, and I quote, the decline in the oil price is expected to have a negative impact on the major oil exporting countries in Africa, unquote. Just an aside, in November, December, Brent crude was priced at $60 to $63 a barrel. Now it's around $100 a barrel mark, having reached $115 just last week. There's nothing in the historical data sets that could have predicted these swings. What we're dealing with is a consequence of very wild unilateral decisions, the consequences of which are largely unknown. It's clear that the impact on prices will be borne by people across the globe. What is unclear is what the duration of the disruption will be and the scale of oscillations and how it will end. It would appear that these and other related matters have not been considered by the decision makers who created this mayhem. As the price impacts work through the system, we do not yet know what the scale of the disruption to global supply chains will be. We do know from past experience that it takes time to work through all of the system, and both the primary and secondary effects will be felt very deeply. The consequence will not only be felt at the fuel pumps, but very, very tragically in the food baskets too. This is not only an energy shock, but also an agricultural shock. As well as affecting industry and corporations across a wide range of production, it's important to remember that it's the poorest who spend most of the income on food and transport. Last year, the world felt very different. We were able to place Africa very squarely on the global agenda. And the Africa expert panel that I was privileged or am privileged to chair played a big part in ensuring that Africa has a place at the table. The concerns are felt and established within the global order. As we indicated in the course of the past year, I hope is that these matters will remain on the African agenda and that together we will endeavor to ensure that the world responds adequately. This is a process that will have to be carried out by Pan-African institutions, of which UNECA is an important component. At a high level, the panel was established to offer evidence-based recommendations that advance Africa's collective interests in the global economic policy reform. Key objectives in the panel's scope of work include tackling the debt crisis, unlocking investment, focusing on domestic resource mobilization, bringing into play global financial reforms, and a very strong emphasis on Pan-African partnerships. The panel's work was initiated under the aegis of the South African presidency of the G20 in 2025. But as we said early in last year, the work would continue beyond the South African presidency. We start from the premise that the issues have been well articulated, well supported by evidence, and now we need to focus on implementation. And that is decisively an African moment. We turn to ask how we will do this. Part of what has shifted in the global arena is that there's a particularly hostile attitude articulated by some of the rhetoric on global matters. Let me lift briefly from Secretary Marco Rubio's speech at the Security Conference on the 14th of February this year. He said, and I quote, "For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent, being Europe, long before the man who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores, carrying the memories and traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices of our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir." Unquote. Clearly, in his articulation, Secretary Rubio says all of the rest of the world is excluded from that paradigm. No Asia, no Africa, no Latin America. This is purely a North America-European alliance that binds them together. I want to emphasize that this view expressed by Secretary Rubio is clearly the view of the executive of the hegemon, the United States of America. It's not a uniform perspective of everybody in the northern climes, but it certainly is a view expressed repeatedly by those in power in the United States of America. In contrast to this, Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada delivered a speech at Davos in early February. Again, I'd like to lift two quotes from what he said. The first, in describing this hegemon, the United States, he said, quote, "The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true," unquote. And the second, quote, "Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships," unquote. This point and the contrast between Secretary Rubio and Prime Minister Carney are quite important, because where we find ourselves, the US believes that all we have to do is listen to what they say, and that becomes the truth. All that we as Africans have to do is to obey them. There's also a sharply different view to that of Secretary Rubio that came from President Alexander Stubbs of Finland, who recently spoke at the Raisina Dialogue in India. Again, there are two quotes I'd like to lift from his speech. The first reads, "We human beings have a tendency to make three mistakes. First, we over-rationalize the past. Second, we over-dramatize the present. And third, when dwelling on the past and being upset by events of today, we end up underestimating the future," unquote. And the second thing that President Stubbs said is, quote, "My worry is that these conflicts are incrementally becoming global And our aim today is to try and find a pathway back to international order in which institutions, norms, and rules are respected. Without a functioning world order, power vacuums will be filled by by raw power, rogue behavior, and predatory hegemons, unquote. I think that the views of President Stubbs are largely in line with those articulated by Prime Minister Carney, and let me say, with which I have lots of comfort. The gist of it is that we as Africans must look to ourselves and understand the value of what we bring to bear. We must stop being the implementers of the views of the hegemon based in Washington, D.C. Distinguished Chairperson, what is very important is that we understand that the global order should be based on rules. We need rules. We now face a situation where a jackboot has stomped over all of the rules, and where there's an arrogant and careless disregard for rules, and where the hegemon acts abusively towards most of the rest of the world. This is having an immediate and direct impact on all of Africa. At the beginning of last year, soon after the election of President Trump into office, we saw that the administration summarily shut down USAID. The impact on the poorest of the world was woefully ignored. An institution in which many African states had to rely for vital support was gone in the stroke. That the US wants to muscle in on Africa's critical minerals in exchange for aid. American businesses, especially those tied to the friends and family of the president, must be given preferential access. The Zambian example is instructive as much as it is disturbing. Zambia, as we know, has enormous mineral wealth, copper deposits that the global green energy transition depends upon. It also has lithium and cobalt reserves, making it a country of significant strategic value. The State Department's Bureau of African Affairs advised Secretary Rubio in a memo leaked to the New York Times that, quote, we will only secure our priorities by demonstrating willingness to publicly take support away on a massive scale, unquote. We're seeing this extortion come to light. The US is threatening to withdraw HIV medication from 1.3 million people in Zambia unless the Zambian government opens its copper, lithium, and cobalt mines to designated US companies, not on a competitive basis, but as of right. Now, we must assert that Africa has to count for more, much more, than merely being a piece of land in which foreigners can come and dig holes, remove the wealth, and take it from the pit to the nearest port, so they grow rich, their technology advances, their people are developed, and we remain poor, mere nominal owners of land from which the extraction happened. This is the essence of what Prime Minister Carney argued. Quote, the system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. The US has no entitlement to the mineral deposits of Zambia or anywhere else. We must stop acting as though it is an abundant truth. We have to create our own understanding of what is going on, and we must have a sense of crisis of what's happening at the moment. We must be able to look at the crisis, but also look beyond it so that, as President Stubbs said, we aren't panicked by what we see in the present. Professor Yun An, a Singaporean theorist at Johns Hopkins University in the US, recently reminded us that, quote, crises are not necessarily followed by collapse. In fact, disruption has often paved the way for renewal, but only for those who are willing to let go of the old order, unquote. And that speaks to what we should be doing as Africans. Take stock of the old order, let go of the old relationships, strengthen our resolve, stiffen our collective back, and take on the opportunity that now presents. Beyond the current global turbulence, the fundamentals for Africa's long-run growth remain strong. What we require is productive investment to realize the continent's economic and human potential. We also require a new partnership with Africa, one that leverages the continent's institutions, its youth, and natural resources to accelerate economic transformation and drive investment for the benefit of Africa and the world. This was the essence of what informed the work of the Africa Expert Panel. The panel made proposals that offer immediate opportunities for progress, but others called for sustained effort to achieve lasting transformation. The simplest and easiest actions seek to create a better environment for African infrastructure finance. This remains the case that while returns on investment in Africa often exceed those in developed economies, investors are deterred by regulatory barriers and distorted perceptions of risk. Swift action is also required to increase the transparency of investment projects and to support finance in infrastructure. Similarly, we need to put our heads together and ensure that we can mobilize adequately to change the global banking regulations to unlock more finance for infrastructure and development. What exists in a section of Basel III regulations in many ways is an impediment to attracting investment into Africa, especially in the infrastructure sector. The second proposal from the panel is for the development of an African Development Atlas as part of the broader information ecosystem to improve risk appraisal and attract private capital. The Atlas can only be developed in the context of regional economic communities, and it will involve detailed analysis of countries side by side to assess the similarity of rules, regulations, and legislation in order to strengthen the integration of our investment market. The Atlas will also be a practical policy and investment-oriented instrument to take forward how we might better realize the economies of scale that can be unlocked by the integration of 54 diverse and distinct nation states. The third issue raised by the panel is better scrutiny of ratings agencies. We know that the credit rating agencies hold considerable power to shape borrowing costs, and we need to hold them accountable. Just recently, we saw that Standard & Poor's, one of the big two ratings agencies, had made a major mistake in their recent analysis of Africa. They got the map wrong, they got the countries wrong, and so everything that followed was incorrect. We know that the ratings agencies in 2007, 2008 gave AAA ratings to the collateral debt obligations that triggered the global financial crisis. They are indeed fallible. And on Africa, where information is sparse, they are exceedingly fallible. Africa needs a voice that talks to the ratings agencies. The fourth issue that we must work at is to improve the transparency of sovereign lending. This is a shared responsibility of both debtors and creditors. It's a big issue. We must ensure that there's debt transparency. There's nothing to be ashamed of in having debt if it is put to good use for our people. But we must ensure as Africans that we talk to each other and strengthen each other in a global system that is dominated by creditors. We must also ensure that we have a data system available that allows governments across the continent to inform their citizens of how much is owed to whom and for what purpose the money was spent. There's also a very strong proposal that we need to develop a borrowers' club or some forum where debtors can talk to each other, where we can build a data bank, where we can build trust, and where we can strengthen each other for negotiations. There's no shame in negotiating. It is wrong to negotiate without the necessary information and to refuse to mine the rich seam of information that we are able to glean from our own experience and that of our neighbors on the African continent. Chairperson, I had hoped that this UNECA meeting here in Tangier would be the point at which we could announce the formation of the Borrowers Club. I'm calling it a club very loosely because it must have a name. We need finance ministers to give it a name, give it a title, give it substance. We can only sketch broad ideas, but we need African finance ministers to be involved in the process so that they feel they own everything about the Borrowers Club going forward. I'd hope that we could do it here But clearly, this is not the end of the road. There's also a proposal in the African Expert Panel report that where low-income countries are facing particular stress, we launch a debt refinancing initiative so that countries can refinance at substantially lower rates. Already, debt service costs have crowded out spending on social goods and services, and infrastructure investment that is so vital for development. Here, in Tangier, you have not only finance ministers, but also health ministers. And they will know that the ability to afford to provide healthcare in circumstances where there's less resource available for healthcare because debt service costs eats up so much of the budget, and where the procurement of medications imported from abroad is so much more expensive. There's less that is available by way of healthcare for people on the continent. We need to remind ourselves that as a consequence of the war on Iran, circumstances are likely to deteriorate even further. Now, if we want to achieve this, Chairperson, it's important that we understand that Africa must be strengthened, and that the route to strengthen Africa is to strengthen our regional economic communities. We need to strengthen them individually so that each one of them is strong, but we also need to strengthen them across the entire continent so that there's greater equivalence between the various regional economic communities. This, of course, will also give considerable impetus to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. But beyond just trade, we must ensure that the rules are easily understood and applicable across the continent. If we do this, we're giving effect to the life's work of Professor Adebayo Adedeji, which was something that he was deeply committed to. And that is the REX, Regional Economic Communities. Later in life, his work included the African Peer Review Mechanism, which he chaired with gusto. He said then, quote, "As the APRM, we are not praise singers to governments. Our mandate is to examine governance and report on what we observe and to do so fearlessly," unquote. And so the oversight of governance in Africa by Africans, as expressed through the APRM, remains an important instrument to be able to advance our collective interests in the continent. That moment when the APRM was established about 24 years ago was a very interesting moment for African history. It was the moment at which the OAU was replaced by the African Union. The institutions were renewed and strengthened, new people were brought in, new rules created. And I think that in broad and general terms, 24 years on, it seems like a similar moment, a moment to which we must look to ourselves and understand the value of interaction between Africans. My plea to you as finance ministers, ministers of planning and health ministers, is that you be disobedient to the old order. In 1933, the economist John Maynard Keynes wrote a very important essay entitled National Self-Sufficiency. In it, he argued, and I quote, "Once we allow ourselves to be disobedient to the test of an accountant's profit, we've begun to change our civilization," unquote. So my pleading to you is to focus on how we can change our civilization as Africans, our collective civilization as Africans, what we need, what gets taken away from us, and how we get there. It would be foolhardy of me to suggest to finance ministers especially that they should be disobedient to the advice of their accountants. But we must isolate the norms from what happens in the lives of our nations, isolate the norms that oppress us and exploit our people and resources. We must be disobedient to the norms that expect us to act as though we don't notice the abuse that results in so many Africans being incredibly poor. Now, inviting disobedience is a difficult task, especially somebody like myself who'd been a finance minister for a long time. But it's quite important that ministers gathered here take stock of the call to disobedience, persuade their colleagues in the cabinet rooms, persuade the heads of state and government, that we need to think about these issues quite differently if we value our future, as we should all do. Now we're in a position where the report of the African expert panel was applauded by the G20 leaders, or sorry, the G19, because the US didn't participate, at its meeting in Johannesburg in November. Subsequently, it was placed before the AU summit in Addis in February, where it was again supported with acclaim. But support with acclaim does not bring recommendations in the report into reality. That is the work that we must now undertake. It's very important that we invite you as ministers not to treat the recommendations of the Africa expert panel as though they are carved in stone and brought down from Mount Sinai. It's an evolving process. A number of panelists are actually sitting in the room with you. The ideas put forward must be tested and retested. We have to use those ideas as the basis for undertaking more detailed studies and testing the proposals to ensure that they work, and we must oversee the implementation. I do want to advise you that the colleague who's worked very closely with me over the life of the Africa expert panel, Mr. Hanif Ibrahim, is sitting in the room with you. I hope that he encourages the disobedience by ministers, that the debate will start there and be carried forward to all of your capitals. We are saying that the Africa expert panel gives us an opportunity to rethink the economic path that we choose for Africa. If we fail to do this, we'll fail successive generations because we would not have read the signs that are presented to us. In many respects, we have to treat the words of Secretary Rubio as a gift because it exposes the crudeness of what the hegemon thinks, a gift because it drops the mask of smiling at us while stabbing us in the back. And in dropping the mask, it says that we have to find solutions on our own. In conclusion, let me say, Chairperson, choice is stark. Shared prosperity or systemic fragmentation. The world needs dynamism and creativity of Africa's youth to drive the next wave of global development. The African expert panel offers a partnership that can deliver growth, stability, and resilience for Africa and the world. However, the window for action is closing fast. The time for incrementalism has certainly passed. We need bold and collective action now. By reshaping ourselves, children of Africa, one and all, we become capable of joining others who fight or fought for freedom and pursued bold dreams. The central message is clear. The new era of progress begins with us as Africans. This UNECA meeting in Tangier is of critical importance. Africa needs to emerge from this session with greater determination to improve its fortunes, given the global rupture that obtains. Remembering the spirit of Dr. Adedeji, Africa must accelerate industrialization, foster regional integration, invest in digital infrastructure, and leverage its young population. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen.
And our thanks to His Excellency Trevor Manuel, former Minister of Finance of South Africa. I will now ask the Chair, as well as His Excellency Ndaba Gwalate, Vice President and Minister of Finance of Botswana, Mrs. Hanan Morsi, and Mr. Alaji Maron, please to come back on the stage to proceed to a round of questions from the room, please. Please join us, Excellency. Microphones, please, on the stage.
I would like us to once more give a resounding round of applause for that very intensive lecture that reflects the personality that carries Mr. And we, on that note, we applaud and recognize His Excellency Trevor Manuel for taking the time to do that for us. I think it was very deep, even though we were all tired from lunch. I managed to pick a few pieces of it. And I would like us to go back to business. We had, that was supposed to be the second sequence of the third item on our agenda for the day. The first one having been the presentation on the theme of our conference, which was done by Dr. Morsi, and of course, that lecture by His Excellency Trevor Manuel. And our agenda provides for some discussions. This is something we were supposed to have done before lunch, but because of obvious reasons, I think we had a well-deserved lunch break. Now we are back. Now we are back, and we've had the second presentation. Dr. Morsi is right here, and she will be glad to listen to the ministers, maybe in the form of questions, in the form of comments. Say it the way you want, please. But for the purposes of time management, I would simply suggest we keep it short, we keep it simple, and of course, we go straight to the point. To help the Secretariat may not be a bad idea to just give a brief, tell us briefly who you are, so they can, those who are taking notes could note who you are. The floor is open. You have the microphones right before you, please. Just a show of hand, Secretariat will call my attention, and I will invite you to speak. I see no hands. That may be indicating two things. Either we are too tired, or we understood everything so well that we don't need to hold a conversation. Which one is that supposed to be? Probably to stimulate you a bit. Do we have someone? Oh, Cameroon.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, even though Cameroon is chairing the Bureau, I would like to speak on behalf of the Cameroon delegation, saying that the Cameroonian delegation joins its voice to those of previous speakers since the morning to congratulate the ECA Secretariat for the quality of the presentation on the theme of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. At the same time, let me thank the authorities of the Kingdom of Morocco for the welcome hospitality reserved to our delegation since its arrival in this beautiful city of Tangier. The delegation of Cameroon welcomes the commitment on constant efforts of ECA to stimulate economic transformation on the continent, including discussions around the theme of this conference, which allow us to understand that technological progress integrated into production system can support long-term growth throughout the accumulation of knowledge, learning by doing, and investment in research and development. In the National Development Strategy of Cameroon, innovation is a key factor for productivity, economic resilience, and long-term development. With GDP growth expected in 2026 at around 4.3%, driven by digital transformation, e-commerce, the development of startups, fintechs, agri-tech, and innovation in SMEs. Advanced technologies are a major lever for economic growth in Cameroon. Is this dynamic? The head of state, His Excellency Paul Biya, has just ordered the creation of a special allocation account of 50 billion francs CFA to finance digital entrepreneurship and innovation for young people. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the current international situation teaches us that innovation is a priority for our economies. Despite the challenges related to funding and infrastructure needs, my country can welcome some major innovations in fields of digital governance throughout the dematerialization of tax procedures, the local design of drones, the medical tablets allowing remote cardiac examinations, online payment solutions, and agricultural platforms like eFarm.cm. I cannot conclude my remarks without congratulating and encouraging the CA, which under the leadership of its Executive Secretary, Mr. Claver Katete, continues to implement initiatives to modernize our economies, as well as the efforts made to support our country in achieving its development agenda. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Cameroon. Thank you, Cameroon. We are informed that Eritrea is online. Eritrea, can you hear us? We're informed Eritrea is online. We are with...
Yes, Chairperson. I hope I am audible. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Just Honorable Chairperson, we want to seasoned panelists as well as the presentations which have been made and the presentation. And just we wanted to raise Your Excellency on the issue of opportunities. Just thinking, Chairperson, politicization of justice. Some cases, a number of member states facing sanctions, hampers a number of countries from accepting their development assistance as well as also access to frontier technologies. So in that context, Your Excellency, Chairperson, one, if there may be Dr. Hanan Morsi, she can say that issue, as unilateral sanctions are as hinder member states from accessing frontier technologies. So, one, if she can highlight on that, something which address to such kind of requesting concerning the status to lift such kind of unilateral on a number of African member states so that we successful conclusion implementation of Agenda 2063 as well as Agenda 2050. And we want to see such kind of things in the final statement of the ministerial Honorable Chairperson. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you, Eritrea. The floor is still open. In the absence of any other request, may I invite Dr. Mosi to react to the two ministers who made contributions to this conversation, please.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of what technologies, I think we've had a couple of examples from the continent within the presentation on the type of things that we've seen already adopted, whether using digital to enhance the efficiency of spending and targeting of social safety net, like what Togo did. We talked also about the use of support of ECA, the use of technology and AI and satellite imagery to help improve the operations and monitoring of corridors, regional corridors. There are many others. There are countries that are using actually drones and sensors to improve the use of the efficiency of the use of water and pesticides. Tunisia have done that. And there are many others. I think one of the things I think that we need to also consider is not only thinking about the adoption of technology and integration of it as costing countries, but how can countries actually use that to create fiscal space that then can be used to finance other productive spending that can help transformation. How can you use the technology and satellite to monitor investments? How can you rethink the type of capital investments that you need instead of the need to build hospitals in remote areas. There are other modalities that some of our countries are already using in terms of using technology and drones to deliver medicines, to communicate with physicians. So there are many ways by which we can actually integrate that, not only in the service delivery and operation, but also in the way that we plan to create more efficiencies, better service delivery, and support a more productive growth that can lead to economic transformation in the continent.
Thank you.
Excellence, thank you very much for giving us time to share the experience of this very important forum that engage African countries. At the outset, I extend sincere appreciation to the government and the people of the Kingdom of Morocco for their warm hospitality and excellent organization of this important gathering. Your Excellency, Africa stands at a defining moment. Data and frontier technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, are no longer optional tools. They are fast becoming the new drivers of economic transformation. The question before us is no longer whether to adopt them, but how to harness them strategically, responsibly, and at scale. Alongside the digital economy framework of 2024-2034 aims to embed technology across priority sector while expanding infrastructure, digital access, and inclusion, along with the Tanzania Development Vision of 2050, but also the long-term perspective plan for 25 and the 5-year development plan 4. Your Excellency, we have made tangible progress in Tanzania. Over 83% of our population is now covered by mobile broadband, and the investment in computing infrastructure, including data center and the cloud capabilities, are strengthening our digital backbone. At the same time, we are building human capital with the universities like University of Dodoma, artificial intelligence and the data science programs. Yet we recognize that the broader challenge lies in scaling up digital literacy across society because infrastructure without capability cannot deliver transformation. Our comparative advantage stands where we have more than 34% as a young population, but peace and security, but also favorable policy and the legal environment, to mention a few. Your Excellency, as policymakers, we must now confront a deeper question, one that goes beyond infrastructure, beyond skills, and even beyond innovation itself. How do we shape the narrative of digital transformation so that technology becomes a force that amplifies human potential rather than diminishing it? There is a growing global debate. While digitalizing fuels productivity, it may also be eroding cognitive depth, hence reducing critical thinking, shortening attention spans, and increasing dependence on automated systems. If left unaddressed, this could create a paradox. Economies that digitally advanced but cognitively weakened. Your Excellency, this calls for a more balanced policy approach. We must move from simply promoting access to technology toward ensuring meaningful and responsible use of technology. This includes embedding digital literacy that goes beyond usage to critical thinking and the problem solving, encouraging innovation ecosystems that augment, not replace, human decision-making, designing regulatory frameworks that consider not only economic value, but also societal and cognitive impact. Your Excellency, to finalize, the opportunity before Africa is immense, but the true competitive advantage that we have will not come from technology alone. It will come from how wisely we integrate it into our economies and societies. The future we must aim for it is not just a digital economy, but an intelligent economy, one where technology fuels innovation, strengthens human capability, and sustains inclusive growth. The question I leave with us today is that as we accelerate digital transformation, how do we ensure that we are not only building smarter systems, but also preserving smarter societies? Thank you very much.
If Dr. Mosi wants to say a word before we wrap up on this. Oh, I see another request. Which country is that? Sierra Leone. Madam Minister, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I observe all existing protocols. On behalf of the government of Sierra Leone, it's my privilege to make an intervention here and to let this gathering know that leveraging of technology for economic growth and transformation is central to our government's development agenda. And within our medium-term National Development Plan 2024 to 2030, as one of our big game changers, big 5 game changers, technology and infrastructure, a game changer, number 4. And this underscores the catalytic role of technology for accelerating economic growth, but also strengthening our governance and enhancing service delivery. So the government of Sierra Leone has pursued a clear strategic objective to expand the technology within our fora. And there are various goals or KPIs that we measure in terms of expanding the internet use and also building a smart city and financial inclusion. But these national goals, we feel, are part of a broader continental agenda or a broader continental vision for us to be a digitally integrated continent, making us more economically resilient on the continent, as was discussed earlier today. So our national progress, we feel, builds into regional outcomes enhancing connectivity, harmonizing policies in the region, and unlocking cross-border opportunities. So I would just like to say that I feel that this discourse and the theme that we're discussing now is particularly significant. It does provide us with a vital platform for aligning our national strategies. Some have already been mentioned by other speakers, strengthening regional cooperation and advancing our digital future for the betterment of Africa. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister. Please, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Morsi, but I want to be sure there will be no further requests for the floor. I don't want anybody to leave here feeling deprived of the opportunity to speak. I thank you so much. Madam Morsi, please.
Many thanks to the ministers and delegations for very insightful examples of how technology is being adopted and used at a national level, at a country level, and experiences. I think there were really good points that are raised here. The issue of we are thinking of how do we prepare education for the future, but perhaps we are not thinking enough about the feedback loop of the current stage of technology and how it affects the skills of the new generation, which is a very, very valid point that we need to consider and ensure that we have the safeguards and policies to make sure that also this is not affecting very valuable skills that we have in traditional education. But also it goes to the need to lay the foundations I talked about when I talked about what policy recommendations are needed, the governance and institutions laying the foundation in terms of policies, frameworks, and regulation for AI, for cybersecurity, for use, privacy and use of digital technologies. So that is a foundational part of advancing in that direction. To make sure that technology is being used for the good, but also I think another very important point is the issue of the use of these technologies for decision making and how fit they are for our countries. A critical part of this is the data that these models are trained on. So if decision makers in Africa are utilizing tools where they are not even using our own data, but they are trained in different contexts, different countries, then it becomes the issue of the relevance. That's why we are saying the need to make sure that we're localizing technology and innovation, that we are using these AI models on our own, being used in our own languages and our own data, so that it actually have a better fit to our context and what is needed, and is better equipped to give answers rather than to use something that is coming from completely different contexts. So it's part of what we need to take into account. And I think we will have, I wanted to highlight that there's also the Africa Economic Report that ECA has done on this theme, and that would be presented and would go in depth in some of these issues. That also we would encourage that all of you, read it and download it and make use of all the good work that went into that report, with a lot of, very interesting examples about all what we're discussing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Morsi. And of course, thank you for introducing the next item on our agenda, which is the presentation of the Economic Report on Africa, for which I will invite the moderator to take the floor, please.
Thank you very much. This was quite an interesting round of questions. It's very exciting to hear from all of you. So we often hear that the global market for frontier technologies, from AI to green energy, is projected to reach $16 trillion by 2030. But that's only 4 years to go. And we've all noticed how time seems to speed up at the moment. So indeed, time is of the essence. And so the question for us this afternoon is very simple. How does Africa claim its rightful stake in that future? And to provide the data-driven roadmap for this journey, we now move to the launch of the 2026 edition of the Economic Report on Africa, which is led by Mr. Stephen Karingi, Director of the Macroeconomic Policy, Finance and Governance Division of the ECA. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much, Moderator. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, on behalf of the ECA, I'm very pleased to be the one to make the presentation of the Economic Report on Africa. And so that I don't forget by the time I finish, I wanted to acknowledge my colleagues who, under the leadership of the Executive Secretary and the Deputy Executive Secretary and our Chief Economist, worked so hard to put this report together. I would love to mention their name, but it's almost half of the leadership of the senior leadership team and their team, because this is a corporate document. So just allow me to say I acknowledge all the directors that were involved in this with their teams, and also the team that did the production under the leadership of Sarah and Marcel. And as I do the presentation, I think we are going to distribute copies of the report. Now, since we started our meeting at the Committee of Experts, we did talk about where the African economy is meant to be. We did this work and put this report together before the start of the war. As you can see, we were a bit conservative in our growth estimate compared to what other institutions have already published. But the key point is that you've been doing very well in managing our economies, because the African economies have actually shown resilience. We were expecting a 4% growth this year and a slight increase in terms of average moving to 2027. Now, most of this growth has been driven by the public investments, most of which we know are also being funded by the African taxpayers, although we are also borrowing, as you will see. And even though we would have wanted to see more of the AfCFTA, we think it's starting to give some results based on the kind of trade dynamics that we are seeing. Inflation was expected to ease this year, and even more going into next year. But now we are not quite sure, because in your discussions this morning, we are all feeling the pressure of the likely pass-through of the price increases, either from energy or from food due to fertilizer prices. Now, in terms of the debt, we have a big issue. It remains quite high, and the cost of borrowing high and likely to rise more. Now, you will see how the different regions of our continent are performing. East Africa seems to consistently do very well in the last few years, but that's the situation when it comes to the regional dimension of the growth. Now, given the resilient growth that I have mentioned, this growth really has not fully addressed the challenges that we have in our development. We still have challenges to do with poverty and inequality. We still have challenges to do with the gender gaps. Structural transformation has not happened. And we have an ongoing rapid urbanization, a mega trend that is supposed to be a positive thing for the continent. But it turns out at the moment, this mega trend is really putting to addition to growth. So these development challenges, we hope and believe that if we can actually maximize or optimize on the harnessing of the data and the frontier technologies, we may be able to address this. To the right of this chart, of this slide, there are some points that Hanan presented earlier, the sources of growth, so I'll not go back there. But probably this lack of productivity growth has something to do with the development challenges that we are seeing. Now, we also saw earlier in the presentation of the theme, the potential that the frontier technologies have and the various sectors where that is likely to happen. So I'll not dwell much on this issue of how generative AI productivity impact in Africa in the different sectors, because we had that presentation earlier. I would urge us to look to the right of the slide to see actually there is some improvement in the frontier technologies in the different subregions of the continent. We have North Africa actually doing quite well, followed by Southern Africa. But the other three subregions are much lower because they have a frontier technology readiness index that is just below 0.3 on a scale of 0 to 1. But this is how Africa is doing, which shows there is actually room for us doing more if we are going to want to see this readiness index even being above 0.5 as we head towards 1. So this is the situation when it comes to the adoption of frontier technologies in the continent today. You'll find most of this information in the report that we have just, that is being distributed to you. The report does actually give much more insights on how we think these frontier technologies translate into productivity and into growth. Hanan has just mentioned about the foundational enablers that each country needs to have in place in terms of human capital, in terms of institutions, in terms of infrastructure, including digital public infrastructure, in terms of finance, because these are so critical so that if your innovation inputs of research and development, the components of the Frontier Technology Readiness Index that are there, the ICT investment, these inputs for them to be able to translate into knowledge and technology accumulation, the foundational enablers are very important. Now, there is a lag of 1 to 2 years as you move from the innovation inputs to knowledge and technology accumulation, subsequently into productivity outcomes through total factor productivity growth and efficiency and quality upgrading, and eventually into structural transformation and growth. So this is the conceptual framework that you'll find in the report that we used to try to understand the empirics of what frontier technology, how it transforms, how Africa is doing in terms of moving from frontier technology into productivity and subsequently into growth, and in the long term into structural transformation. There is also feedback loop within this conceptual framework, but that's essentially the framework that we used in preparing the report for you, the one that has just been distributed to you. So now, given that conceptual framework, we used the data of the Frontier Technology Readiness Index, which is published by UNCTAD. It has the 5 subcomponents that I have just mentioned: skills, finance, infrastructure. And then we try to understand, does it have a positive, the magnitude of the impact of that index into productivity? And what we found is that there is a gain in productivity. That is the first numbers that you see there of productivity effect. There is a gain of productivity from frontier technologies, and this takes 3 to 4 years to feed into the process, and it stabilizes at about 0.26 percentage points. So 1% increase in the readiness, the Frontier Technology Readiness Index gives a push of about 0.26 percentage points into productivity. Now, I know you may ask, something below one percentage point. Just to say, from experience and also from all the empirical work, a productivity increase, any positive increase of productivity, however small, as long as it's in the positive direction, it actually gives a very good push to the economy. Now, we also tried to look at the sectoral approach of these productivity effects, and we found very positive and increasing impacts in the manufacturing sector and also in the services sector. Of course, the time it takes for each of these sectors varies. You can see for manufacturing an impact of 0.1 percentage points, reaching up to 0.34 percentage points by the fourth year. And for all this to happen, skills do actually matter. Now, once we established that there is a positive impact of the readiness index to the total factor productivity, then we asked, how does this productivity impact on the growth? And that is what you see in the lower part of my presentation, where you see the dynamic growth effects of how the productivity now translates to growth. It's modest. Again, it is positive in the first year, and it eventually strengthens very significantly as the technology diffuses and across in the next 2 to 4 years, peaking to something like a 1.05 percentage point in the fifth year of this analysis. And the role of value added, you can also see the productivity in the role to manufacturing, very strong expansion, services, a lot of dynamic and sustained expansion. And again, in all these, skills do matter. So essentially the conversation we are having here, there is empirical evidence that there is a positive impact of investing in frontier technologies for us to be able to get the growth. And I was actually telling my colleagues that the Nobel Prize of Economics that was given last year was for someone who theorized about this work, but they were ahead of us, but they were their insights were very useful when we started doing this work with a focus on Africa. So what are the opportunities from frontier technologies and digital transformation? I think the report goes into details on each of these. We have looked at it both from the strategic role as you make strategies in your development plans, and even as we think of how to use frontier technologies to do today in different sectors, as you can see in the right column of this slide. If I may start with that, we have examples for you in the report of how frontier technologies are being used in natural resources and in the question of climate science, bringing efficiencies in mining and also in traceability. In the agriculture and food systems, we have examples of how frontier technologies are leading to higher yields and enhancing climate smart farming. In industry and trade, how productivity gains are being achieved in the automation of the manufacturing processes and also in the digital supply chains. And in the digital economy, and I think we have had examples of how countries are using digitalization of the government services. We have examples of fintech, digital ID, and data analytics. And we know across the continent, Africa is doing so well in terms of financial inclusion. That is on the sectoral, but from the strategic point of view, we give here the transformation potential of the AI, raising productivity, helping in the leapfrogging, practical applications that can actually be brought to support data-driven decisions, operational efficiencies, and also sectoral transformation based on the kind of examples I've given of what is happening in manufacturing and also in the services sector. So in the report, you'll find details of these and examples in specific countries. Now, for us to be able to do it, what is it that are we well primed as a continent to be able to unlock this potential? I think earlier during the presentation of our chief economist, we did actually give you the numbers that we have all the assets that we need to be able to unlock this, be it in terms of the renewable energy sources, be it in the critical minerals that are so much demanded in driving this the frontier technologies, in having a youth that actually in itself can be a driver, not only in innovating, but also in using the frontier technologies and harnessing the data. We've just heard about the significance of data. In the report, we make strong argument of how data is a new asset class that countries and governments need to be able to use. Of course, we have the AFCFTA that allows us to do the cross-border transfer of data within the African market. But in the report, we show how important data now has become a critical economic asset. And also, we also say, since we have the AFCFTA, which sets the rules that allow us to be able to create one continental market, in itself, it's a strategic asset that we can use for the technology economy that we would want to advance. So our report gives us very significant insights in all of this, and really I would want to urge you to take time to read, even as you put together your AI, artificial intelligence policies, and everything else that goes with frontier technologies. Now, as I come to the conclusion, just to add to the examples that you had earlier, there are some success stories again that we give in the report, and I would want to repeat some, to give you additional examples, because again, one of the good things about this conference is that you hear what another African country is doing, and it allows you to want to work together to see how you can do the same for your country. So we have example here of renewable energy, of green ammonia and synthetic fuels in Morocco. We have examples of how now there is automation and heavy use of robotics to create global competitiveness for BMW production in South Africa. In the case of Zanzibar, in terms of delivering health services to the public, we have example of the digital public health with specific examples of the digital health IDs and all the key positive aspects of that, from efficiency to real-time health data. In the case of Togo, earlier we had the example of delivering things during COVID. Here now we have another example of the e-lad governance of the digital lad information system, which of course, as ministers of finance, you would be interested in because it actually gives you precision when it comes to thinking about location of businesses, be it for e-invoicing or VATs and everything to do with that, or even in property taxation. And then we have the example of Egypt, of how Egypt is using e-tax and e-invoicing system to enhance tax compliance and also create transparency in public, in domestic resource mobilization. Quickly now, Chair, there are some challenges. I think some of these challenges have actually been mentioned. Let me first of all talk about the risks. We go into details about these risks from widening and existing gaps and inequalities. This is something we have to deal with, and especially when we think about our youth. There is also the question of digital sovereignty and also the social acceptance. And I think also when it comes to the challenges, you have the question of infrastructure deficit. And I think here in the report, you will find places where we argue how African countries need to work together on this question of infrastructure, because it takes a lot of time for you to, a lot of resources for you to build a data center, but maybe you can have shared data centers. Again, these data centers require a lot of energy. Now, as a strategic asset, we have renewable energy, but we need to work together to see how to use our energy pools so that we can optimize on the question of firing up these data centers. The cost of data remains an issue. So if we really want our youth to really use these technologies, we also have to figure out how do we make this data accessible, the cost of data accessible for them to be able to utilize it in their startups and everything. And finally, the governance and regulatory preparedness. I did say that institutions are critical, and I think that is one of the challenges that we need. Fortunately, under the AU processes, I think we have ideas of how countries are working together to put things in place when it comes to regulations and to policies. So these are the policy recommendations. From strengthening governance, financing, and human capital and infrastructure, and also the regional cooperation. Why do we talk about governance, financing, human capital, and infrastructure? Because those are the dimensions in the Frontier Technology Readiness Index. And so in our analysis, those are the things that we found to be driving the ability to grow, to improve the productivity. So we need to work on our regulatory foundations, having adaptive policies. We need to build institutions. And here we are talking about well-resourced regulators in particular, financing, because you need to mobilize resources, especially to invest in the data centers. Human capital, I said skills matter. So we need to do more in terms of revising our curricula so that it is fit for purpose, and also elevating TVET and digital literacy when it comes to the education system. And then, of course, digital and energy infrastructure, we need to invest in that. At the moment, we don't have a lot. It's Egypt, South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria that are having this, but we need to see this. How do you create more and share them? And I think to the right, that is what it's about, using regional integration and sectoral development to also harness the frontier technologies. You've heard about the AFCFTA being a strategic asset in itself, and also because frontier technologies impact the different sectors differently, I think it would be very, very important that as we harness the frontier technologies, that we take account of the differentiated sectoral trust strategies, because one size does not always fit all. And all these are articulated effectively in the different chapters of the report. I hope as I was making this presentation, you had a glance of the report and you agree with me that it's very difficult to fit everything in this presentation, but at least I've given you a teaser of what is contained in the report, and I hope it has given you sufficient interest to want to read it as you go back to your country and also share this information with everyone else who is back at home. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Kavingi. Thank you so much. Honorable Ministers, you have received copies of the report. The presentation was essentially intended to guide you on understanding the content of that report. But however, the agenda provides for a kind of discussion on the presentation we just followed. In case there are any gray areas, the time is now for you to drop your questions to the ECA team. And if you have any difficulties, it is their responsibility to guide you to understand and make best use of the report. The floor is open. We'll take a few questions. Are there no ministers of finance who are IT savvy people? Zambia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to break the silence and greet all the ministers and the other delegates who are in this meeting. I'd like to congratulate the team which prepared this report. It's very, very, very insightful. We had to read it in full. I was able to glance through it, and quite a number of issues came out. One of the issues which is not clear, though I might have missed it, is the question of patenting. In quite a number of cases, our young innovators tended to sell their innovations because it's very difficult to patent across Africa. And in this respect, then it brings in the question of the protection of intellectual property rights. The other issue is a question of regional or continental collaboration in financing research and development. When you glance through the report, one issue which comes out very clearly is that Africa is under-investing in research and development relative to the rest of the world. Maybe we could improve the situation and scale up if we came up with an institutional framework which will generate trust so that member states can put their resources together specifically designed for research and development. And on that basis, I think Africa would be more innovative. And there's an example, not very far from here. Our European colleagues saw that on their own, it would be very, very difficult to come up with research and development to come up with the modern aircraft. So they pooled their resources and came up with the Airbus, which is a formidable company these days. So if Africa has really to innovate, we need to increase spending on research and development just as much as we need to increase spending on human capital development. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for breaking the silence. Thank you so much for that very pertinent contribution. The floor is still open for other contributions, for any queries, suggestions. I can see, can you lift Seychelles? Yes. Seychelles. Or is that Senegal or Seychelles? What am I seeing? Is it Senegal or Seychelles? Observers?
Yeah, observer, I just want to say a word, if it's possible.
Yeah, we would like to. Yeah, we would like to give the floor to this to the states first, please. Kenya, we'll come to you. Just hold on. Kenya, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much once again, and congratulations to the ECA for this, how do I say, comprehensive report that aligns a lot with a lot of the work that we've been doing. The Special Envoy to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. The one point that the report, I think, needs to think a little bit through is procurement and how we reform our procurement regime, especially around innovations. Because at the moment, I think our procurement practices are, again, do not necessarily understand that. The second part, I think, is around, and I know it's been mentioned, not just underfunding in research, but also how you align research funding with innovation, is how do we support countries to understand that research potentially around innovations do not necessarily speak to fiscal years, the fiscal year. The third one I think that we need to think about is the inflow of venture capitalist funding that is coming from outside. Currently, as we speak, between Kenya and Nigeria receive collectively between $800 million for Kenya, $600 million for Nigeria. A lot of this is still external funding. And a colleague just mentioned IP. Remember, whoever pays for the meal basically owns the meal. So how do we, from your report, ensure that there's requisite local funding that then ensures that we safeguard resources that necessarily come from side? And my final point is around collaboration. If the report can also feature how critical and emerging technologies, especially from the startups and SMEs, also support African companies, so the legacy companies, because we're seeing a challenge that the big companies, for example, are being disrupted by critical and emerging technologies, yet that capacity is with the small and medium enterprises. So how do we support the SMEs and the startups to support our legacy companies to navigate this age of intelligence? Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. In the absence of any requests from, okay, Cameroon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de nous passer la parole. Je vais également rompre la tendance de la langue anglaise pour parler français également. Je vais commencer. Dr Karingi pour sa brillante présentation tout aussi. J'ai parcouru très rapidement le document. Peut-être Dr Karingi pourrait nous rappeler quelle est la définition qu'on donne à l'innovation. Je n'ai pas eu l'impression que cela était très précis dans le document, parce que peut-être on comprendrait bien la démarche. On pourrait penser que l'innovation est liée à la création des idées, à la création de nouvelles choses, à la création de nouveaux services, de nouveaux produits, et donc identifier les déterminants de cette mouvance créative. Peut-être cela nous donnerait des orientations plus précises et peut-être penser que le plus important, c'est de travailler sur la qualité des hommes, des ressources humaines, et à la recherche et développement, et au rapport entre la recherche et l'implémentation des résultats de la recherche. Cela pourrait nous éviter de demeurer dans le business as usual où on a les mêmes recommandations généralement sur ces sujets-là. Et je voudrais également apprécier de manière pratique les expériences qui ont été partagées dans ce document qui nous montrent à nous tous certainement la voie à suivre. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Cameron. I am looking first at the states. I will come to observers. Okay, in the absence of any request for the floor by the ministers or their representatives, permit me look elsewhere. Please just introduce yourself rapidly. I can see 3 hands. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that will be it. So, gentlemen, please.
Je pense que je commencerai premièrement par me présenter. Je m'appelle Hadi Adam, je suis un membre du Parlement marocain de la jeunesse. Également, je suis membre de la jeunesse socialiste et je suis un membre du Parti du Progrès et du Socialisme, ainsi que je suis un membre de l'Association marocaine du droit de l'homme et président de l'Association marocaine des jeunes politiciens. Mesdames et messieurs, ministres et excellences, premièrement, la finance africaine doit aujourd'hui devenir un véritable levier de souveraineté et de développement pour notre continent. L'enjeu n'est pas seulement de mobiliser des ressources, mais de les orienter vers l'investissement productif, la réduction des inégalités et le financement durable de nos territoires. Dans cette dynamique, le Royaume du Maroc, sous la conduite éclairée de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, a fait de la coopération Sud-Sud et du court développement africain un pilier stratégique, fondé sur la solidarité et le partenariat gagnant-gagnant. L'Afrique, finalement, dispose d'une jeunesse dynamique et d'un potentiel économique immense. Construire une finance inclusive, solidaire et pensée par les Africains, pour les Africains, constitue aujourd'hui une nécessité collective. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you, Mr. Karim. I go to the extreme left. There was, yes, sir.
Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, dear colleague, it's a great honor for me in my capacity as the Deputy Secretary General of the Pan-African Youth Union and the representative of Morocco, the host country of this organization, to present the Tangier Youth Declaration 2026. Allow me first to express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency Glover Gratite and the Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa for his support and for being personally present with us during the Continental Youth Symposium 2 days ago here. His commitment reflects a strong belief in the central role of African youth in the shaping of the continent's economic future. This declaration is the collective voice of African youth, bold, forward-looking and solutions driving, articulating our vision for harnessing frontier technologies and digital sovereignty and unlocking innovation for inclusive growth, job creation, and economic transformation across our continent. So linked to COM 2026, the theme, this declaration advanced the COM 2026 theme, so growth, innovation, harnessing data and frontier technologies for the economic transformation of Africa by calling for sovereignty and data infrastructure, ethical and locally relevant AI catalysts for financing for youth-led innovation. I will go directly to the declaration. So we African youth representative convened in Tangier, Kingdom of Morocco on the 31st March 2026 at the Continental Youth Symposium, PYU and ECA, and the Kingdom of Morocco on the margin of the 58th session of the ECA. So guided by EU Agenda 2063, the EU Digital Transformation Strategy 2020-23, the Continental AI Strategy, and the Protocol of Women and Youth in Trade, and the UN Pact for the Future, and mindful that Africa's youth dividend can only be realized if data and frontier technology are governed, financed, and deployed to create value and jobs on African soil. We call the following priorities. First, digital sovereignty and data infrastructure. Second, Pan-African Digital Sovereignty Fund, established as a dedicated financing vehicle to expand resilience, green data centers, and cloud capacity in Africa so that African data is stored, processed, and valorized on African soil. Second, harmonized data governance. Third, African data dividend. Fourth, cyber resilience, and ethical AI and localized innovation centers. Second, local language and local resilience. So invest in African language data sets, model, and digital public content. So frontier technology serve African first. Then scale youth-led innovation finance. So operating for youth fund and expand beyond actually our borders. Then growth capital for AI enable SMEs. Fourth, lower the cost of intra-African digital trade. So accelerate integration and interoperable payment rails to reduce the fraction that actually is real. The cost it's really high between the trade for many African banking system. Then skills mobility and the future of work. So Africa Digital Skills Passport create a trusted, verifiable, continent-wide and system to support skills-based mobility and operability in the digital economy. Skills for frontier technologies, for data literacy, coding, AI ethics, and cybersecurity. The fourth one is to measure outcomes. So produce an annual Africa Youth Digital Empowerment Report to track the quality and inclusion of digital jobs. Then accountability and youth mainstreams. So institutional youth voice, integrate PYU, the Pan-African Youth Union, and recognized national youth councils into ECA and national decision-making on digital economy, innovation, and jobs with standing agenda items at future session, especially that the next year, the theme is youth. Youth digital economy mainstream requires structured youth advisory mechanisms on digital economy policies, publish annual national youth digital economy report, and ring for the youth right initiative. I'm gonna go directly to the closing.
Kindly summarize.
Yes.
Please, just go straight to the point. Keep it short and simple, please.
Okay, and so just to summarize, the last one, So on behalf of the Pan-African Youth Union and the African Youth, we represent, I hereby submit the Tangier Youth Declaration 2026 for you, for your consideration, and most importantly, for concrete implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. To the right, I have two gentlemen. I like the one behind to take the floor. Yes.
Hello?
I hope this one is working too.
Yes, let me just speak. Thanks very much. My name is Usman Njai. I'm leading the Center African Climate Center for Meteorological Application and Development, was created by UNC ECA in the 1980s. So thanks very much for inviting us, and thanks also for giving us the floor. Of course, my intervention will be on the climate. I was looking at the risk and the final communication. I didn't see that the climate factor was really taken into consideration. And we know that in the economy in Africa is highly dependent on climate variabilities. And the last report of IPCC, which is the authority in climate change, is projecting in Africa in the next years to come, strong climate variabilities, including flooding, drought, dust storm, heat wave, very strong signal on a heat wave. And those things can jeopardize economical development due to the impact on agriculture in general, transportation, the rain-fed agriculture, also conservation and disease related to agriculture, the impact on health, which are taking into consideration the climate information that is available, and quite the scientific community agreed that there will have a lot of impact in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndiaye. Merci beaucoup. There was a gentleman just before you. Can I invite him to take the floor as well? And that will be the end. We close it thereafter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am part of the Gambian delegates, so I just have a question that is intertwined for Dr. Mosi to address.
Your name will help the Secretariat, please.
Jalo Momodu from the Gambia. Yes. So thank you very much again for the report. I can see in the report part of the addressing the challenges of financing this very optimistic theme, growth through innovation, is addressing the international financial environment. So, but I just have this question, because when you listen to the lecture, you will realize that one of the issues is the global governance and financial architecture is not only trying to dominate the developing world, but putting obstacles sometimes to restrict, the rapid, development of this part of the world. So I just wanted to ask, to what extent is the ECA seeing some of the measures, for example, AML and CFT measures, limiting capital flows to Africa? Because when you look at Africa, the illicit financial flows outside Africa is exorbitant. So the measures that are put in terms of AML and CFT, whether the same efforts are put to address the illicit financial outflows in Africa. So I wanted Dr. Mosi to touch on that. To what extent do you think these measures, though they might be legitimate, are limiting capital flows into Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madame la ministre représentant les Comores.
Merci. Alors,
Permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous remercier, ainsi qu'au Royaume du Maroc, pour l'accueil et l'organisation de cet événement. Mesdames et messieurs, en fait, le thème retenu cette année appelle à une réflexion à la fois ambitieuse et très pragmatique. Et l'Union des Comores considère que la modernisation publique passe d'abord par une meilleure qualité de l'information, par la fiabilisation des identifiants, par l'amélioration des systèmes de gestion et par l'usage croissant des outils numériques dans les administrations financières et statistiques. Cette approche graduelle nous paraît importante, en particulier pour les petits États et les pays à capacité limitée, comme le nôtre. Tous nos pays n'avancent pas au même rythme et il serait contre-productif d'appliquer partout les mêmes schémas et les mêmes exigences. La transformation numérique de l'Afrique devra donc nécessairement tenir compte de la diversité des situations nationales, des écarts de capacité institutionnelle, des contraintes budgétaires et des besoins différenciés d'accompagnement. La coopération régionale est donc de ce point de vue indispensable pour nous et nous faisons le vœu que l'ambition collective devrait être de faire en sorte que les données et les technologies de pointe contribuent effectivement à transformer nos économies, à renforcer nos administrations, à élargir les perspectives de notre jeunesse et à consolider la souveraineté de nos États. Nous demandons donc à ce que cette session nous aide à avancer dans cette direction avec méthode, esprit de partenariat et la conviction que l'avenir numérique de l'Afrique, conçu au service de nos priorités de l'Afrique, tienne compte également de nos particularités. Voilà le sens de mon propos. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Y a-t-il d'autres demandes de parole? Ah bon. Donc, il y a une question qui a été adressée de manière particulière à son attention. Et par la suite, j'inviterai le directeur Karingi de prendre la parole et ce sera la fin pour cette séquence. Merci. Madame Mossi, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was just one question that was directed, which is the issues with illicit financial flows and technology. I had we had that discussion actually in the expert segment, and I would like to highlight that actually technology can be used as one of the ways to actually help countries curb illicit financial flows in terms of using technology, particularly the financial flows for banking system as well as for trade flows. So definitely it's an area that can be tackled through adoption of technology. And I'd like to leave the other questions to in Stephen's capable hands on ERA. Stephen.
Thank you very much, Dee. Yes, I was actually trying to say, oh, you can answer all, but no, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, honorable delegates, for the questions and also the comments. And I also felt like there were some suggestions. I would like, first of all, to start by saying two things. First, the report, I wanted to be faithful to the report in the presentation, but I do actually see that there are questions that the report, if we had gone further, we could build more. So if I don't respond to some of the specific things because they're not in the report, that's the thinking. Secondly, when we do this kind of policy work, it is our hope that when you read and you find that there is something that in some of those recommendations that you would want to pursue further, like we told the experts through our regional program for technical cooperation, we can actually come and work further with you on some of those, either in an advisory capacity or in providing technical assistance. Now, going to the points that were raised by the various delegations, starting with His Excellency Ambassador Commissioner Ambassador Muchanga. On the issue of patenting. I think at the committee of experts, this issue of intellectual property rights did actually come up. And I think I could only agree with you when you say that this is a challenge that as a continent we need to deal with. I may want to go back to the AFCFTA and say that the AFCFTA does actually give us a pathway that we can use to improve on the way we are dealing with our intellectual property. Because for most of the young people who, as Kenya said, when they want to try their innovation, whoever gives them the venture capital to do that is the one who has the money eventually to register it. I think under the AFCFTA, we have an opportunity to address the challenges of patenting, but of course, this would require the countries to work together through the existing two organizations on intellectual property, or the one that is being proposed to be harmonized as one for the continent. But this is a challenge, and I think Kenya captured it very well, that whoever pays through the venture capital, eventually they are the ones who end up making the intellectual property to be lost by the young Africans. I think the issue of cooperation and continental cooperation in R&D did come up. Again, the example that you gave of Europe is actually a very, very good one. I would want to say that the Pan-African university system, if it can be optimized, it could actually be a very good tool through which we can actually be able to have more collaboration in R&D. So it's a matter of seeing how do we use the continental frameworks or the continental institutions that we have that can be platforms for deepening collaboration in R&D to take place. That would be the suggestion, even though it is not in the report. I don't know whether I understood properly the question from Kenya, whether it was procurement of innovation or innovation in procurement. But in the context of the report, I think when we spoke about e-governance, what the report has in mind is that frontier technologies and the harnessing of data could actually be critical to bringing transparency and efficiency in the governance of budgets, especially including through procurement. That's the angle, at least the thinking that we had in the report. And I think your point about research funding and alignment with innovation, I think it's clear. You talk about, again, collaboration. I like the point you raise about supporting SMEs so that they can support our legacy companies. I think here what you're saying is that if you're saying is that we need to support the linkages between, and including in procurement, going back to your procurement question, the linkages between the value chain of the leading companies, the old ones and the new ones. And I think this could actually be happening in some sectors. Maybe we can dig deeper to try to understand where this could be happening. But in the financial services, clearly it is happening, because now the banks, you find most of the banks are actually using fintech that is actually coming from startups that are small SMEs that are quite active today. If you come to Ethiopia, Kefia, as an example, I think it is working a lot with a lot of the banks in the country. And I think this is the kind of linkage that you're talking about. And maybe there could be something similar in the industrial sector. Cameroon actual definition, I think you gave us the definition of innovation, only that now we take it one step further because here we are focusing on the frontier technologies, specifically having something that either it's a new or it's a new process, but in this case, maybe by using algorithms, because of the data that you have, you end up being able to find solutions to existing problems that we could not have been able to do them previously. I think for the observers, we heard you about the focus, the member of parliament, and thank you very much for your comment. Having a youth focus, the declaration from the Pan-African Youth, I think they were well taken. I think the answer to the Gambian delegation on the global financial architecture was given. But for Ahmad, actually the climate issue, besides being a risk, I think in the report we also argue that it is also an opportunity for frontier technologies. When you heard me talk about things like climate smart agriculture and also the renewable energy. And lastly, Honorable Minister from Comoros, I think you're the one who put in my mind me to talk about the regional program for technical cooperation that we normally have as ECA, because the way our value chain works is we have research, then we provide, we come up with what we call development account projects to prove the concepts that we have in our report. And then we have these technical assistance to come now and try to scale up in the country. So we do take your point that we cannot assume that what is happening in Tanzania is also what is likely to happen in Comoros. We have to give that country context there. Yeah. So thank you very much. I hope if I did not answer everything, hopefully in our other interactions, we'll be able to respond more. But thank you very much. We've taken notes of the questions that you have raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Karingi. Thank you, Honorable Ministers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this interactive session. Next item on our agenda is two roundtables, one for today, one for tomorrow. May I invite our moderator, yes, to do what she does best, to introduce the speakers of the first roundtable. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes. May we have our photographers?
There are very many colleagues that were involved in the production of this report. Those who can make it here in the next 1 minute are enough for us to take the photo. Of course, the executive secretary. Yeah, thank you.
PCMS, please.
Wonderful pictures there of the 2026 edition of the Economic Report on Africa. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Wonderful. As announced by our chair of the Bureau, we'll be proceeding to 2 roundtables. The first one today is on leveraging technology for growth and economic transformation. So Africa has experienced steady economic growth over the past 2 decades. However, the quality and structure of that growth remains weak, with limited contribution from productivity. And this is a very critical challenge because sustained economic transformation depends on productivity gains, value addition, and the efficient use of resources. In this context, frontier technologies, particularly those leveraging data, offer a unique opportunity. They can help African countries leapfrog development constraints, improve resource allocation, and unlock new sources of growth, even under tight fiscal and financial conditions. Yet, adoption remains uneven, and too often, applications with limited economy-wide impact. This discussion today will therefore focus on how African countries can strategically harness data and frontier technologies as economic assets to boost productivity, deepen value addition, accelerate structural transformation. But ladies and gentlemen, just before we proceed to the panel discussion, I would like you please to switch your headsets because the next segment will be in French. So I'll just give you a few seconds to adjust your headsets and get them ready if needed. Très bien, donc nous allons procéder à notre table ronde, mais juste avant, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, eh bien, accueillons à présent Monsieur Mohamed Tariq Béchir, directeur du Trésor et des Finances extérieures au ministère de l'Économie et des Finances du Royaume du Maroc, qui représente ici aujourd'hui son Excellence Nadia Feta Alaoui, ministre de l'Économie et des Finances. Applaudissements, s'il vous plaît, pour Monsieur Tariq Béchir. Est-ce que Monsieur le directeur du Trésor et des Finances extérieures est ici présent? Sinon, je propose alors que nous passions directement au panel. Very well. So, let me switch back to English in that case. Are your headsets ready? So, another round of applause, s'il vous plaît. Applaudissements à présent pour Monsieur le directeur du Trésor et des Finances extérieures au ministère de l'Économie et des Finances du Maroc.
Excellences, Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif de la CEA, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi tout d'abord de saluer la pertinence du thème de cette table ronde. Car aujourd'hui, parler de technologie, ce n'est plus parler d'un secteur, c'est parler de souveraineté économique, de compétitivité et de transformation durable. Et pour l'Afrique, c'est surtout parler d'un choix, subir les transformations ou les anticiper et les piloter. Mesdames et messieurs, partout dans le monde, les pays qui réussissent sont ceux qui ont fait de la technologie un choix stratégique. Mais ce qui change aujourd'hui, c'est la vitesse. L'intelligence artificielle et cette transformation est désormais visible dans des secteurs très concrets. Dans l'aéronautique, par exemple, la digitalisation des chaînes de production permet aujourd'hui d'intégrer des écosystèmes industriels africains dans des chaînes de valeur mondiale de très haute précision. Ce n'est plus de la sous-traitance, c'est de la coproduction technologique. Dans les administrations publiques, la digitalisation ne se limite plus à simplifier. Elle transforme la relation entre l'État et le citoyen. Moins de délais, plus de transparence et plus de confiance. Dans l'agriculture ou l'énergie, la technologie permet d'optimiser des ressources rares, ce qui est crucial pour notre continent. En réalité, la technologie fait gagner du temps et dans le développement, le temps est une ressource stratégique. Mesdames et messieurs, au Maroc, cette transformation s'inscrit dans une vision claire, portée par Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, qui a fait du capital humain, de l'innovation et de l'ouverture des piliers de développement du royaume. Cette vision repose sur une conviction simple. On ne subit pas les transformations technologiques, on les structure. Il se traduit aujourd'hui par des écosystèmes très concrets. D'abord, avec l'Université Mohamed VI Polytechnique, qui forme une nouvelle génération de talents africains et développe une recherche appliquée directement connectée aux besoins économiques. Ensuite, avec des acteurs industriels majeurs comme le groupe OCP, qui ne sont plus seulement des producteurs, mais des plateformes d'innovation, notamment dans l'agritech, la data et la transition énergétique. Nous passons ainsi d'une logique de production à une logique de connaissance et d'innovation. Mesdames et messieurs, mais la technologie ne se développe pas sans financement. C'est pourquoi le Maroc a mis en place des instruments structurants, notamment le Fonds Mohamed VI pour l'investissement, qui joue un rôle de catalyseur en mobilisant l'investissement privé autour de projets stratégiques. Parallèlement, des mécanismes dédiés soutiennent l'émergence des startups et de l'innovation, car une startup aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas seulement une entreprise, c'est une solution potentielle à un défi économique et social. Cette dynamique se traduit également dans l'action publique. Le Maroc a engagé une transformation digitale progressive de son administration, avec plus de la moitié des services publics désormais digitalisés. Dans le domaine fiscal en particulier, la digitalisation est un véritable cas d'école. Les démarches sont simplifiées, les délais réduits et la relation avec l'usager profondément transformée. Notre objectif n'est pas seulement de digitaliser, notre objectif, c'est de changer la manière dont l'État fonctionne. Mesdames et messieurs, au-delà des expériences nationales, l'enjeu pour l'Afrique est clair, passer à l'échelle. En connectant nos marchés, en harmonisant nos cadres, en facilitant la circulation des données et des investissements, l'innovation a besoin de taille critique. Et cette taille, c'est le continent qui peut l'offrir. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, la technologie n'est pas une promesse, c'est déjà une réalité. La question n'est plus de savoir si elle va transformer nos économies, elle le fait déjà. La vraie question est-ce que nous allons suffisamment vite? Au Maroc, nous avons fait un choix incontournable, avancer avec ambition, structurer nos écosystèmes et investir dès aujourd'hui dans les moteurs de la croissance de demain. Et nous sommes convaincus d'une chose, l'Afrique ne doit pas seulement suivre cette transformation, elle peut en devenir l'un des centres majeurs. Et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur, d'avoir partagé ici avec nous la vision et puis l'avant-gardisme, je vais y arriver, du Royaume cet après-midi. Merci beaucoup. I would like now to call our esteemed panelists. First, His Excellency Dr. Jibril Ibrahim, Minister of Finance and Economic Planning of Sudan. Excellency, if you could join us, please, on stage. Thank you very much. I would also like to welcome Her Excellency Kenye Bale, Minister of Planning and Economic Development of Sierra Leone. Thank you also, Excellency Minister Bale, for joining us. I'm also calling Mr. Emmanuel Tutuba, Governor of the Central Bank of Tanzania. Governor Tutuba, if you could please join us. Thank you very much. And of course, I would like to call our chair on the stage again to come and join us. I know I'm making you do quite a few steps today. You would forgive me. Of course, it's always valuable to have your contributions, Mr. Chair. What a lineup. This discussion promises to be very, very interesting. So first of all, thank you all for being here with us today. I would like to start with you, Your Excellency, Dr. Ibrahim. In context of tight fiscal space and competing priorities, how can countries strategically prioritize and finance investments in frontier technologies and data systems to support productivity growth and structural transformation, please?
Good evening to everyone.
The microphone.
Okay, very good evening to you all. After listening to Dr. Morsi and Dr. Kirenji, I'm afraid what I am going to say is not going to add much. But I will say whatever I am trying to say, then I will ask questions. Across Africa, data and frontier technologies are no longer optional. They are core economic infrastructure akin to energy or transport. Governments should prioritize investments based on potential economic and social impact, linking technology adoption to structural transformation goals, such as moving from low productivity sectors to high value activities. For example, mobile technologies alone contributed to an estimated $220 billion in 2024. And scaling digital infrastructure could unlock hundreds of billions more in GDP growth over the next decade. Strategic prioritization involves identifying high impact sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, education, health, and public finance, where technology improves efficiency, expands access, and strengthens resilience. By focusing on these sectors, higher productivity, better service delivery, and expanded fiscal space through increased tax collection. Financing can be mobilized through blended approaches: public investment, private sector participation, and development finance, complemented
by innovative instruments such as digital bonds, impact funds, and public-private co-investments. These instruments allow governments to leverage limited fiscal resources while maintaining strategic control. Balancing short-term fiscal pressures with long-term productivity investments. That is an answer also to the current question. To balance immediate fiscal constraints with long-term gains, governments can focus on investments that deliver near-term productivity dividends, such as digital payment platforms, e-government systems, and data-driven public service delivery. For instance, improving tax administration through digital systems can increase a phased investment approach, starting with pilot projects in high priority sectors, ensures that short-term fiscal pressures are managed while creating momentum to larger scale transformation projects. Such projects also provide evidence for impact, helping governments secure additional domestic and external financing. Innovative financing instruments are essential to mobilize private capital and de-risk investments. Instruments like blended finance, green and social impact bonds, and development-linked loans can support digital infrastructure deployment while ensuring alignment with development priorities. Strategic partnerships, regional or international, bring technical expertise, operational capacity, and innovation transfer. Collaborating with tech firms, regional bodies, and development banks can accelerate the deployment of frontier technologies, expand local capacity, and foster cross-border integration. These partnerships also enable governments to maximize the economic multiplier effect of each investment across sectors like health, education, and public service, enhancing service delivery while optimizing costs. Improving efficiency and targeting public spending. Efficiency and targeting can be achieved through a combination of data-driven budgeting, cross-sectoral integration, and robust monitoring. This can be explained further. For instance, digital public infrastructure can reduce administrative costs by up to 20 to 30%, improve service delivery coverage, and expand taxable economic activity by formalizing informal sectors. By aligning the spending with clear economic objectives, governments can maximize returns, improve public financial management, and strengthen resilience in times of regional uncertainty. In conclusion, strategically prioritizing and financing frontier technologies and data systems is not just about modernization. It is about economic transformation, fiscal sustainability, and inclusive growth. By linking investments to productivity, revenue, and service delivery, Africa can unlock hundreds of billions in GDP growth over the next decade, generate millions of high-quality jobs, improve tax collection, and optimize public expenditure, strengthen essential services in education, health, and public service, build resilience against geopolitical and global uncertainties. Thank you. I will come then later on my questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Excellency. Yes, a round of applause. This is quite remarkable. So talking about efficiency, productivity, let me turn now to you, Excellency Minister Bale. So your country's development plan emphasizes evidence-driven solutions, while the country is also investing in agricultural market infrastructures,
digital advisory services, and market information systems. So I would like to ask you, from your perspective, how can Sierra Leone use data and technology to connect planning with delivery, so that investments in various sectors translate into higher productivity, but also stronger value chains and ultimately more jobs?
Thank you for that question. Before I go directly to answer the question, I did from the floor indicate what advances we had made in Sierra Leone as a country in the area of technology. And I just wanted to give the background to that, or the basis. And this is because the forward-looking president that we have, actually in his second term of administration, established a Ministry of Communication, Technology, and Innovation. And that is why we've been able to have a greater focus on technology and innovation. And so we have seen, as a government, have been able to expand in the areas that you mentioned in terms of the innovation and data generation and the use of this information for planning. And we now see this as a foundation, whatever we're doing in the area of technology, ensuring that all of our services, communication, technology, and innovation, that they are effectively integrated into all of our development initiatives for growth, innovation, entrepreneurship, and building the digital economy. I did also mention, you mentioned agriculture, the agricultural sector, and I want to also focus on the other sectors that I mentioned in the plan. I mentioned earlier that the center of our plan, or core, are the big 5 game changers. What gets more attention is the agricultural sector, Feed Salon, because it is our flagship program. And because it's our flagship program, we are using a considerable amount of technology to ensure that we actually increase our agricultural production, increase our exports, and reduce our imports. And so for agriculture, we have employed a number of technologies and even new, smaller technologies. We have, for example, been using AI, and we have some groups of youth that actually, through a competitive grant that they were able to access, have been able to demonstrate to us as a government, and we want to expand this on irrigations using AI and mobile phone technology. We also do have, of course, using the drone technology and also e-payments within the agricultural sector. That has enabled us to increase the technology. Now, increased production. Now, technology is actually game changer, what we consider game changer number 4. But it is integrated into all of the other sectors. Besides Feed Salon, we have human capital development. Human capital development, which includes the health, education, social protection, etc. In the education sector, coincidentally, the Chief Innovation Officer was made the Minister of Education. And there were so many technologies that were introduced into the education sector, which made it more inclusive. For instance, apps were developed for students to be able to acknowledge, access the past exam papers and online tutoring. For the health sector as well, many innovations have been introduced. And I don't know how much time I have, but I just want to keep the interventions on the game changers as short as possible, and then I do the second part of your question. But just to say that Big 5 game changer number 3 is youth employment. The provision of the goal is the provision of 500,000 jobs for youth over the planned period. One of the areas which we're focusing on, besides the agricultural sector, is actually technology. So how are we using data and technology to give us feedback and to help us to implement the medium-term national development plan. We have, a couple of months ago, launched a development tracker, which gives us monthly information. We had developed through our plan KPIs, which we are monitoring on an annual basis. Now, through this tracker, we're able to get feedback and give feedback to the relevant ministries for them to improve the implementation or for us to identify where the bottlenecks are. So for now, I think I'll stop and allow other speakers to speak, and then I'll come back later if more needs to be added.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And needless to say, and to remind everybody that we are the youngest continent, and to actually give our youth the tools, the technical tools that they will need to ultimately lead in the future generations, I think that this is one of the best priorities to keep in mind. So thank you very much for your contribution, and we'll go back to you in a little while. But let me now turn to you, Governor Tutuba, and have a look at Tanzania. So your country has been a leader in digital financial services and financial inclusion. So how can digital financial systems and broader digital transformation strategies be leveraged not only to expand access, but also to drive productivity, mobilize investment, and support structural transformation across the economy?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for giving me the floor. And from the outset, I would like, first of all, to extend my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of the Kingdom of Morocco for their good hospitality and all the support they accorded to us and our delegation from Tanzania since we arrived. And at the same time, I would like also to thank the organizers who have actually chosen this very topical on leveraging technology for growth and economic transformation. You know, currently most of the issues are actually depending on the technological innovations. And based on the number of presentations that we had since morning, have touched a lot of issues pertaining to the modern technology. And as you have alluded, for Tanzania, we are actually performing better as compared to even other peers. That's why even our economy has continued to grow in the good levels, and our inflation has been contained at a very low pace for a number of years. Now, coming to the issue that you have pointed out, of course, for us, we have been using different approaches, and in Tanzania, most of the issues pertaining to digital innovation and technological advancements has also been incorporated in our Vision 2050. Similarly, in our digital economic strategic framework, which was came to operation since year 2024, and it's a 10-year program where a number of issues have been provided. Under the first pillar, there are issues pertaining to enabling digital infrastructure. The second one is on governance and enabling environment. Another pillar is pertaining to digital literacy and skills development. Another pillar is concerning with digital innovation, culture, and enabling technology. Another one is on nurturing digital inclusion and accessibility. And the last one, but not least, is on digital financial services. Now, under the digital financial services, we as the Bank of Tanzania, we are the ones who are actually taking lead on it. And for us, we have also been able even to put in place a level where we invite youth and other good innovators to come up with their innovations. And we have established the Bank of Tanzania Regulatory Sandbox, where now all key innovators, they have been given a room. We actually guide them, we provide the support, we sponsor them, And for the past 2 years, we have seen about 63 youth who came with their products, and we are able to guide them and ensure that they undertake their businesses smoothly. Now, when we talk of the issues pertaining to financial systems, the way can be used to expand or drive productivity in different areas. First of all, we just take the concerns where digital platforms or different products can be used to increase transaction speed. And for us in Tanzania, we are able to develop different products, and we guided a number of banks. You know, Tanzania, we have 42 banks and 60 mobile operators and a number of microfinance institutions. So we provided guidance based on this area to guide them that they can develop different products, be channeled in the market, and ensure all the transactions being going through to provide support to business people. Similarly, we have continued to improve capital allocation, which also boosts the total factor of productivity and ensure small firms to access funds through digital platforms. Similarly, we have been able to alleviate financing constraints, especially through digital technology, improves data access to credit risks, and the assessments or enable loans to small and medium enterprises. And in Tanzania, there's a time when for us as a Bank of Tanzania, we saw some of the costs, especially for costly transactional from one mobile app to another one, because you have 60 mobile companies, the costs were higher. So we took deliberate efforts and we developed a Tanzania instant payment system, which is also a real-time and interoperable. By doing so, we have cut some costs. So through these digital platforms, there's a time when we have been able to lower costs, transaction costs from one end to another person. So whoever undertaking those transactions, whether within the country or outside the country, have been able to lower the costs. Another area pertaining to digital transaction, the way they support transformative sectors, being in agriculture, manufacturing, or goods and services, is on streamlining operations and automation of financial services by using AI, robotic, and the other big data, which can eliminate a human error and reduce the level of risks. So even within the central bank, when we undertake these macroeconomic fundamental issues, we normally undertake AI in terms of configuring our financial and economic models, which are actually very accurate when you use these AIs. And you have put in place one directorate responsible for AI and the data analysis within the central bank. And we signed 60 MOUs with the different 60 universities in Tanzania in order to exchange data and take on board all those interventions, where from the Bank of Tanzania, sometimes we guide those youth on how best they can be using this macroeconomic modeling, the modern one, to support them while they are undertaking their normal academic issues, but still they can have a good platform and learn more so that they can now be in a position to exercise those economic platforms. So the way digital financial systems support economic development, there are a lot of issues, but just to say a few issues, maybe I can just end up by ensuring that digital financial systems can also boost e-commerce and the trade by facilitating secure, instant and low-cost digital payments, also boosting digital economy and expand access to broader market and fostering entrepreneurs growth by transacting through the modern and the low-cost digital platforms.
Thank you
Maybe
very
I can
much.
end up here, but there are a lot of issues
I
to
know
share
there's
with
so
you.
many issues
Thank you very
to,
much.
Thank you so much. I mean, we've been hearing about so many initiatives, avant-gardism, and wonderful, wonderful policies and technological advancements that you have all been a part of. But despite the progress, we cannot ignore that, unfortunately, the adoption of technology has until now been quite uneven. And very often it fails to translate into economy-wide productivity gains. So I would like to ask you all, I would like to have the opinion of all the 5 of you on stage. What do you think is the single most binding constraint preventing frontier technologies from scaling and generating broad-based productivity gains and also ultimately value addition? Maybe I'll start with you, Chair, actually. What is your take on it?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think the theme for this panel, leveraging technology for economic growth and transformation, is very, very apt. Because I strongly believe every new technology constitutes an ecosystem of production and consumption. Because every new technology can constitute a center for production and can constitute a center for consumption. Frontier technologies in particular have the advantage of reinforcing existing value chains and thus automatically rendering productivity more efficient. But the main challenge of scaling up on this is the level of volatility when it comes to investing in the development of these technologies. Those who have the money find it difficult, especially in the African context. Those who have the resources find it difficult to risk their resources in something which, to a large extent, remains more or less in the air and not really landing. But at the same time, it is more and more evident that it is the way of the future, especially because we keep talking of our human capital, which is very youthful. These technologies are not only disruptive, they also require the kind of risk that only young people can take to make things happen. Otherwise, the 5th industrial revolution is on. We have just no choice but to accompany the young people venture into these disruptive technologies. The role of the public sector, of course, but I also think more of this should be expected of the private sector. The government or the public sector having to assume its responsibility, which is to bring the infrastructure to bear and, of course, improve on the environment, which encourages the private sector to lay out the investments which are necessary. I think I will stop there so others can also contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Et je vais passer à présent en français pour vous poser donc la même question. Monsieur Bachir, quel est votre avis sur cette question? Quelles sont d'après vous, ou quelle est la plus grande contrainte?
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Donc, je crois que le choix de la thématique est très important. Parler de l'innovation et technologie, impact sur la croissance économique, je crois que la thématique est très importante et reflète un petit peu les soucis de la croissance économique au niveau international et au niveau africain en particulier, le continent africain qui est maintenant un chantier ouvert de croissance. Le potentiel de croissance il est énorme en Afrique. Les technologies, l'innovation devront jouer un rôle fondamental en matière d'accélération de la croissance économique. Je vais faire un focus particulier par rapport au Maroc. Au Maroc, la digitalisation elle a joué un rôle essentiel en matière de consolidation de la politique des finances publiques au Maroc. Je dis la politique budgétaire ou fiscal policy, comme vous préférez le dire en anglais. La digitalisation, elle a joué un rôle majeur en matière de consolidation des finances publiques au Maroc. Comment? Parce que tout simplement, le Maroc elle a entrepris une démarche fiscale. Hier, il y avait le side event sur la mobilisation des recettes fiscales, les ressources domestiques en Afrique. Je crois que le devenir de l'Afrique passera essentiellement par cet investissement en matière de mobilisation de ressources domestiques via la digitalisation et via l'innovation. Au Maroc, sur la vision éclairée de Sa Majesté le Roi, que Dieu l'assiste, le Maroc elle a fait cette révolution silencieuse en 2022, en 2021, en adoptant une loi cadre pour la réforme fiscale. Imaginez que ça a permis de doubler les recettes fiscales en 5 ans. On a doublé les recettes fiscales en 5 ans. On a des recettes fiscales par rapport au PIB de 30%, à une moyenne comparable au pays de l'OCDE. Donc, en matière de mobilisation de recettes fiscales, de ressources domestiques, je crois que le Maroc maintenant est un cas d'école. D'ailleurs, on ne doit pas s'étonner si on voit que le Maroc est un investment grade depuis septembre 2025. Parmi les rares pays africains qui ont investment grade, ça veut dire qu'il y a une économie diversifiée par rapport, je reviens toujours par rapport à l'innovation et la technologie. Grâce à la digitalisation en matière fiscale, on a doublé les recettes fiscales. On a doublé les recettes fiscales, ça a servi pourquoi? Pour financer la protection sociale, pour financer les investissements en infrastructure. Le Maroc, maintenant, il organise la Coupe du Monde 2030. 2030, c'est dans 4 ans. On a organisé en 2025 la meilleure CAN de l'histoire. Donc, grâce à cette digitalisation, l'administration fiscale se modernise. On a baissé la pression fiscale, mais la digitalisation, elle a permis de tirer profit d'un grand potentiel fiscal. Je peux vous dire quelques chiffres pour 2024. On a 2,5 millions d'usagers. En 2024, ils ont réalisé 25 000 loués des enveloppes budgétaires pour digitaliser l'administration et plus particulièrement l'administration fiscale va mobiliser des ressources domestiques supplémentaires. Ces ressources domestiques supplémentaires vont financer les investissements, les besoins de financement en Afrique, les besoins en financement, les besoins sociaux, les besoins de développement économique. Je crois que maintenant l'Afrique a un tournant majeur de l'histoire, parce que maintenant la technologie va rapidement. Avec la technologie, on peut se développer et on peut se développer très vite, ce qui nous permet à l'Afrique de rattraper un petit peu son déficit. Je crois que maintenant, le timing, le momentum, il est historique. L'Afrique maintenant de tirer profit de cette transformation digitale, parce que vraiment, il y a un potentiel. Je crois que le cas du Maroc est un cas d'école pour l'Afrique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup pour cette contribution. Je vais vous poser la même question, and I will switch back to English to ask you the same question. Excellency Dr. Ibrahim, what is your take on this? What is the one biggest constraint in this department, according to you?
I'm not sure if I have heard you well, but let me say this. Our meetings and conferences raise awareness of our problems and shows us the gaps between each of our countries. And also, at least the blows and the whistle to know that where we're standing against other countries. But I think we need to look into practical steps where we can collectively do something together. Each country here is doing something about digital transformation. We went to the extent that we renamed our Ministry of Communication. We call it the Ministry of Digital Transformation and Communications. And we have different applications. All trade activities go through a platform, government platform. The taxes are paid now digitally. Our banks are having the different applications that help connect to the government and to the public. So we are trying to reduce tax payments and go to electronic payments as much as we can. But is that enough? Now the question is, does each African country needs to have its or research and development investment? I mean, is there any way to save some money by doing something collective? Is there any way to bridge the gaps between the different countries through our common institutions like the ECA? I have the concern that we talk about issues, but we don't do things collectively. Is there any way of doing something collectively so that we bridge the gap between the different members of this of the African Union in technology transfer, in approaching frontier technologies, and the way of moving together? Is there any way of, for example, the example of Morocco, where almost 98% of taxes are collected digitally? How can we make this experience available to all the countries and benefit from what they did? And we don't repeat paying the same amount of money, spending the same amount of time or more to reach the same level. So the question is, how can we learn from the experiences of each other? Are we asking each country to go and look for another country to learn from it? Or there is a way of bringing us together to learn from each other and benefit from the investment already made or the expenditure already made in developing research. Of course, this is a catch-up research. This is not original research. But even catch-up research that helps us tailor what others did according to our own needs, and it needs a lot of expenditure. So can we save part of that by doing it together collectively? That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this contribution. Indeed, you know, like they say, alone we can go fast, but together we'll definitely go very, very far. And looking in the room, it's fantastic to see that all the African regions are represented, north, south, east, center. It's wonderful, and that's the only way to proceed and go further. So let me turn now to you, Excellency Minister Baley. What is your take on this question?
Thank you, moderator. I believe that we do have all of those. That is not a binding constraint, which is usually a binding constraint in other areas. Therefore, we have the policies, we have the enabling environment. And I would say it comes down to one factor. And even from the previous interventions, all of the areas boiled down to finance. Because you say, how do we save? How do we maximize what we have by working together? So it comes out, if we have the finance, we can expand on our sector, we improve on the technology. I'll give you an example for Sierra Leone. We have spoken about a national development plan that we want to establish a tech city. In that tech city, the government will provide the infrastructure and then the private sector will come in. But we have not been able to move beyond talk. We provided some funds to the ministry to undertake a preliminary feasibility study, and they have indicated that they need more funds to do a more detailed feasibility study. And after the feasibility study, we will have to mobilize funds to actually establish the tech city. I mentioned another example. I mentioned an innovation earlier on.
Now the Spanish guy
That
will not
innovation,
speak.
you
Yeah?
want to scale up
You never know. The
nationwide.
devil comes at the last
One,
minute.
the irrigation through the use of AI and phone technology. But we haven't been able to, we're trying to mobilize funds to expand on what the group is already doing. And we don't have enough funds for that, or even to scale up nationwide. So I would say the biggest binding constraint is finance. We need more investment, robust investment in this area. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Excellency. And lastly, to you, Governor, what is your contribution on this topic?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Of course, for us in the financial sector, we really believe that this new technology is an instrument which will ensure that we can move faster, at the same time move with inclusivity. So it's a combination of your sentiment, because financial systems generally, they are also supporting financial inclusion. At the same time, they can mobilize more resources, ensure all those transactions to go through and reach out to the final destination within a very short time at a low cost. So my uptake from this topic, I think, is to continue building confidence and the trust in the systems. For us as a regulator, we are very keen to put in place a robust systems that will ensure all the transactions reach to the final destination safely. We are concerned with cybersecurity, and you are continuing to put in place good arrangements whereby all the transactions can be smoothly moving from one area to another, whether within the country or even beyond our country. We understand in Africa, for example, for Tanzania, we are a member of EAC. We have the IPS in place. We are also a member of SADC. We have a SADC TGS. We have already ratified African Intercontinental Free Trade Area. We also have in place PAPS, which is being used by a number of banks in Tanzania to reach out to different countries. So we already have robust systems in place where different products have been deployed to ensure money transactions can facilitate businesses and ensure a number of economic activities to be undertaken from one country to another without any challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So moving faster together with inclusivity, let's take this discussion today to send a strong call to action. What is the one priority that African countries should really take to fully harness data and frontier technologies for productivity growth and structural transformation? Let me go to you, Chair, first.
Yeah, thank you. Strong message to Africa. It's simple. We won't move if we don't take it seriously. In other words, we will be left behind. The fact is we're already behind. We have to catch up. And we have only one option: leapfrog, invest on our young people who already, by force of things, have interest in this. And from the point of view of the financial challenges, let's work to master the risk involved. If we don't master the risk involved, then we'll probably not be able to incite those who have the resources to invest to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Bashir, what is your take on it? S'il y a une priorité, d'après vous, laquelle serait-elle?
Je crois, je peux réagir par rapport à avant de répondre à cette question, je dois réagir par rapport à ce qu'a dit le gouverneur de la Banque centrale de la Tanzanie, le gouverneur of Central Bank of Tanzania. Je crois que le rôle des banques centrales est important en matière de un petit peu de rehaussement de la discipline économique. Je veux dire par ça, la politique monétaire, par sa crédibilité, la Banque centrale, bien sûr, son objectif sur la politique monétaire. Je crois que la Banque centrale est bien placée pour lancer les messages nécessaires et tirer vers le haut le reste de l'économie. Parce que, bien sûr, tout simplement, la Banque centrale régule les banques, l'activité bancaire, elle fait de la politique monétaire. C'est une discipline qui se prête davantage à l'innovation et à la technologie. Bien sûr, à travers les systèmes de règlement bancaire, c'est de la technologie, tout simplement, c'est de l'innovation. En investissant dans la régulation bancaire via les systèmes technologiques, la Banque centrale, il va tirer vers le haut le reste de l'économie. On a eu un système bancaire moderne avec une technologie bien adaptée. La Banque centrale, elle donne ce signal très fort en matière de croissance économique. Je crois que au cas du Maroc, la Banque centrale, bien sûr, il dispose de la technologie nécessaire en matière de gestion des moyens de paiement et de la régulation bancaire. Donc, je crois que le rôle de la Banque centrale est vraiment important en matière de... par rapport à la Tanzanie, bien sûr, je suppose que la Banque centrale jouisse du statut d'indépendance par rapport au gouvernement pour qu'il puisse un petit peu conduire la politique monétaire indépendamment de l'exécutif. Par rapport à ce qu'il faut faire, bien sûr, il faut investir pour un petit peu la technologie d'innovation, il faut investir dans l'humain tout simplement. Maintenant, mobiliser les fonds, oui. Il y a les ressources financières nécessaires. On doit les chercher, bien sûr. On doit moderniser nos administrations publiques, notamment les administrations fiscales. On doit chercher les financements nécessaires auprès des bailleurs de fonds. D'ailleurs, cette session réunit aussi les institutions financières, notamment africaines. Bien sûr, ils ont un rôle majeur en matière de financement. En acheminant ces financements vers la technologie, je crois qu'on peut construire un avenir meilleur. Je réitère encore, la technologie va nous permettre d'avancer très, très vite. Merci.
Et de construire un avenir meilleur. Merci beaucoup. Let me turn to you, Excellency Ibrahim, actually, to ask you what is the one priority, in your opinion, to move forward?
I do believe governments are willing to invest in digital transformation. It's so because, in spite of the fact that they have very limited resources, that's so because it pays them back very fast, and also they will be carried by the wave of digitalization in the world. You cannot be left behind. So every government is trying to catch up. So I have no doubt about that. The question here comes whether we have the human capital, human capacity to go to the frontiers of technology as far as needed. Whether our universities and research institutions are cooperating to create that capacity among the African youth to make sure that we are not lagging behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Excellency Balay, please.
So we've spoken about finance, we've spoken about youth. So I would like to end on the issue of the shared vision and moving together. I respect very much the African proverb that has been quoted a number of times, that if we want to go fast, we go alone. And if we want to go far, we go together. But that proverb was probably
coined at a time, well, it wasn't coined during the digital age. So as one speaker said previously, that we can do both of them with digital technology. But I want to say, well, the closing that our continent, the transformation of our continent depends on our ability to collectively harness our digital technologies as a driver for our sustainable development. And so as we continue to deliberate, as we continue to review the impact of technology on Africa, or what the impact could be on Africa, let's have this shared vision that we can work together, strengthen our partnerships, deepen our cooperation, and remain steadfast in our commitment to leaving no one behind in this digital age. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. This is very strong. Let's not leave anyone behind. And listening to you mentioning the youth, I just remember this African saying that says that it's the young tree that makes the forest. So we definitely need to look after all these young trees so that tomorrow Africa can be this beautiful forest like it ought to be. Final question to you, Governor Tutuba, as well. What is your take on the major priority?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Because for my case, the major priority is to continue designing appropriate products that will meet demand and the needs of the clients. Because for us, being a regulator in the economy, we are obliged also to see that all the financial ecosystem can continue to be working effectively, competitively, and in the manner that will enhance operationalization of all the economic activities within our jurisdictions. So it is our role, because we are dealing with national payment systems. For example, in Tanzania, we have different channels, including like cards. We have mobile money, electronic money transactions. So all the systems, provided that can ensure our ecosystem to be working effectively, it is our role. So that also always is our priority. And I call upon all key stakeholders to invest in digital and the AI and the big data to ensure that we put in place a robust systems that will keep working to support our economic activities within each country and even beyond each country, whether within Africa or even outside the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this stage, I would like to take a few questions from the room, if we have any. Are there any questions for our panelists? Yes. Lady at the back with a blue shirt, if we can bring to her a microphone, or maybe Madam, you can make your way to a room that has a microphone. Oh, there's a microphone coming to you. Thank you. If you can state your name and keep your question quite brief, please. Still not working? Can I please ask you to maybe speak from one of the microphone on one of the desks? Might be easier, yes. Thank you.
Moses, go to Mount. The mountain doesn't want to go to Moses. Moses should go to the mountain.
appuyer sur le bouton, s'il vous plaît. Voilà.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Diallo Mamadouawa, je suis consultante et doctorante en data et intelligence artificielle. Je suis d'origine guinéenne et je suis basée en France. D'après vos interventions, je réalise que nous ne sommes plus à l'ère où la technologie est un simple outil d'accompagnement. Elle est devenue le moteur endogène de la croissance moderne. Pour l'Afrique, le défi du rapport économique 2026 est clair. La transformation technologique n'est plus une option, c'est l'unique levier capable de briser les cycles de croissance pour basculer vers une économie de la valeur ajoutée. Cependant, la technologie ne produit de la richesse que lorsqu'elle rencontre deux conditions, une gouvernance agile et un capital humain capable de l'absorber. Passer de consommateur de solutions globales à architecte de solutions locales. C'est là que réside notre véritable souveraineté économique. Ce que je remarque souvent, c'est l'écart entre nos ambitions en intelligence artificielle et la maîtrise des outils numériques fondamentaux au sein de nos universités. Ma première question, c'est sur l'adaptabilité du capital humain. Comment faites-vous pour accélérer la mise à jour des programmes académiques pour qu'ils reflètent les besoins réels du marché technologique de 2026 de vos pays, garantissant ainsi que vos diplômés soient immédiatement acteurs de cette croissance? Ma seconde question porte sur l'intégration des expertises de la diaspora. Nous savons que de nombreux talents africains opèrent aujourd'hui au plus haut niveau mondial dans la data et l'intelligence artificielle. Au-delà des cadres de concertation classiques, quels leviers institutionnels et technologiques comptez-vous activer pour transformer cette expertise internationale en un véritable moteur de transfert de savoir-faire vers nos écosystèmes locaux afin que l'Afrique ne soit plus seulement une terre de consommation, mais un pôle de co-création technologique?
Merci beaucoup. We have been talking about the youth, and here is a question from one of our young people. So who would like to answer, well, really two questions? Right. Are there any more questions? Do we have any more questions in the room? All right, so we have two in one anyway.
Oui, merci, Madame. Let me start with diaspora expertise. I think that's the easier one. Because with new technologies, especially with the frontier technologies, the data sciences and everything, I believe, and I want you to confirm this, that there is no home for any of these things to happen. You don't need to be located anywhere particularly to contribute in the development and or transformation of your country from a technological perspective. You can actually impact the development of your country from a technological point of view, irrespective of where you are resident. I think we should agree on this. So if the diaspora truly wants to help change the narrative, they can do it from wherever they are. Of course, closer to it may only improve, but I don't think it is a primary or essential condition that you have to be located somewhere. If you know the problems of Morocco and you are resident in the moon, you can solve them from there, from a technological point of view. I leave this to you to confirm. Matching school programs to needs of the technological evolution. Of course, that's a must. That's an essential precondition because we must have to provide the basis on whose foundation the evolution within the country's context can take off. It is only normal. I think that's essentially the responsibility of the public sector, not only to develop the curriculum which is necessary for fast-tracking learning in data science, in other forms of technological innovations. It is naturally the role of the public sector, develop the curriculum, train the trainers, and embed it in the educational system. Maybe on the panel we have some people who are more knowledgeable on this than myself. I look at it from a completely different angle. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Chair. Just because I'm seeing some of the participants leaving the room, I just need to make an announcement before they leave and to make sure that everybody has this information on time. So please note that there is a reception after our roundtable at the end of this program. There are buses waiting for you at the front of this building when we finish, of course, and they will take you to the venue. The venue is only around 100 meters to your right when you leave this building. Also, for all those who are going back to Casablanca, it's very important that you register at the front entrance where there is a transport desk. You will need there to give all the information about your flight time. Please remember that you need to leave at least 8 hours before your flight time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask a member of the staff and they'll give you all this information again. Thank you. So we can now proceed. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, par rapport à, je crois que la diaspora, il joue un rôle essentiel en matière de financement. Et je crois que la dame, elle a bien soulevé cette question essentielle. Ça rejoint vraiment la technologie, l'innovation, et ça rejoint aussi les banques. Et j'avais interpellé encore le gouverneur de la Banque centrale. Je crois que la diaspora africaine se trouve un peu partout dans le monde. Et les transferts de la diaspora vers le continent africain, c'est un moteur de développement économique, tout simplement. Je peux vous citer le cas du Maroc. Les transferts des Marocains de la diaspora représentent presque entre 7 et 8% du PIB, ce qui n'est pas rien. La diaspora africaine joue ce rôle déterminant en matière de développement de leur pays. Je crois qu'avec la Banque centrale, avec le développement du secteur bancaire, il peut offrir des canaux de transmission par la technologie. Maintenant, quelqu'un qui se trouve à 2000 km de son pays peut procéder à un transfert avec un simple clic à partir de son téléphone mobile. C'est grâce à la technologie. Le système bancaire, il joue un rôle majeur par rapport à ça. Et donc, il peut être le canal, cet intermédiaire entre la diaspora et le transfert de l'argent vers l'Afrique. Donc, en investissant dans la technologie, en invitant les banques, surtout les grandes banques, le secteur bancaire et investir dans les solutions mobiles, cela va permettre de la diaspora de bénéficier de la technologie et d'utiliser la technologie vers le développement de leur pays d'origine. Par rapport à la protection sociale, ça joue un rôle essentiel en matière d'inclusion financière. L'inclusion financière, elle passe par les solutions mobiles, la technologie. Au Maroc, on accorde 2,4% du PIB pour financer la protection sociale, c'est 4 milliards de dollars par an. Le canal, c'est la technologie. Le canal, c'est la technologie. Ça veut dire qu'on doit cibler les ménages les plus vulnérables, c'est la technologie. En ciblant ces ménages, on fait les transferts monétaires via des messages sur le téléphone mobile. En utilisant la technologie, ça permet de cibler les ménages vulnérables, ça permet d'améliorer la protection sociale et ça permet d'améliorer l'inclusion financière. Merci.
Merci beaucoup et ça renvoie totalement à ce dont on parlait tout à l'heure, leave no one behind, including our diaspora. So thank you very much.
Just briefly, yes, I didn't get technology, the knowledge from the diaspora. I did actually get the wealth. And we in Sierra Leone, as part of our innovative financing strategy, will be looking at how we can harness diaspora wealth and develop diaspora bonds. In the area of technology and the availability, yes, the curricula, we are looking at matching our curricula, our university curricula to the employment needs of the country. We had a discussion with this just last week with the Minister of Technical and Higher Education. And in the case of Sierra Leone, what has happened in the past is that technical and vocational training is usually looked down on. Most individuals or those that graduate from school and can afford it, they will go into the academic courses, even if they're not appropriate. But what I would say about digital technology, there's more demand, but it's more expensive. Government institutions have not been able to implement the technology courses that are needed in the employment in Sierra Leone. So what I would say and what we need to look at is to see how we can make the technology education more accessible, because it's mainly the private sector and it's more expensive. And I think that we could do that dually by probably providing scholarships in this area, as well as introducing it into the government institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellency, Minister Ibrahim, Governor Tutuba, would you like to contribute as well?
Well, I think that the question has been well answered, but let me say, all those in diaspora, the concern is not only money they transfer to us. The money is important, but also the knowledge they can transfer to their own countries is very important. We have now doctors who are contributing actually from where they are to operations in their own country. They are teaching from that far distance, and they are trying to help. The same in other professions. And definitely those who are well exposed to the technology and the data transformation in the West, for example, can help develop the digital transformation faster. The only thing is we in Africa need to create the conditions that attract these people to come back and to contribute, not only from far away, but we want them actually to come home and help develop the digital transformation. That's very important for us. That's one thing. The other thing is, it's not just the matter of university curriculums, but we need to think from very early stages of education. How can we make digital transformation uniformly in Africa, that people have bare minimum education that will help them develop themselves further? So this is something that the African Union, some of our institutions can think of, having that common education in the digital transformation or technology to be just harmonized all over Africa, and everyone have that much, at least our children, I mean, then they can develop themselves later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I would also like to thank the Madam Julio for the questions. On the first question, the way I heard it, of course, it now brings to the attention of every one of us to think on bridging the gaps if there are any differences between the expectation of everyone based on the level of development of that particular country. Probably it depends now on the area where you are working on. If you have a more opportunity, whether at the level of policy making or even to influence some policy makers, already you can have an opportunity to do so. So, but with regards to the frontier technology, this is really life, and we have seen there are a lot of issues that are being offered by frontier technology, as we have discussed here. Whoever wants maybe to transact funds from one area to another, you can do so at a very low cost. All these are some of the opportunities which have been brought by frontier technology. Now, with regards to diaspora, the way I have conceptualized the question, it is seen there are also differences of these countries. It depends. There are maybe diasporas who are living in a well-advanced country, so they have an obligation also to see what are the opportunities that they can also bring to their maybe country of origin. But it depends. There are those who are also living maybe in a less developed countries compared to their country of origin. So wherever they think that maybe their country of origin is highly developed, but they moved to country of residence in order to secure some opportunities, they have an obligation to also look on some of the opportunities where they can maybe enhance technological transfer and vice versa. It depends, because there are diasporas who are living in one country due to different reasons, but they still have a due obligation to support to their country of origin, while they are also proceeding their normal activities in their country of residence. The way I know that there are diasporas who are maybe working in one country, but still they have their parents and other relatives who are maybe living in a very destitute environment. So it is their obligation to support them. It depends on the level of development from one country to another. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much, Governor. And I'll hand over to the chair now.
Thank you, moderator. I'd like to thank the panelists for very rich discussions. Of course, I won't leave you out, Madam Moderator, Master of Ceremonies, for steering this today and of course tomorrow. You just only got started. This brings us to the end of the first day of our conference. On the agenda, we're supposed to go on a coffee break at some point. Coffee may still be warm tomorrow morning, so we'll delay it. We'll have it tomorrow morning. I am made to understand that there will be a press conference by the Executive Secretary and myself. If that's confirmed, will that happen tomorrow? Tomorrow, okay, thank you so much. I think we've also taken note of the invitation from the Kingdom of Morocco for a reception at about this time.
That's right.
At 7 p.m. We are 15 minutes late for the reception. But the food won't get cold. I think the details of the logistical arrangements to the reception have already been given, have been shared.
Yes, I can share again.
She can share again, yes, just to be sure that everyone understands exactly what to do. Yeah, Excellency ES, you see what this sitting position does to me? I just looked for my gavel and I didn't find it. I would have hit the table to adjourn the meeting. So, to that effect, let's consider the meeting adjourned till tomorrow morning. Thank you.
So very, very briefly, let me repeat the instructions so that no one is left behind for the reception. Please
please make your way to the front entrance where shuttles will take you to the venue. The venue is just in front of Villa Harris. That's about 100 meters to your right when you come out. And please remember that if you need to travel from Casablanca, to register all your flight details at the transport desk at the front entrance as well. See you tomorrow.